We're live.
Yay!
Let me share this because we gave nobody any heads up because that's just how I operate apparently.
Oh.
Hi guys.
Hello.
If you're reading this being like, what the hell is this? You're correct. I don't even know where to start with this book. And there's probably a bunch of people that are like, no, I love this book. It's not that weird. And I'm not trying to make you feel weird for liking the book. I just didn't know that this existed. And I like how it's reflecting our lights like off the wall, like a disco ball.
All right. I feel like I'm in a photo shoot, just, shining on my face.
Hello, Texas. Hello, Jay. Hey, guys.
Hello.
We have more than one concurrent viewer, but YouTube doesn't know how to change it. So it's like, right now, we're going to say you have all these people, they're one person. Hi, Queen13. Welcome.
Hi. Welcome. No more
five people.
No more Model And, everyone. Let's just breathe a huge sigh of relief.
Let's all breathe a sigh of relief. I feel like I need to sound cleanse this room after Model Land. It's like, oh god, fluff the aura. We've got hi Boots. Haven't seen you in a while. I just saw myself do this on camera. And it was very concerning. Hi guys. I'm going to share this in our little Discord group. So if everybody's in the Discord, sorry, you're gonna get pinged because I'm gonna add everyone and be like, we're doing a thing. That's the only time I add everyone, and then it's like, oh, are you sure you want to add everyone? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I feel bad about it too.
I remember one time when I first discovered Snapchat, I was watching Jurassic Park, and instead of posting it to my stories, I sent it to like everybody that I followed, and it was like several videos one after the other. And after a while, one of my friends was just like, please stop. And I'm like, I'm sorry. And I learned that two of the people who I had followed had blocked me.
Oh, that's sad.
And I'm just like,
oh.
Sorry for being annoying, everybody.
Nicole Gerhardt, I accidentally pressed the notification when it came up, but I might as well stay. Well, we're glad you're here.
Yay, thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. So I don't even know where to start with this. Maybe other people know about this. A lot of people know about Anna Todd. She wrote After and the After series, which started out as Harry Styles fanfic. And then got turned into books that she sold because then she like changed the characters' names. It was literally One Direction fanfic. Then she did like an E.L. James with her Twilight fanfic and was like, if I just change the names, like then I can sell it as its own thing because it's like an AU where they're all in college. And then it got turned into a movie, which I worked on.
I worked on it,
and
too.
You worked on. We were both extras in After, which was a lot.
Discount.
Hi, Adriel. Welcome. So basically that's Anna Todd, and there's also, like, as one of our mods pointed out the last time we brought this up, it's kind of weird because she was, like, 30, and, like, Harry Styles was, like, still a teenager when she was, like, writing fanfic, and it's, like... Yeah, and it's just... So that's a whole story, right? That's a whole story. But anyway, I was in the dollar store, and I found this. There was exactly one copy. It looks like it's been through some things because it says that it was being sold for $16.99 and $22.99 in Canada. But it was in the dollar store, so I got it for $1, and I did not know this existed, and I was very excited because it is called Imagined Celebrity Encounters starring you. I keep almost blinding myself because of the way it's reflective, and it's reflecting the... It's supposed to be like, look, you're on the cover, but they didn't make it reflective enough, so it's just like, they tried. They tried, and I appreciate it. It was straight up in a Dollar Tree, Texas. And I felt bad, but I also have never grabbed something off the shelf at Dollar Tree so fast. I'm like, as if anybody else was gonna, like, elbow me out of the way. Like, no! This is not just an Anna Todd book. This is Anna Todd and about 40 other writers. This is literally a collection of Wattpad celebrity imagines that got published into a book. It is literature now. Someone made the meme with Gru from Despicable Me where he's like, this is literature? Like, it literally has Wattpad.com on the cover. Hi, Peyton. what's going on. I don't even know. I'm so excited. I'm so excited too. I'm so scared.
We're gonna read about Kim Kardashian today.
Yeah, I'll get there. Now again, if you're for those in the fanfic community, I'm also in the fanfic community. This is friendly fire. I'm not. This is not like ew fanfic. This is not one of those things. This is going to be so horribly good. I will say that I don't typically like I was just saying to Gabe before we got on, unless the celebrity says like, yeah, it's cool to write fanfics about me like Jeff Goldblum, it feels weird to like write fanfics about real people because they're not fake characters, but that's just like my opinion. I looked through this book and I didn't like I obviously this is over 600 pages. I obviously didn't like pre-read this book, but in flipping through it, I was like, do I see anything overtly not safe for work? And I didn't, which that's not a foolproof method, but I just, I don't think it's gonna get too weird just because these are real people, and I have to imagine I already have questions about how they're selling this with other like real people's names on it, but also it can't be like anything that could be seen as gender, so it's probably just gonna be like a lot of like fluffy like you made a best friend and then you kissed one time. And if anything gets too weird, Gabe and I have both done improv. We'll just make up a different story for you. We also have, because I see one story that has to do with prom. We have a self-insert character that the chat has made up called Marcy Drew that I might put in for some of these because I feel weird being like, hey, going to prom with this teenage at the time person. That feels strange. But anyway, that's all the... I wonder if that's where I saw it, because I swear I saw that thing IRL somewhere. It was probably in the Dollar Tree. This came out in 2016. Apparently they could not sell that many of them. I wonder why. Oh, and there's all of these, like, here's a thing for After in the back.
Oh gosh, After Dark.
After Dark. And then a thing for Wattpad. It's like stories you'll love.
Oh my god. I'm
more of an AO3 Tumblr girly than Wattpad. Sorry. But yeah, this is a collection of stories where I'll just read the back. Perhaps the publishing will save it, but I feel you're putting too much trust in what people will do to real life people. I thought the same thing, Payne. So we're cautiously going in and just being like All right, it says, this is the back of the book. I said when I saw this, before I even purchased it, I had it in my hand at the store, and I sent this to Gabe, and I said, I found something that we can read after Model Land.
And I was like, said, yes.
Was it self-published, or did some actual publisher take on this cursed thing? Let's see. That is a good question. Let's see. Copyright 2016 by WP Technology Inc. I believe this was published by Wattpad. WP Technology Inc. That sounds like Wattpad is just like making money off of selling. Because Wattpad does that. They recruit people that like have popular imagines, and then they're like, you could make money by selling this, and then they make money. So I think that looks like what happened. Let me see if I can see it anywhere else. Yeah, it looks like this was published by Wattpad. And Simon and Schuster. Simon and Schuster Speakers Bureau can bring authors to your oh no, that's a different thing. I don't want to name. Hi Natty. I'm here, but I won't cause tech issues. I was joking with Natty that she was manifesting tech issues just so that Spencer would come in and have to fix them. That makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. But yeah, we're just gonna the back of the book here. Here's the back of the book. Kim Kardashian, Justin Bieber, Zac Efron, Zayn Malik, Cameron Dallas, oh no, Cameron Dallas passed away, didn't he? Jimmy Fallon, Norman Reedus, and a host of other celebrities. They all need you. Without you, there's no story. Imagine you're running around the city dodging paparazzi with Jennifer Lawrence. Imagine selfies have been outlawed, making Kim Kardashian a freedom fighter who needs your help in bringing justice and good lighting to the people. Imagine competing on a TV cooking show against Chris and Liam Hemsworth. Imagine Michael Clifford thinks you not having a date to prom is just not right. Imagine you're trapped in an escape house with Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Imagine President Kanye West, exclamation points, needs your help. No.
Cameron Dallas is still alive.
Oh, sorry, Cameron Dallas. I was thinking of a different person.
Oh no.
No. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to suggest. I just genuinely was just like, no.
No.
I don't know if that's to Kanye West or to my phone call about somebody not being. I'm glad that Cameron Dallas is alive. I was not expecting Jimmy Fallon on the list. I was not expecting Jimmy Fallon either. West. I did not know that people simp for Jimmy Fallon.
I remember he was on Jurassic World. He was talking about Dilophosaurus venom, and it was green for some reason.
Oh yeah, Cameron Dallas is a completely different person than who I was thinking of. I was about to be like, oh, that would be very disrespectful.
Oh no. Cameron Dallas is gonna watch this and be like, what? He's gonna come.
Sorry, Cameron Dallas.
He's gonna come to your, or they're gonna come to your house and be like, Avery, how could you? I'm still here.
Cameron Dallas is gonna come to my home. I was thinking of Cameron Boyce. That's exactly who I was thinking of. I'm very glad Cameron Dallas is still with us. I know Cameron Dallas watches every single one of these live streams. I didn't mean to insult the Cork fan. So yeah, this says, let your imagination know no bounds. In this anthology of fictional celebrity encounters from Wattpad authors, and then it lists literally all of them, and it's a wall of text.
Oh.
Anna Todd and all these people put you in the middle of celebrity imagines you could only dream of.
I'm sure some of our background friends are like, oh yeah, this person and I had a great conversation. I'm just like, ugh.
Rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated, Cameron Dallas. There's also this thing in the beginning that is the etymology of the word imagines.
Oh,
imagines, a type of fan fiction in which the reader is included in the story as the protagonist. Fan fiction gives us a place to express ourselves in creative and familiar ways with like-minded people. Fan fiction has inspired millions of readers and writers around the world. I'm so proud to be part of such an amazing community. For once, Anna Todd and I agree on something.
Yeah.
Good. Fanfic is a wholesome community. It feels weird to write. I'm just picturing Jimmy Fallon reading this and being like, what happened? I did what?
With who? I would never walk on the... I would never walk around in Colorado. What are you talking about?
This is now Cringe Book Saturday series. Oh God, for Gabe's sanity, one of these days we're gonna have to do like a good book and be like, Gabe, I have this book called Dinotopia. You'll love it.
I love Dinotopia.
Okay, we need to like either in the middle of this to give ourselves a break, or after we finish this one, I'll have to be like, Gabe, Dinotopia.
I remember seeing the movie when I was younger. And then they had a TV series about it, and it was violent. There was a kid that got eaten by a T-Rex.
Ooh. Yeah, I have one of the books in the series. From what I know about it, you can read them. Like, you don't have to read all of them, because it's like one of those kids series where it's like, you can pick up any book. Kids will do that. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to non-cringe Saturdays eventually. But this just brought itself into my life after Dinotopia. Everybody's like, Dinotopia!
Yay!
We'll do that, and we'll be like, we survived Model Land, so now we're gonna just read wholesome Dinotopia, and then Gabe will come back the next week and he'll be like, now we're gonna read wholesome Nancy Drew, where there's a murder on a movie set, and we're gonna talk about all the ways that this is not accurate to a real movie set.
Wait, what do you mean they were giving the background crew crafty and there were like 40 of them? What is wrong with this film
That
set?
never happened.
Yeah, never.
I got yelled at for wanting, well, not yelled at for wanting water, but I did have a crafty lady tell me water was a privilege one time. And I was like, ma'am, she was addressing a group of people, not just me specifically, but I was like sitting there being like, ma'am, that's a human right. You literally legally have to give people free water in this country. Like, it's a human right. I have a vague memory of a cartoon Yeah, we'll have to we could read it on stream and then maybe do some videos where we cover the cartoon or whatever is in existence.
I didn't realize there was a cartoon. I remember there was live action, and the CGI dinosaurs were actually pretty good for the time. It was like early 2000s.
This first story, and Gabe, you said you wanted to read
If
first.
that's okay.
Oh no, you can read as much as you want. I feel bad because it's a 50-page story. So if you get to page 25 and you're like, swap, I'll swap with you.
Okay.
This first story is called Taking Selfies and Overthrowing the Patriarchy with Kim Kardashian by Kevin Panning. And again, no shade to the, all the regular disclaimers. No shame to the authors and the what have you. We just find this funny and interesting. Update on the creepy dude, my best friend who works with people. Go to our college. Apparently the creepy dude has done the... Oh no! Oh no! Call the police!
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Natty, that sucks. Creepy dudes are just the worst.
Sorry.
Not...
I as a man, I agree that there are a lot of creepy dudes out there. So I apologize, and I hope that I hope Avery is comfortable sitting near me, because I would not like it if I made people uncomfortable.
Gabe is the you could hold my drink at a party, Gabe.
I wouldn't want it.
Gabe.
Well, I'd just be like, do I have to?
Well, no, I'd be like, I'm sorry, Gabe, but I would trust you.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Gabe will keep this safe for me. And my, which is sad that that's the bar, but whatever the highest bar is, you clear it, Gabe.
Yay.
My friends may report it to campus police. Do it. I fully support reporting creepy guys to campus police.
And maybe take photos because
Natty says Gabe is different.
Oh,
You're
yay.
a different breed, Gabe.
Thank you.
You're not like the other guys.
I'm a cool guy.
With you don't even have mismatched eyes. And...
Oh gosh. At least I'm not hetero. Or should I be heterophobic, or should I not? Or just, I'm not like the other people. I'm heterophobic. Oh gosh, someone's gonna clip that and be like, "See, Gabe said he's heterophobic," and I'm just
like, be like, "Yay, heterophobia!" And then it's like, wait, that's not what I think it means.
Oh gosh.
All right, here you go.
Yay! Thank you.
I don't know what to expect. I really don't. It could go a number of ways.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't want to cough on the Sanderson sister.
You're okay.
Sorry, ladies.
They'll be like, "How dare you?"
Oh, I put a spell on you. Kim Kardashian just posted a selfie, and your boyfriend is furious about it. You were mid-conversation when his mood suddenly changed. Oh, really? You were just about to be mid-conversation? Oh, really? You were just about to be mid-conversation? You were gearing up to start the conversation, and now Kim's selfie has ruined everything. Your boyfriend had just gotten home from his very difficult and stressful job as a government agent, and it's one of your rare nights off from your job at Best Buy.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but pause. A lot of information is being thrown at me at once. So I have a boyfriend
who's a government
agent. I work at Best Buy,
and it's one of your few nights off.
And apparently Kim Kardashian hinges my whole relationship somehow.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, you may continue.
You've been hinting to him that maybe it would be nice to go out. He hasn't taken you out on a date, an actual date, in a while. You've been together for a while, and it's starting to feel comfortable, in the good way, but also kind of in the not 100% good way. You don't know how to have the conversation with him exactly, but you're starting to feel slightly like he's taking you for granted. Not that you didn't still love him, you definitely do, and you are positive that he loves you. You hate that you feel like you even need to have this conversation with him. You know his job is very stressful. Probably everything is just fine between you, and you're making up problems in your head.
Who's the narrator? If I'm a crappy boyfriend, I need the narrator to be on my side.
How could you Is it the Billy Porter narrator? Darling. Drop him, darling. I don't know how Billy Porter talks, but drop him, darling.
That's how we picture everyone in Model Land talking. Now that he's indelibly seared into our brains as being part of Model Land, that's just what we think of.
Billy Porter's like, I'm gonna sue you because I do not want to be associated with this.
How dare you? I'm sorry, Billy Porter.
Sorry, Billy Porter.
Let's see how many celebrities I can apologize to today.
But also, you're kind of unaliving inside about it. Another night of doing nothing, just falling asleep on his shoulder in front of the TV. Hey, there's nothing wrong with having a nice date in front of the TV.
Is that your commentary or the narrator's?
That's my commentary.
Okay. I was gonna agree with you. Salt Mountain, what is this, like it's literally a Wattpad anthology. No, it literally is. And we think it was published by Wattpad. Yeah, we don't know what to expect. Currently we are over this story. You just got here in time. We're starting the first story. Oh my god, Tim Salt Mountain says the story is called what? Taking Selfies and Overthrowing the Patriarchy with Kim Kardashian?
Yep.
Yay, I got it right.
Pretty much word for word. Yep.
That's it. When I looked at the first page and I saw that that's what the first story was called, I was like, oh my god. I found this in a dollar store. This was published in 2016. This first story is by Kevin Fanning. All the best to Kevin Fanning. I have questions because he has now put me in a relationship with a government agent, and I work at Best Buy.
Oh gosh, and it's one of your very few nights off, and you don't want to fall asleep again watching TV.
I'm still wondering why Kim Kardashian has such a pull over my relationship.
She just posted a selfie, and we didn't even start the conversation, but we were mid-conversation. You don't want to feel bored, but more than that, you don't want him to think you're boring, but you do feel bored, frustrated, overwhelmed on a level that maybe isn't just about him, but you're not ready to think about that yet. You have resolved to bring up the topic. You say gently, curiously, non-judgmentally, "So do you want to do anything tonight?" A very easy and blameless entryway into the conversation, just putting the topic out there. He's looking at his phone, probably going through work emails, even though he just left work. He's obsessed. Not obsessed, driven, highly focused. It's a thing you like about him, but you ask the question, and it looks like you have his attention, like he's about to put his phone away and really look at you, and have this conversation with him. And then he swipes something on his phone and sees something that immediately changes his entire demeanor. A chill descends all around you. His grip on his phone tightens. His knuckles go white. He's no longer looking at his phone, but through it, at some distant object that has suddenly come into focus. He's no longer there in the room with you. You're suddenly looking at him from very far away. And you know immediately that no way is he taking you out on a date tonight. What is that? You ask. What's wrong? Your boyfriend inhales deeply. Something flutters just below the skin of his jaw. Finally, he closes his eyes and turns his phone screen over. She posted another selfie. He says viciously, spitting out each syllable. She. And you know exactly who he means. There could only be one person he's referring to, because there's only one woman who ever posts selfies anymore. There's only one woman who dares to. You reach out to take the phone from your boyfriend. You want to see for yourself. You know you shouldn't, but it's like a car crash, a thing that you feel the need to witness, to experience firsthand. You slip the phone from your boyfriend's hand, but then his distraction breaks and he comes back to life. Wait, no. You shouldn't see it, he says, worried. And you know he's right, but you look anyway. Kim Kardashian has posted a selfie.
This is beautiful. I love this. There is only one woman in this world, in this universe, who posts selfies. She's the only one who dares to anymore. I'm not even supposed to be looking at it. My boyfriend doesn't want me to.
Oh gosh, the camera on your phone just clicked a picture of your face.
The way Gabe's reading, and it feels like when you say like I feel like Gabe's telling me about my life in this weird alternate reality. I'm like, and then what happened, Gabe? What did I do next?
Oh gosh, I need to narrate books, but I'm so bad at reading sometimes.
Narrate books. Narrate books.
And just one take for each. If I mess up, I just power through. She stares at the camera, at you, confidently, boldly, almost happily. Her makeup is perfectly applied. Her skin so glossy, it's as if she's lit from within. Her hair is sleek and black and shiny, like a cat disappearing into the night. Her lips are slightly parted, but only barely smiling. But there's something in her eyes that tells you she is genuinely having fun, that she's enjoying this. That harlot! No, I'm just kidding. The caption below reads, My sincere apologies to all my haters for this perfect selfie. There is no law against loving yourself. I don't know how Kim. Well, she talks like how I spoke earlier, but I'm changing her voice. Looking at the
She
picture.
talks like this. Like she's got like a very Valley Girl accent.
Oh, it's like a subtle Valley Girl accent.
Yeah.
What is it? Women need to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and work. Nobody wants to work anymore. I know you have 3 kids, but I have 3 kids and siblings and a mother that rely on me, and I need to work, and you all need to work.
What a take that was.
I know. And I'm just like, okay, Kim. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you as a billionaire for telling me that I'm poor because I don't work enough, apparently. Not for Kim Kardashian standards.
Kim Kardashian, I would like to see your tax forms. I'm just kidding. I've never seen a single episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I have only seen clips.
I just remember seeing a clip where it's like, oh yeah, let's order orange soda. Okay, let's order orange soda. Hey, would you like to drink? I would like a strawberry soda. But I don't even know if that was real dialogue. But anyway, looking at the picture, you feel something inside you, something frantic and wild, clawing at the walls of a tiny chamber somewhere deep inside your heart. This selfie of Kim's is going to ruin your boyfriend's night, and by extension, your night. The aching, the tiny panic in your heart, it must be anger at this woman who is acting in a way she shouldn't, in a way that impacts you, right? What else could it be? You hand the phone back to your boyfriend. He's eyeing you closely, waiting to see your reaction. Why does she keep doing this? You ask. She knows that selfies are illegal. I don't know, your boyfriend says. Then louder beyond the
boyfriend
is Batman. he sees a bat symbol in the darkness. I don't know. He turns away. I'm sorry. I shouldn't let it get to me. I shouldn't let you see. I just wish there was more I could do. This is how boyfriends sound to me, everyone. If you're a boyfriend, this is how you sound.
Salt Mountain, apparently in this world, selfies are illegal.
Selfies are illegal in this world. Oh no, so the selfie I took that's now the thumbnail is illegal. No. But you're already doing so much, you say, rubbing his shoulders, kneading the solid knot of tension in his muscles. You're one of the government's top agents. You've actually captured so many notorious selfie takers. Lindsay Lohan, Rihanna, Willow Smith, Chrissy Teigen, Ariana Grande.
Wait, all these people have put in jail?
All locked up because of you. Oh my gosh, Ariana Grande is in jail. Oh, have you seen the movie or the TV show Q-Force?
No.
There's a really funny clip where one of the characters who is able to like transform with makeup and hair and stuff into other characters is like, "Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I love gay people, especially my gay brother, who's also gay." It's really funny.
Natty says, I leave for 2 seconds. I have no idea what's going on. We don't have any idea what's going on either. In this parallel universe, we have a boyfriend who is a
government agent
who has arrested a bunch of celebrities for taking selfies because selfies are illegal in this world. And also, we work at Best Buy.
Yeah, and it's one of our rare nights off.
Nothing against working at Best Buy. I just find that a funny detail that so far means nothing to me.
Maybe the Kevin worked at Best Buy and is just like self-insert.
Maybe it was like a somebody requested like, hey, I work at Best Buy. Can you like put this, can you put this detail in so that I feel more attached to the character? Maybe that was it.
Maybe it's gonna come back later. It's like, oh, I work at Best Buy, so I know how these things work, so I can like delete
cell phones
exactly.
So that I can help Kim Kardashian and police.
Oh gosh. It's not enough, he says, staring off into the distance. Until we catch Kim Kardashian, it's not enough. It's like, oh no, I'm about to retire and I have one more mission, but there's this one criminal that eluded me this whole time.
My whole career means nothing. Kim Kardashian is a fugitive from the law in this universe. Just go with it.
Gosh. You'll catch her, you say. You hear the words and can almost see them floating up like strange bubbles out of your mouth. Do you believe them? It doesn't matter. What matters is comforting your boyfriend. What matters is how he feels. She's the most she's the most wanted criminal in the country.
Oh
you add. You'll catch her eventually. The sun is setting outside. The sky is going slightly gray, the same color as your boyfriend's eyes. Are they the same color? Are they does he have heterochromia? We can't have heterochromia in this book. I'll put this book down right now if he has heterochromia, because
Adriel says, I didn't leave and I don't know either. None of us know what's going on.
I'm really into this book right now.
I'm really into this right now. This is fantastic.
You were hoping to see a movie tonight. Maybe there's a new Matt Damon movie about a man who has to overcome certain obstacles. It's supposed to be very good. They say it's going to win awards. First I was thinking of like Leonardo DiCaprio. It's like finally he'll win that Oscar that he deserves. But I don't know if Matt Damon has an Oscar. It's fine. You need to be taking care of your boyfriend anyway. This is where you need to be. The government, and particularly the men in charge of the government, felt that people were spending too much time looking at their phones, too much time taking pictures of themselves, too much time thinking about how they looked. They said it was weird and unhealthy for people to be constantly taking and posting pictures of themselves. They said it reflected poorly on us as a nation. They said it was a hazard, a safety issue. They said we should be focusing on other more important things. They did not mean specifically what the more important things might be. The government had already made so many decisions about what women could or couldn't do with their bodies that in the end, this was just one more thing. Ooh, too real, too real.
Yeah, not being able to decide when I can have a baby or not, and not taking selfies, same thing,
Yeah.
Who's to say where does the line get drawn? It's all the same.
Yeah, side note, pro-choice. Everyone out there, I know it's controversial. You can cancel me later, please.
Oh no, we're solidly pro-choice on this channel.
Yeah.
Everybody else can deal with that.
Yep. Or they can blow us up on conservative Twitter, and so we'll just get more views.
Good. I hope Tucker Carlson talks about this on TV.
Oh my god,
are gonna be hilarious.
Oh god, didn't he wanted to cancel Big Bird? He canceled the M&Ms, and it's just like
M&Ms. Why are you listening to Tucker Carlson?
I think they did a fake out where they're like, we're not really gone.
It's not like they're gone, but they were like, we're temporarily retiring the M&M mascots, and I'm like, there's no way that's true because of Tucker Carlson. I refuse to believe. They're like, oh no, Tucker Carlson has stock in M&Ms. What do we do?
And they're like, wait, we can use this, have this stock of M&M rise.
I think all the commercials should just be directed at Tucker Carlson. I'll buy a bag of M&Ms right now. If the M&Ms just start talking to Tucker Carlson or like, why do you have a problem with my shoes, Tucker?
Oh god, wasn't there an SNL skit where they were selling white M&Ms to imitate Tucker Carlson that are white and like bland or something?
They taste like nothing. And yes, Natty, back to her creepy guy situation. Does sound like stalker behavior. Definitely report it if you can.
Yes.
I'm sorry you're dealing with that.
I'm sorry.
Because instead of doing anything actually useful is very believable, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah.
The act that made selfies illegal didn't even have its own bill. It was just a line item tacked onto a longer bill that took away various other rights. Certainly the law was not written in a gender-specific way, but it really only affected women. Men had never been good at selfies anyway. What?
Lies! Gabe is great at selfies.
Thank you. I try so hard. There are so many deleted photos on my phone.
Chat is going insane. Like, no, what?
What? What did they care if they were illegal? Frankly, it was a relief. One less thing for men to be terrible at. Besides telling women what to do with their bodies.
We're never gonna get through this book. We're just gonna be sitting here like, what?
Men. Ugh. At first, women kept taking selfies. No one believed the law could really be a law. Was this really something they were going to enforce? But then, front-facing cameras and phones were banned. Cars need to meet certain safety requirements in order to be safe for use by the public, the government said. So too phones.
Oh, did they just lift this from Wattpad? It didn't even
I don't know. I feel like so too phones. Front-facing cameras were too much of a threat. They encouraged people to look inward rather than outward, which was bad. Then the government task force was formed, and they began going after the most egregiously selfie-taking celebrities, rounding them up and putting them in jail. Everyone remembered the videos of Kylie Jenner with her Pepsi and the riot police. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, it does not say that.
It does not. how the idea of not being able to take selfies anymore has driven her completely insane, the righteous fury blazing behind her demonic eyes as she was dragged, kicking, thrashing, screaming from the courtroom to the psychiatric hospital. And after Kylie was locked up, her sister Kendall disappeared and was presumed unalive.
Oh my god!
It wasn't clear if her hypothetical unaliving was accidental or not, since they never found a trace. But the notes left behind at her apartment indicated if her sister was in prison and she could no longer take selfies, there was no reason to be in this mainstream world. She would fade into obscurity.
What?
The media and the government spun the story like they do. Do you see? The government said, if this is how selfies make people behave, making them illegal must be the right thing to do. As the task force rounded up more celebrities, there was less inspiration for regular non-celebrity people to take selfies. And then marketing took over the rest. Instagram changed, pivoted to become a makeup company with a line of foundations based on the different filters of yesteryear. Who cares about selfies when you can look like a selfie at any time? I'm just imagining the filter where you open your mouth and it's just rainbows.
Yeah,
So
well,
it
how does the makeup do that one for me?
you just like selfie on like the paper. I'm like, that was a weird face.
It's like 1984, but with selfie. Oh, okay, for just Gabe. I've never been so entertained in my entire. Every time I'm like, I've been doing this for over 2.5 years. I think I've seen the weirdest stuff in the world, right? Something like this happens. And I'm like, you know what? You learn something new every day. Sorry I'm late. Who's Marcy Drew dating today? Oh, that's so Marcy Drew currently is dating a government agent who puts celebrities in jail for taking selfies because they're illegal now. Kim Kardashian is on the run, and he's like, she's my greatest nemesis. I'm gonna get her. And we work at Best Buy.
Yes.
Marcy works at Best Buy, or if you're inserting yourself, Marcy would never run Ellery.
But I'm so glad you got this. This is such
So glad.
this is such a pivot away from Model Land. I love this so
I feel
much.
like it's gonna take a hard left turn, and then we're gonna be like, oh, 'cause you know, like anthology books, they're all written by different people, so it's like some books are like fun and happy, and then some are just like, I'm here for the depression and the angst.
Oh gosh, that reminds me of Infinity Train, which they need to bring back. Because the first season of Infinity Train was like, oh, this is nice. Then second season was like, oh, this is not as nice. And third season is like, they did what with his soul?
Salman says this is way more interesting than Model Land. I mean, so far it's less scarring than Model Land too. So
I mean, like how much more like camp can you get than there? It's illegal to take selfies, and two of her half sisters one's in jail and the other one's just appeared.
Oh, that's right. Kylie is in a psych ward, and Kendall, or maybe I got those reversed. Kendall is missing, presumed dead because they took selfies. That got dark real quick.
Yeah. People's interests changed. People forgot why they had been so upset about the ban on selfies, why it had happened so important at the time. Everyone moved on. Everyone except Kimberly Kardashian.
Our hero.
Oh, side note, if once everyone has the time, I suggest looking up the Kardashian musical from season 10 or season 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race. Because it is hilarious.
Yeah, Ellery says it's about fucking time to outlaw the selfie. Best dystopia ever. Where do I sign up to petition to live in this fictional reality? And Natty says, Ellery, no, we're dating a cop in this imagine.
No. What?
Fair points have been made all around. Fair points have been made all around.
Yeah. Kim refused to go down without a fight. Kim was an outlaw, a self-professed freedom fighter. She lived on the run. She had walked away from her entire life, from everything, and disappeared. No one knew how she lived, how she survived. They only knew that every so often she would turn up again online, post a selfie, leave everyone freaking out, and then go underground again. The government had their best hackers trying to figure out where she was, how to triangulate her location, but they were never able to do it. They had software that they used to detect and erase selfies online. It had been a big help in discouraging people from taking and posting such images, but Kim was too good for them, too smart, always one step ahead. Kim is looking at this and going, you know, I'm not really into fan fiction, but I like this. It's true. I am really smart.
I wonder if this person who wrote it is a Kim Kardashian.
I wonder. Kevin Fanning. They're just Elle and Dakota Fanning's missing sibling.
Yeah. I mean, not to assume a gender, but Kevin sounds like a guy might have written this, and it's very anti-guy. I'm like, Kevin, what are you doing? It's okay, Kevin.
Well, I mean, sometimes people can maybe they're just like me and they're like men.
Maybe.
I don't know. Oh, I remember, or side note before we go on, I remember in season 14 of RuPaul's Drag Race, they had like a DragCon panel about men, and one of them was like, you know, I feel like men should be punished for their crimes against humanity, but I also find them very attractive. So it's like, oh no, the juxtaposition of men. I'm not like other men.
We have Gabe and Ellery and other Camerons here. Other cool men are in chat.
Go team. Good guys, not nice guys.
I'm really glad I have chat and this book, because bored of the Congression that has been like family to me for my whole life has completely betrayed my trust. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad we can distract you with fun, silly stories about Kim Kardashian being a selfie freedom fighter.
Sorry about the betrayal of trust.
And this helped so much. I'm glad that this helped.
Yay.
I'm glad that I bought this book.
I'm
I feel
so
like we're
happy
read,
about
like,
this.
story 2, and I'm gonna be like, I am regretting all my choices. But
Oh,
right
no.
now, I'm enjoying this. This is nice.
Page 6. This is nice.
Oh god, we're only on page 6. This is a 625-page book, by the way. This is gonna be several Saturdays.
We can always trick Natasha to coming here and be like, oh, by the way, you have to read this now.
Natasha was gonna come over today and help us, but she had other things to do, and also I was like, I don't want you to feel obligated to be here for all of this, so feel free to just jump in any random Saturday. Anyway, you can continue.
Understood. They closed all her accounts, all the access points they were aware of, but then suddenly there'd be a new account, but just one picture on it. Her followers would find it and it would go viral. Everyone sharing this illegal new selfie from the criminal, the one true master of the form, the once and future queen. The men were furious. There was no way this was going to end well for Kim. They would get her eventually. It couldn't last forever. With every selfie she posted, they got one step closer to catching her. They had fantasies about taking the phone away from her, smashing it while she ugly cried in front of them. But all they had gotten for their troubles was more selfies. Kim's calm, Beatific. Is that supposed to be beatific or beatific? Beatific?
Well, they clearly didn't proofread. You know, like when you read the fanfics and it's like, trigger warning, I didn't edit this, and it's like, or I didn't proofread this, and it's like, then just proofread
it. Well, I guess they didn't. They really wanted their $16.99. Beatific demeanor, her contoured and highlighted face smiling at what? They had no idea. This is my natural contours. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. Ellery, edit that part out. I'm just kidding. On the day you meet Kim, you are feeling aggressively bad and hopeless about life. It's almost the end of your shift at Best Buy, and your manager is completely hassling you. He says that he's received a complaint from a customer that you had not been helpful and that you hadn't smiled enough during your interaction with the customer. Okay, the person who wrote this is in customer service, probably.
Yeah, and to that I say, I'm so sorry that you're in customer service. Customer service is not fun. Also, I'm offended that my boss will take that random customer's word over mine when I've been here for 7 years. I've decided now. I've been here for 7 years. And I've worked weekends and holidays for this man.
Oh gosh, you hardly ever get a night off. But that's too real. I remember when I was in college, I worked what was called a phonathon at my school, and I basically had to call people, and I had a script, and I basically at the end of the script had to ask people for over $1,000. And then if they said no, I had to ask for $750.
Oh my god.
And then if they said no, I would ask if they would donate the amount of their graduation year. And I would get into like, my bosses were cool. I would get into a little bit, it wasn't in trouble, but they were like, hey, please stick to the script. You have to start, or I would start at the like 1,000, then go to like $20. And sometimes that would work, but they're like, we need you to do all three. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm looking at the individuals and their majors and stuff, and I'm just like, they graduated 4 years ago. They're not gonna have $1,000 lying around. Like, what does that even mean, smiling enough? You hadn't smiled at all, actually, that you could remember. Why would you? The customer was a complete jerk. He asked you about Bluetooth speakers, and you had politely and helpfully and accurately told him where to find them, even suggesting which he might like the best. You had fulfilled your end of the social contract governing the interaction, but then he had tried to flirt with you, asking things like, how long have you been working there? How was it you knew so much about music? Because women don't know that much about music, apparently.
Apparently not.
Rude. Asking what you liked to do when you weren't at work. None of his business. You are not under any obligation to return the unwanted flirtations of customers that you were aware of. Best Buy is a national consumer electronics chain, not a brothel. The last time you checked. And then the customer saw that you weren't being super receptive to his advances and switched tactics. He began arguing against your opinion about Bluetooth speakers, belittling the information you'd given him, explaining the myriad ways in which he thought you were wrong about speakers, the thing that he had asked you for help with. Which, fine, dude, whatever. He asked you a question. Excuse me. He asked you a question, you gave him a solid answer. If he wanted to argue about it with you, that was his problem. You know more about electronics than he will ever comprehend in his entire life. But having to stand there politely when he berated you, you got just the teensiest bit of eye rolling with him, and then he stormed off to find your manager. So now you're receiving an extended lecture from your hack manager about customer service. You could try explain the situation to him, but what would that even get you? You really need this job. You barely have any marketable skills. You've had a whole career path laid out in front of you once, sort of. Was YouTuber a career path? You'd
Yes.
been really happy making YouTube videos about electronics, review of products, teaching people things about how they worked.
Aww.
Showing ways to hack apps and software to get them to do things that companies hadn't intended.
That's why.
Yeah, but you'd eventually decide to give up, and minor YouTube star is not exactly something that impresses people on a resume, which was how you ended up with this crummy job at Best Buy, where you are easily the smartest and most overqualified person on staff, despite the fact that your boss and the customers routinely treat you like you're an idiot. You're just really into electronics, and this seemed like a good, safe place to do something vaguely related to your interests. At least until you figured something else out. But you never figured out that something else, and working here involved this terrible uniform of black slacks and ill-fitting cotton poly blend polo shirts that make you feel as unattractive as possible. Although apparently not unattractive enough to keep men from being creepy. So maybe there's still hope. Who knows? As your boss continues his tirade, you notice out of the corner of your eye there's a customer hovering weirdly close by. It's a woman. Maybe? She's idly pursuing the cameras, which are kept locked up behind the glass. She's dressed in all black, long hooded coat that sweeps across the floor, and giant dark sunglasses cover her face. She's standing there and pausing in front of the cameras in a way that makes you think she's not really looking at anything, but rather eavesdropping on your conversation. Lol, conversation. Eavesdropping on the long, one-sided lecture you're receiving. You can hear words coming out of your mouth, totally disconnected from anything happening in your brain. Oh yeah, customer service is key, you're saying on autopilot. Just anything to get you through the moment so you can be back to reshelving cables or whatever. Something that makes you look busy enough that customers are less likely to come up and talk to you. This is the 14th time you are hearing words customer satisfaction during the little instructional moment, and it's starting to sound insidiously inappropriate. That's just your brain, right? Hearing a word so often it starts to lose all meaning. He's still talking, still saying the same thing over and over again, and you are wondering what could possibly ever end this lecture when the woman in black comes over and interrupts your manager, like literally right between the words customer and service. Excuse me, are you the manager? The woman asks, her voice a husky low. Oh. Excuse me, are you like the manager? The woman asks, her voice husky low. Yes, that's me, the manager says, surprised at the interruption. I wanted to ask your opinion about these cameras, she says. The manager looks curiously at the woman. You want to buy a camera? Oh no, she says, laughing, placing one hand on his chest in an obvious flirtatious gesture. Not for me, for my husband. Oh, sure, we'd be happy to help, he says, looking around for you, but you've already taken your cue and walked away, leaving that conversation behind thanks to the momentary distraction of the flirtatious wife. And you certainly aren't supposed to know very much about the cameras anyway, so you feel safe walking away like you're all excited to get back to work. You mentally thank the woman for a moment's peace and the grace of the exit she granted you. You spend the rest of your shift staying as far away from potentially threatening customers and your manager as can reasonably be expected while still appearing to perform a work-life function. Later, the last crabby customer has finally wandered out of the store. Your team members are gone, the store is locked up, and you are alone in the storeroom finishing up some inventory work your manager gave you. You're rushing to get everything put away in its proper place when you hear a voice coming from somewhere back past the shelves of printers. You look at the rows and rows of towering metal shelves, each packed tightly and chaotically with different boxes and bins of customer electronics. You peer into the place where the storeroom recedes into shadows. Hello? You call. There's definitely should not be anyone here. You're probably imagining it. You go back to sorting boxes of SD cards. Then you hear another noise, a box being slid along a shelf and humming, maybe? So you are definitely not imagining it. You start walking, stepping quietly toward the back in your standard issue black sneakers. It does occur to you to wonder why you care so much whether there's someone else in the store with you. Honestly, you should probably run in the other direction. The company doesn't pay you enough to risk your life for customer electronics, but after the interaction with your boss, one more thing and you are definitely going to get fired, and then you'll have to tell your boyfriend. He'll look at you all pitifully because you know he thinks it's dumb you work at a Best Buy. Anyway, and it is, maybe. But also you suspect that he imagines his life where you're married and you don't have to work. You get to just stay home and take care of his babies. And what if getting fired was the trigger of the shot of the bullet of the rest of your life coming at you? These are things you think you want, maybe, but having this job is a way of having more time to think about it. Not that you think about it, you actively do not think about it. But being unalived in the storeroom of the Best Buy in the next 5 minutes would definitely prevent the decision from getting made. It would solve a lot of problems, actually. You wouldn't have to work at this job anymore. You wouldn't have to wonder whether the feelings you think you feel for your boyfriend are real or not. You wouldn't have to feel insane for wanting things you can't even name. You get to the back of the storeroom and it's totally empty and quiet. So great. Another sign that you're completely insane and maybe your boyfriend was right. Maybe meds would be a good idea. It's time to get out of here. Time to go home and crawl into bed with your probably already asleep and snoring boyfriend and lie there unable to fall asleep and then move to the couch and watch TV that you always watch about the man who experiences difficulty, but it causes him to learn something about the world and also about himself.
Sorry.
It's just like, okay.
Chat saying Marcy would never stay in this relationship.
Run, Marcy, run. So you turn around to leave, and standing there in the shadows in front of you is a dark hooded figure. You shriek in surprise, and the figure reaches out plaintively saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Bible." "Well, you did, though," you say, trying to catch your breath. The figure steps forward into the light, and you recognize her as the woman from early in the store. "Hey, what the heck? What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be back here." "Psh, I'm not supposed to be anywhere," the woman says. "I need to talk to you, but we have to hurry. We have 3 minutes before the mall security does a sweep of this area." She pulls back her hood and reveals the glossiest, sleekest bun you have ever seen in your life.
Even in hiding, she's gorgeous.
Then she removes her sunglasses and looks at you smiling. It's Kimberly Kardashian.
No, I never saw that coming.
Kimberly Kardashian is standing in front of you, exuding pure radiance and perfection in the messy, dusty storeroom of the After Hours Best Buy. You are confident you're about to faint as she starts walking toward you. I'm Cam, she says, and I really need your help. So, if you ever wondered what you would do if Kim Kardashian surprised you at work and she needed your help, the answer, it turns out, is that you would just panic and freeze and not move or say anything just because you really don't want to believe this is happening to you.
This is supposed to be an like perfect life. Why, like, even in this imagine, you're an awkward freak. Sorry. It's like, why, reader?
Uh-huh.
Why, writer? Why did you do that to me? I'm already awkward enough in real life.
Can I be confident just once when meeting a celebrity? Or that reality is even a thing anymore? You're just a normal person. You have a boring, uninteresting life. You're irrelevant to everything. You're a disappointment to everyone you've ever met, including yourself. You do not matter. But then Kim Kardashian is looking at you, and guess what? You do matter.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. If only I can imagine Kim Kardashian looking at me and realize that I matter too.
It's hashtag relatable. Yes, it's hashtag relatable. This dystopian universe where Kim Kardashian needs my help to evade the police because she's taking selfies and overthrowing the patriarchy.
Wow. Well, side note, most of the cast of Pitch Perfect 3 has looked in my general direction. I still feel like I'm not important. Oh, that's so bad. I'm sorry.
You are important, Gabe.
Thank you. But celebrities don't make you feel important.
Hi, Star.
Hi, Star.
Just listen. You'll catch up. We don't know what's happening.
Boyfriend's a government agent trying to take down Kim Kardashian. Your boss at Best Buy is the jerk, and right now Kim Kardashian is looking at you, and you realize that you do matter. And you have no response to anything. Are you okay? She asks. You blink awake and try to force yourself in action. This is the most wanted criminal in the country. Should you be scared? You feel like you should be scared, but you're not scared. You're excited. No, I'm okay. You're just surprised me. I wasn't expecting to run into you. Which is officially the world's dumbest thing to say, because of course you were not expecting to run into Kim Kardashian in the storm of your job at the Best Buy at the mall. That was all capitalized. Your brain is bleeding with your mouth like, please shut up. You're embarrassing us. Kim nods understandingly. She's so gracious, so patient. Kind of a long day, yeah? Is your boss always like that? You nod. Kinda, yeah. Thank you for distracting him, by the way. I was so annoyed the way he was talking to you. I was seriously about to smack him over the head with my purse. Like, don't be freaking rude.
Someone please send me your favorite clips of this stream, because I do want to make it into shorts, because oh my god, people need to know about what we're going through.
Do you know what my favorite thing I've ever said on this channel is?
Don't be freaking rude.
Or that I read from Model Land.
Oh, there's an intruder in my hula. I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, I gotta find that clip and just make it short because it is so funny. I'm
gonna post something on my Instagram to be like, reading Model Land. Frodo got nothing on the journey I went through reading this book. Just kidding. But that whole part made it worth it. Just Nas, get here now. Come quickly. There's an intruder in my ooh-ah. Was just. But yeah, don't be freaking rude. You know?
No.
I appreciate it. He might still be yelling at me if you hadn't intervened. I wasn't being totally selfless, if I'm honest, she says. I just came in for some stuff I need from my phones, but then I recognized you. There is no way you heard that correctly. You recognized me? Kim nods. You had a YouTube channel, right?
She watched my YouTube channel?
Kimberly, whatever her middle name, Kimberly Selfie Kardashian.
Yes, we're inserting the chat, OC. I keep saying mine just because I default to putting myself, because I'm like, what would I do if I make? Sorry to be not trying to be self-centered. Sorry to steal.
No, do it. Be self-centered.
But I'm just picturing. I'm picturing multiple scenarios.
Yes, as individuals who have been in contact with lots of celebrities, we're just like, oh, Kim Kardashian, cool.
I mean, most celebrities are nice, but like, no one's asked me to overthrow the government yet. I'm waiting.
I'm sure. I feel like Norman Reedus would be the one to say that, but as a joke. We will use Andrew, or we will use Andrew Lincoln's beard hairs to overthrow the government. And then Nick Cage walks in. I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
Beautiful. If I can find a National Treasure Junior novel, we have to read it.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know what that. I can also do a mean share. I don't know. People
less share. Share so much.
Share.
All right, sorry, you could continue.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You blink. A long time ago, you say, I'm surprised anyone remembers. You were so good, Kim says enthusiastically. You know so much about electronics and about hacking things and decrypting files. You narrow your eyes at Kim. I don't think I did any episodes about, or I don't think I did any episodes about decryption. But you could have if you wanted to, right? You shrug. Maybe, I don't know. Kim tilts her head and her eyes on you become slightly more intense. Did you really not know? Or are you saying that because that's how the patriarchy wants you to feel about your accomplishments? What? What does the patriarchy have to do with anything? Kim exhales, shaking her head. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm in such a hurry, but I really need your help. There's an encrypted file on this device. There's a link to it posted in the comments beneath my last selfie, and it's important that I make sure it contains the information that I think it contains. Is there any way you could take a look at it and see what you find? She reaches out and you instinctively take the thing she's holding on out to you. If it's a prepaid burner phone that looks like it's been through a war, all scratched up, duct tape in places. Kim notices you inspecting the phone and shakes her head ruefully. The government is making it difficult for me to post selfies without giving away my personally identifying geotag location. They made it hard to take selfies in general, lol. I have a bunch of my old phones that we mod, but it's hard to keep them up and running. Where? Kim shrugged. Me and my friend. You modded this yourself? It's not as good as you could do, I'm sure. I've had to learn. I've had to get creative. I've always been good at adapting. I didn't expect I'd ever be good at social media until I had a brand to protect, a brand that had me put at risk by a man. Sometimes things outside your control, sometimes things outside of your control force you to learn what you're truly capable of. The sentence was stated very simply, but you can sense a deep hurt underneath her words. She'd been so famous once, so ubiquitous, and now her entire existence is illegal. At one point, it had seemed like life was all Kardashian all the time, but everything has changed so much. Without Kim and her constant access to social media, everything has changed, fallen apart. Nothing is interesting anymore, but here in person, you can see the outline of the stress of her life, a life moved from the camera flash and into the shadows. Who knew what it must be like for her, having been so used to being on top of the world, having everything she ever desired, doing anything, going anywhere she wanted, and now she's living on the run, always hiding. You've read news reports of raids at places where they thought she'd be based on anonymous comments, only to find they'd missed her by hours. What was that like? You want to ask, you want to find out more. I need to run, Kim says apologetically. It's really very nice to meet you, and I'm sorry to surprise you like this, but I really need your help. Is it okay? Can I trust you? No, your brain shouts. Your boyfriend will make you disappear. Yes, your mouth says. Kim smiles and you feel a small firelight within your heart, and you suddenly feel like you're going to start sobbing and you have no idea why. She turns to go and then stops. I'm sorry work is so difficult, she says. Don't give up hope, okay? It's hard work, believing in yourself, and they make it harder for us all the time, but it's worth it, I promise. You're not sure what she means exactly, and you're about to say so when you hear a noise behind you. It's the security guard. His flashlight bright on your face. You raise your hand to keep the light out of your eyes. You turn back and see Kim is gone, only shadows where she'd been standing. You still here? The guard says, ambling forward. Yes, just running some inventory for my boss. You know how it is. You sing it out a little too jovially. You alone? He says, peering into the darkness behind you. Thought I heard voices back here. Yeah, that was just me. I was just, talking to myself because I was so bored and lonely back off. You are so bad at lying to authority figures. Is a security guard even an authority figure? He's a man, an old man. He doesn't look like he provides much security to anything. He has a flashlight and a kind of official looking uniform, but it's just an outfit and it's just a job. You could definitely outrun him, but still, it was hard to lie to someone like that. Anyways, I'm all finished up now and heading home. You continue. Bored and lonely, eh? He says you warily and nods to himself, or maybe he's just eyeing you. Then he turns and shuffles away. A moment ago, you had been speaking calmly and rationally with the country's most dangerous villain, the government's #1 most wanted fugitive, and it had been fine even. And then this old broken down security guard dude asks you one question and you freeze up. What the heck is your problem? You wake up all at once and in a panic, gasping for air and thrashing around wildly in the sheets. You quickly ascertain that no one is trying to unalive you. No one is after you. Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. And you try to calm your breathing and the insane beating of your heart. This happens more and more lately. Waking up feeling like you're under attack and having no idea why. Like there's some gap in communication between two parts of yourself. This vague sense that your heart knows something is wrong and your brain is unable to remember what it is. But you're okay. You're in your room. You're alone. It's morning. You can't remember whether your boyfriend was here or when you passed out last night exhausted, but he's definitely not here now. Your heart is still beating like crazy. What had you been dreaming of? It had all been horrifying, whatever it was. All you can remember is that it was involved meeting Kimberly Kardashian. Wait, your bag is on the floor by the bed. You lean over and haul it up to your lap. If there is no illegal electronics in your bag, then it was definitely a dream. You fish around inside the bag and find a phone that definitely does not belong to you. You sink back down against the pillows. Details of the previous evening swimming back into your memory. Kim Kardashian had recognized you, had asked for your help specifically, which was insane because as much as you had enjoyed your YouTube channel, ultimately it had felt like a long exercise in self-hatred. You had really liked talking about electronics and software and the dark web and things like that. It had been really fun to learn about topics and then find ways to explain them in your audience. It had been weird at first, filming yourself, seeing how odd you looked, how you sounded, but then you had gotten so lost in the editing of each episode, the timing, the beats of the messages you were trying to convey, that the physicality of it, the stress about whether you looked dumb or ugly or whatever had fallen away, because it was just for you anyway, and it was just a fun project.
I feel so called out.
Oh. But not you, Avery. You're gorgeous, and you don't have to worry about how you look on the film.
Thank you. I say with like crazy hair today. Not like Tuki's hair, of course.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, the problematic hair. And her she talks about her giant forehead and her heterochromia. Well, mostly fun because you were a woman talking about electronics on the internet. It was kind of a nonstop barrage of men #actualing in the comments. Ugh. I hate it when that happens. I haven't really had people. Well, yes, I've had people actually me.
I have too.
Men and women, but mainly, but men. We're talking about men actually here.
It happens to me mostly when I like say something about like fandom that's like traditionally male, and I get like one tiny thing wrong, and they're like, "Oh, actually, if you were a real fan, you would know that this and that." I'm like, "Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date that every episode of this show was published. I apologize."
Oh gosh, the people who are watching Stranger Things and are like, actually, that book over there wasn't published until 1985, or it was published in 1984, but wasn't widely released until 1986, and this show takes place before that. So, and I'm just like, I don't think that ruins the show though. But oh gosh, there was this one time where someone was like, oh, I was going through, and I was like, oh, that must have been terrifying. Well, actually, it wasn't really that terrifying. Oh, well, I'm happy that you made it. Well, actually, it wasn't really that big of a deal. Oh, well, okay.
I'm sorry, I empathize.
Well, actually, it wasn't that big of a deal, so you don't need to empathize. Oh, okay. My bad. Well, actually, it is your bad. Oh, okay. Or, well, actually, it's not your bad. Pick a blade. saying that you not only had no idea what you were talking about, but that you were ugly and not worth looking at. It was hard to push through. You tried, but over time you began to doubt yourself. And then one day it was just too much. You couldn't take it anymore, so you stopped. You translated what few skills you had into the job at Best Buy. It wasn't as great as YouTube, but at least you didn't have to read hateful comments anymore. Although in some ways, not much has changed.
Just block the haters, Marcy.
Block the haters, delete the haters. Hashtag get off my page.
I had a person arguing with me over and over again all day about how I wasn't white because I liked too many black characters. And I had to ban them a couple different times from a couple different accounts, but you know what? They eventually went away.
Yay for going away, but oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was a funny day. That's a different story for a different day.
Oh gosh, hopefully the algorithm saw that and I was just like, I'm just gonna put these all over the place. People still assumed you had no idea what you were talking about. Your boss would interrupt you and undermine you in front of customers all the time. Customers would hashtag actually you in real life, whether because you were a woman or because they had read one article on a subject and were suddenly experts on whatever they were asking you about.
It's too real.
Yes, so many people recently. All the time. You turned the phone over in your hands, examining to see exactly what Kim Kardashian had done to it. The construction is sloppy, pieces mismatched, glue everywhere, but the result is effective. She had taken it apart, replaced pieces inside with pieces borrowed from other phones, drilled a hole in the front of the case, and glued it all back together. But how did she get a second camera in there, you wonder? Surely there would have to be a space trade-off somewhere. Maybe she put in a smaller battery, because then examining the back more closely, you realize that Kim had actually done. She'd taken the back-facing cameras and turned it around to place it in the front. Ingenious and devilish, actually. For one thing, it meant she didn't have to make any trade-offs in terms of battery life. It was also a much easier customization that way. Basically using all the same parts of the phone but repurposing them slightly. The result was an extremely great camera for selfies. Now this main high-powered camera lens could only be directed towards selfies only. You couldn't even use this phone as a regular camera. So not only was it illegal, it was a kind of humongous FU to the government. Not only am I going to take selfies, I'm only going to take selfies. You sit and wonder at it. It was kind of a lot of work, a long way around to make a point. Modding phones like this is dangerous, challenging work. Even Kim herself still only risks posting the occasional selfie online. You count back and remember maybe only 4 or 5 this year total, almost nothing, especially compared to her previous body of work. But she took a lot of time and energy to create the selfie phone. You wonder how many more selfies she's taking relative to the few she's posting. You picture them all lined up electronically on a server somewhere, like an army awaiting its orders, ready to lash out and strike, prepared for a battle at a moment's notice. The image is so ridiculous, you almost genuinely lol out loud. You reach into your bag and pull out your laptop. You pause briefly to consider whether you should really be doing this. Kim Kardashian is a criminal your boyfriend is actively trying to catch. He would unalive you if he knew you were in contact with her, let alone if he knew you were helping you. Yeah, he's just that into his work. But like, are you even really helping her? Not yet. Probably not at all, really. You're just curious about the file, maybe. Probably you wouldn't be able to do anything with it anyway. This is more of a challenge for yourself than anything else. Maybe you'll find some useful piece of information that you could give to your boyfriend and he'll be so proud to use. Would you do that? You kind of know you won't, but that's what you tell yourself as you tuck your hair behind your ear, connect the phone to your laptop and begin typing, looking through the file system from your looking through the file system looking for the one file in question. You scan the phone and find a folder with a bunch of images. Kim selfies, it turns out. You feel weird glancing through them. 1, because they're not supposed to exist. 2, because it feels like an invasion of her privacy, looking through all the selfies she took in her quest to find the perfect one to post. She looks amazing in every photo. How does she even do this? You flip through them, searching for variances. A slight tilt of the head, her mouth open or closed with the tongue sticking out. Her eyes softer or more intense, all these little choices creating all these little details. What does any of it even matter? It seems silly. It seems like a pointless waste of time. How could anyone stand to look at themselves that much anyway? Maybe it's different if you're pretty as Kim Kardashian. There is definitely no danger of you ever being able to do that. Eventually, you find the file in question. It looks like an image file, but refuse to load. You open it in a text editor and see it's a string of letters and numbers disguising as an image there. There are any numbers of things it could be. You start researching encryption methods, downloading different heuristic programs. Heuristic, HEURISTICS programs that might help. The world falls away and it's just you and this puzzle to solve. You try different approaches, different ideas. You keep thinking you're getting close, only to find yourself thwarted. Your heart is racing. You're having fun. This is what you used to love. The creativity of technology, the artistic process of learning something and solving a problem. You stay in bed, hunched over the laptop for hours, forget about showering, eating, whatever else you might had planned for the day, and then at last, all of a sudden, you figure it out. A wrong turn trying to reverse one encryption method reveals a particular clue in the text, and you use that like a thread to pull on carefully, slowly, until the whole thing unravels, reveals itself. It's a location, geographic coordinates, and a specific time. You have no idea what the information means or why it's important, but presumably Kim does. You sit back, kind of extremely pleased with yourself. You have information Kimberly Kardashian needs. She asked you for help, and you have totally been able to help her. Okay, there is the fact that you'll be going to jail if anyone finds out, but still, kind of a cool day. You'll have to think a bit about what you're going to actually do now that you have this information, but now that you've started on this path, you do kind of want to see where it goes, if you're honest. But would you really do that? Betray your boyfriend like that? Your government? Your country? You'll look at the time and realize how late it is and decide to table the mental debate for later. You delete all your work and drop everything onto the floor, grabbing a towel and running for the shower. You have to be at work soon. A good lesson. Never experience happiness because something will immediately remind you not to be happy. 1 second, sorry.
Sorry, do you want me to switch off with you?
No, it's all good. I'm just like, this is fun.
I like how all of the chat is in agreement that this is better than Model Land.
Yes.
Because it is.
Agreed.
It is that.
If it was half this good.
Model Land could never.
Never. At least Marcy's not heterophobic. After your shower, you're brushing your hair when you accidentally catch sight of yourself in the foggy mirror. You flinch like you're seeing a ghost. You wipe off the glass to see yourself better. You stand there and look at yourself, hardly recognizing what you see. Honestly, you hardly look in the mirror anymore, like ever, if you can help it. You hate what you look like. So what is even the point if it's just going to ruin your day to confirm that what you already know is about yourself is true? You've tried the Instagram makeup filters and they kind of help, but not really. It's not enough. You're not even sure you're doing them right. There are tutorials, lessons you can buy to help you'll learn how to achieve better results with the makeup. But you, with your crazy hair and massive forehead and not even close to heterochromia eyes, you are just terrible. How could you look this way? I'm just kidding. How to make it look like you know what you're doing. You haven't purchased them yet, but you feel on a deep level like you should. You give up on your hair and your appearance and walk back to your bedroom, and your heart immediately launches out of your chest because, hi, there's your boyfriend standing in your room holding the phone that Kim gave you. Hi. You say, your voice more meek and unsure sounding than you intended. Your boyfriend looks at you, and those are not his eyes. We need to talk, he says, and that is not his voice.
Do I need to put a trigger warning for abusive relationships?
Oh gosh. Yeah. Let's just do that preemptively.
Trigger warning, guys. Abusive relationships. I don't know what I was expecting, and actually there's lots of... No, that's not fair to fanfic writers. There's lots of fanfic writers that understand how to not write abusive relationships, but how did I think we would get through 625 pages without...
Yeah. Or I don't know, but just so everyone knows, this might take a turn. Okay, you say, and you sit on the edge of the bed waiting. You are in trouble. You are in so much trouble. Where did you get this? He says simply, coldly. You do not 100% want to answer the question, but you sense this is kind of an important crossroads in your relationship. What are you doing here? You ask. I ask you, where did you get this? Why are you going through my stuff? You can see the thing fluttering beneath his jawline. I came home to surprise you and saw you were in the shower, so I came in here to wait, and I saw this. He holds the phone out to just directly in front of your face on the floor. So I picked it up to see what it was, and now I have to ask, where did you get this? You can feel every cell in your body vibrating. What is this conversation? What does it mean? You mentally scan through 20 different lies that you can offer him, but they all sound terrible, and also, he's your boyfriend. Since when did you lie to him? It's from work, you say. You found it at work? When? Or someone gave it to you at work? Who? This isn't a conversation. This is an interrogation. Kind of, not exactly. This is a phone with a front-facing camera. A front-facing camera like this one used for selfies. Do you know how illegal that is? If someone gave this to you, I need to alert my team. I need to bring them in immediately. You start to say, then stop, unsure how to proceed. Really just wanting this conversation to be over, wanting him out of your room, wanting to fast forward back to the next big chunk of your life. You'd been in such a good mood when you decrypted that file, and now you feel like scum, like the lowest, most terrible person on the planet. Why can't you just tell him where you got the phone? I wasn't doing anything with the phone, you say, trying to sound reassuring. I mean, it's not connected to the internet or anything. That's not the point. The point is there are laws I have sworn to uphold, and I find out my girlfriend right under my nose has been. I'm sorry. You say, I'm sorry, okay? I just bought it home yesterday. I'll take it back tonight, and you won't see it ever again. I don't know what I was thinking. No lie so far, yay you. What were you thinking? He pressed. It was just a project I was doing at work. I found the parts and just started messing around with them. Well, so much for that. Those are definitely lies, and you are definitely terrible. Your boyfriend is quiet, staring at you, and you finally meet his eyes. They reflect nothing back, no emotion, no love, no patience. This is awful. He must hate you so much right now. Why are you putting him through this? You made this? He says. You nod. You? Yeah, he asks for confirmation. Wait, are you saying you don't believe, or wait, are you saying you don't believe I made it? Your voice is rising. You start to feel yourself getting defensive. Okay, technically you didn't make it, and it would never have occurred to you to make it, but it is beyond all reason or possibility that you could have. But is it beyond all reason or possibility that you could have?
I can make illegal contraband if I want to, boyfriend.
What kind of question is that for him to ask anyway? What is wrong with you? Your boyfriend asks. Why are you doing this to me? Doing what to you? You don't believe I can make this? I used to be pretty great at electronics, you know. It's how we met. Your boyfriend had been one of the viewers #actualing you in the comments.
She ended up with a #actualing her?
Run!
Oh.
Not one of the really nasty ones, of course. He didn't say you were ugly or a harlot or anything like that. He just suggested that you were misinformed about the usefulness of modding the firmware on your router. And it was obnoxious, but it was so comparatively less obnoxious than the comments you typically receive that you responded and engaged with him. Oh my gosh, the bar is set so low. Oh my gosh, the bar is set so low. She chose it's not that bad of a it's not that bad of a quote unquote constructive criticism.
The bar is in hell.
Oh, standards. And that had led to emailing. And that had led to meeting up IRL, and that had led to the entire rest of your life up to this point. Your boyfriend looks confused, conflicted, frustrated. Your boyfriend looks confused, conflicted, frustrated. You know you backed him into a corner. It's not, sorry. You know you backed him into a corner. It's not that I don't think you could have hacked this phone, he says. It's just, his voice starts to quaver, Quaver, quaver. There's almost tears in his eyes. What's going on? Why do you suddenly feel the need to take selfies?
Sorry. That was very loud. I'm so sorry. Why do you feel it? Just tears. I'm picturing Patrick Warburton, tears in his eyes.
Oh,
Why?
not Patrick
I
Warburton.
know he doesn't deserve that. I'm sorry, Patrick Warburton. Third celebrity. I've apologized.
Peter. Yeah, Joe.
The voice of Kronk, the himbo husband of all himbo husbands.
Oh, everyone loves it. Bros to him bros.
Yep.
That's the name we made up for the brostoster
The bestosta bros.
the bestoster bros, the bestos to him bros.
Yes.
Don't you like the pictures I take of us? He's shaking, dropping the phone down by his side, looking off at the wall. Oh, this is about his hurt feelings. That's different. That's easy to fix. Sweetie, you say, rushing to him and wrapping your arms around him. I'm so sorry. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I love the photographs you take to us. I love being in your pictures. I love all the pictures of us. You did a great job. Better than any pictures I could ever take of myself. I don't need to take selfies. I promise. He's wiping the tears from his eyes. I always try to take at least one good picture of us on every date, he offers quietly. Yes, you do, and I love them.
Isn't that a selfie?
That's what I'm thinking. Unless it's like a self-timer thing, but that's also like
It's
taking...
on a tripod. Like he brings the tripod out, he's like taking out the tripod.
It's like, no, you can't do this, but if you have a camera off there and take a picture, it's fine. Okay. If that's what they want. I'm sorry, I was just messing around at work. I didn't even think about how it would affect you. The pictures you take of me are more than enough for me. You don't need to be worried, okay? I'll take the phone apart and put everything back at work. No one will ever know, I promise. He nods, sniffling, drying his eyes. Okay. Okay, I'll be okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You lean up to kiss his cheek. He's still not looking at you. I have to get to work. Did you want to drive me so we can get a little more time to hang out? I like when you drive me places. You move away and start to get ready. You take the phone out of his hands and feel his eyes on you as you bend, as you casually and meaninglessly as possible to throw it back in your backpack. Okay, he says, sure. There's something going on behind his eyes. He's still so far away. You feel like your love is a chain. You feel like he's hanging off a tall bridge from the end of your love, and you have to haul that love hand over hand all the way up to bring him back to the bridge, to reality, to life, to you. It's delicate work. At any minute, the love could slip from your hands and he'll fall back down, and you'll have to begin the work of pulling him up again. It's exhausting. Oh, this relationship.
He has no name, Ellery's pointing out in chat. We need to give him a name because he does not have a name, the boyfriend.
Oh gosh. What about the boyfriend? What are the jock?
He's a Cro-Mag.
Cro-Mag?
Oh yeah, it's the California Diaries thing. All the jocks that bully Ducky because he's, not hyper masculine enough. They call them the Cro-Mags, or he calls them the Cro-Mags.
Oh gosh. What should be a name for
I feel like I'm gonna
boyfriend?
offend anybody with the same name if I name a name. You know?
Oh, we should make up a name like Theophilus.
His name is Theophilus.
Theophilus. My boyfriend Theophilus. This is our Pessa, but she's changed.
Oh my god.
I need to finish getting dressed and then we'll go, okay? You pick up your clothes and turn away, pausing briefly as you think of the phone lying in the bag on your bed. Part of you wishes there was a way to take the bag and walk away and then just keep on walking forever, but that's not realistic. There is no part of you that's capable of something like that. Hours later, it's well into your work shift, and there is another bulging male customer yelling at you about something. You're not really paying attention. You're still thinking about your interaction with your boyfriend earlier and feeling weird about how you left things. He drove you to work and you apologized a million more times, and you asked for more details about his day, trying to be very interested and supportive, but it didn't help. You felt like his mind was still elsewhere. You asked if you could hang out later and talk after work, and he said he had a project that was probably going to keep him busy. He looked at you and you had no earthly idea what was going on behind his eyes, but you knew that it was your fault. You knew you should just tell him about Kim, about the phone, the file, everything. Why not just come clean and start again? Really do the work of proving your devotion to him. On the other hand, it was all going to be over soon anyway, so why even make a big deal out of it? Kim would sneak back in after your shift. You would give her the phone and the information, and she would sneak back off to her life of illegal selfies while you returned to your life of whatever it was. To getting yelled at by some customers because he didn't like your tone. You stand there and let a customer's anger wash over you. You are a rock. His anger is a stream traveling swiftly around you, only wearing away at you on the smallest, most microscopic level. It would take years of this man yelling at you before it caused any visible damage. You have built up a thick, callous layer of emotional skin over the years of being yelled at IRL and on the internet. There is no way for you to exist, either corporically or electronically, without being a vessel into which people can empty their anger. Yes, okay. You are saying to the angry man who hasn't stopped to take a breath in as long as you can remember. You not encouraging him, letting him know that you are sympathetic, which you aren't, and actively listening, which you aren't. It isn't as though this is going to go on forever. The customer yelling, sure, he'll lose focus and end the discussion and decide to be mad at someone else, maybe, hopefully. Although some days there seemed to be no bottom of the well of male anger. But also this, your job at Best Buy. Eventually something will happen. Maybe you'll find another job, or maybe when you marry your boyfriend, you'll have him in the house and the kids to focus on. That would save you from this job anyway. Kind of a decent escape plan. Or is that your plan? Work at Best Buy until you have to get married and pregnant? What?
Pregante.
Pregante.
You know that thing that's like, can oo get pregante? Have you seen that?
I have not seen that.
It's like this guy reading like all the different like Quora questions where they misspell pregnant.
Ah.
Can oo get pregante?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Sorry for saying pregnant aggressively. It's just like,
no, the way that it's being written, it's very dramatic. We knew what you meant.
Married and pregnant. Someone's gonna cancel me again. I'm sorry. Why does it all seem so inevitable? It shouldn't feel inevitable, right? It should feel like there's some kind of choice involved. But maybe that's what love really is, not seeing any choices. Seeing only one way forward for your entire life. Now the customer is demanding to speak to your manager, which is excellent. Okay, I'll get my manager. Wait right here, you say, and you walk away. You do a slow loop around the perimeter of the store, not looking for your manager, but not looking for him either. Nothing is going to help. This man is always going to be mad at you, and his anger will always be directed at you, and there is nothing you could have done to prevent it except not have been born. It's dark out at least, so soon the store will be closing, and the angry man will have to leave. Although the store seems a little busier than it normally does this time of night, lots of men kind of standing and hovering around, idly looking at video games or toner cartridges or GPS systems, their glances shifting from one to another and then back to whatever. At least none of them seems interested in yelling at you. Small favors. Plot twist, those are the government agents that heard about Kim Kardashian being there from the old man who's the security guard, and now they're looking for Kim Kardashian again, and it's going to start a whole chase scene.
Oh, God.
I haven't read this, so I don't know. You decide to go back into the storeroom and hide until the angry customer is gone. As you're leaving the showroom floor and turning down the hallway that leads to the storeroom, someone comes up behind you, uncomfortably close. You turn and try to distance yourself from them, but they're practically on top of you. They're dressed all in black, hooded, and with a scarf obscuring the face. Excuse me, it's employee only back here. The person lifts their hood and pulls their scarf down, and you see peeking at you the wickedly conspiratorial smile of Kimberly Kardashian. Kim? You practically shout as Kim's gloved hand shoots up to cover your mouth. You are weirdly delighted to see her. She nods and pushes you farther down the showroom, far from the showroom, following closely behind, her hand on your lower back, guiding you where she wants you to go, but gently, affectionately, not aggressively. She stops you behind the office, out of view of the showroom. Kim, what the heck are you doing here? You ask. I thought you were coming by later. Sneaking in after hours is hard. We had that close call with the security guard. I like to change up my schedule and try to never do the same thing 2 days in a row. And I'm kind of worried about my timeline, so I thought I would try to catch you early. But now I'm kind of regretting the decision. Is it always this busy in the store this late? Your friend, no, it's weird. It's definitely more crowded than normal. Kim looks away, chewing over something mentally. You just keep staring at her because, Kimberly Kardashian. For the first time since this morning, you feel happy and kind of relaxed, which is weird and makes no sense, except this very famous and notoriously illegal celebrity has come to visit you at work twice in 2 days. And it feels kind of magical. She smells amazing, by the way. Did you have a chance to look at my file? She asked. You know, yup, it was definitely an encrypted file. It was the location and a time. It didn't turn out to be super difficult to crack the encryption. It was just having the phone in general that was the problem. Kim hesitates and then smiles quickly, knowingly. Why is that? Were you tempted to take a selfie? No, not really. Just that my boyfriend caught me with the phone and it was a whole thing. Kim makes a sympathetic face. Sorry, boyfriends are trash. They don't know anything.
You married Kanye West.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but continue.
No, but now they're divorced.
They're divorced. That is true. That is true.
But
God, you got out of that one, Kim.
yes, I hope that he gets.
But at the time of writing this, she was actively married to Kanye West, which is funny. Writing Kim Kardashian being like, boyfriends are trash. This is my husband, Kanye West.
Yeah, boyfriends are trash. Husbands are forever.
Chad has decided that the horrible boyfriend is canon Ned Nickerson, Nancy's horrible boyfriend in the series that nobody likes because he was just invented because patriarchy and he does nothing and he's a jerk. And Ellery points out Ned would become an anti-selfie cop 100%.
Okay. Nancy Drew, why? Well, mine kind of does. He's on the task force. All light and joy immediately disappeared from Kim's face, and it's kind of heartbreaking for you. Wait, what? The task force that's looking for me? You nod. Kim's eyes glint like light reflected off knives as she turns to look back at the store, worrying at an idea. You said there aren't normally this many people in the store this late. No, why? Is that important? What would you say is the average number for this hour? I don't know, like 3 or 4. I counted 15 men. Is that about what you counted? You realize that the showroom has become oddly quiet. Normally, even back here, you could hear all kinds of blooping and bleeping and yelling, the low murmur of people trying to assuage their vague unhappiness with random consumerism. But now there's suddenly nothing, just quiet. I didn't count the men. I spend my life trying not to think about them more than I have to. They hate that, Kim murmurs. She pulls her bulky jacket off, revealing a skin-tight black bodysuit. It looks like it's been molded to fit her perfectly weight-trained hourglass figure. We're in trouble, she says as she takes out a phone and begins swiping. She's suddenly all business, highly focused. Did you still have the phone I gave you? Yes, it's in my bag. What do you mean we're in trouble? And where's your bag? Just there in my locker. Okay, let's get it. Stay low and quiet, Kim says, ushering you back down the hallway. This is suddenly weird, and you have no idea how stressed you're supposed to be relative to how stressed Kim suddenly is. You both go to where the lockers are, between the storeroom and the showroom. Oh, the storeroom and the showroom, sorry. I saw a room and I was like,
okay.
Storeroom and showroom, sorry.
Oh, no, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah. Or I said showroom and showroom.
Oh, I didn't. My brain just filtered that out. I was like, what? Who's to say? Maybe they have 2.
Between the showroom and the showroom. And there's a man standing there, a customer in an employee's only space. He's one of the men who was browsing the store earlier. As soon as he sees you and Kim, he runs, practically diving back into the store. Crap, hurry, Kim whispers. You fiddle with the combination, not totally sure what's going on or whether it's okay for you to ask questions or why you have to be quiet or why customers are being weird. You hear voices, whispers coming from the showroom, and then footsteps, heavy boots running, getting closer. You have the locker up in your bag in your hand, and then there's a spray of red light across your face, and then there's a little red laser dot humming across Kim's chest, and she shouts, get down, and pills you to the floor when, just as
oh no,
bullets started flying through the lockers behind you and ricocheting off the metal shelves.
Just picture them as those big cartoon bullets from Mario.
Oh, with the smiley face.
And then you die and you're like, damn it.
You stay low, crying with Kim back towards the storeroom. I'm guessing that's your boyfriend, Kim says, already on her feet again. That's not my boyfriend. You say, or that just reminds you of, I have a boyfriend. A voice distorted by a megaphone calls out, Kim Kardashian, we have you surrounded. OMG, that's my boyfriend, you say. Kim makes a very emphatic and wordless gesture that says, see, I told you. Put your phone down and come out with your hands up, your boyfriend megaphone voice says. Kim shakes her head as she swipes across her phone and holds it up to her ear. See, what's he talking about? Put your phone down. It's not a weapon. They're the ones with the weapons. What does he even think I'm gonna do exactly? Come on. You follow Kim running through the aisles towards the back of the room. West side, 3 minutes, one passenger, Kim says into her phone, then hangs up. At the back of the storeroom, she pauses. She's looking at the map of the mall on her phone. The back door leads us to the loading dock, right? You nod. They'll have that blocked off by now. We'll escape through the food cart. Let's go. What? You say, not moving. What's happening? Why are they shooting Mario guns at us? Because you told your boyfriend I'd be here. I didn't though. I didn't say anything about you. I said I meant it for myself. I swear I didn't say one thing about you. Kim looks heartbroken. Well, that's worse. That means your boyfriend just really doesn't trust you, like, at all. Come on, they're coming for me now. Let's go. Or, I like how she's whimsical now instead of, my name is Kimberly Kardashian. You're kidnapping me? What? Kim looks at you like you're completely insane. I'm not kidnapping you. I'm saving you. But my boyfriend, you say, looking back at the direction of the store. Your boyfriend is complete garbage, and he's shooting Mario guns at you. And I'm sorry, but you have to come with me now. Let's go. Kim grabs your arm and pulls you along, leading you away from the loading dock. Stay right behind me, she says, and you are too much in shock to do anything else. She shoves open the side door and leaps across the hallway, pulling you along behind her through a door marked employees only. You find yourself in the Taco Bell kitchen. Stainless steel surfaces everywhere, hot ovens, a sweet spicy smell filling the air almost oppressively, and some extremely confused looking teenagers staring at you and Kim. Kim has a pained look on her face and she continues walking. Oh, I love Taco Bell. I wish we had time to grab something. I'm starving. Cool Ranch Doritos, Locos Tacos.
She's so #relatable. She's just like us, guys.
She explains sadly, reaching out towards a tray of empty taco shells that she passes as though she's being forcibly taken away from the love of her life. Kim jumps over the front counter and you follow right behind her, crossing the food court, rushing out through the doors, racing across the courtyard, past the water fountain with the colored lights, and around the corner into an alley. There's a jet black Range Rover waiting there, and Kim opens the back door and pushes you inside and jumps in after and yells, "Go!" The truck immediately peels off, jumping down off the sidewalk, screeching out across the oncoming traffic and away into the night. Your boyfriend is trash. You get jounced around in the back seat as the SUV quickly screams across 2 lanes of traffic, brakes squealing and horns honking in its wake, and just barely makes an exit at the last minute. The car whips around the cloverleaf ramp, throwing you against the door. Once you're on the highway, the driver floors in and the car takes off at top speed. Anyone following us? Kim asked the driver. We lost them. Oh, that was a terrible way. We lost them. A voice, female, replies. Is this your phone here? Kim asks, tugging at your bag. Oh yeah, here. You start to remove the backpack from your shoulder and realize that in your panic you're rapidly approaching unaliving when the SUV started moving. You had pulled the seatbelt down and locked it where you were still wearing the bag, which makes removing the bag impossible. Further panic sets in. Here, let me. Kim starts. I got it. I can do it. You say, your voice sounding more upset and worried than you intended. You stop trying to untangle yourself and calmly undo the safety belt and slide it back, freeing the straps of the bag, which you hand to Kim. You lock yourself back in. Your hands are shaking. Thanks, Kim says, eyeing you carefully. This is mortifying. You're sitting in an SUV next to Kimberly Kardashian and acting like an idiot who's never been in a car before. Kim searches around inside the bag, pulling out random irrelevant things, your laptop cord, your wallet, a half-empty Dasani product placement, a bag of gummy worms that you didn't realize were still in there, a magazine featuring an article you've been meaning to read about, the top 10 things you're doing to turn him off. You should dump this whole thing out, or should I? Kim wonders aloud. Here, I'll help, you say, reaching over into the bag where it sits on Kim's lap. You find You find the inner mesh pocket where you'd stash your phone, slide it out, and hand it to her. Thanks, Kim says, taking it delicately from you. I'm glad you have it back. It's not as easy for me to get phones as it once was. I have to hang on to them. You don't really have a response to that or to anything, really. You're not sure what's happening in your brain. It's kind of a mess of feelings and emotions and things you totally don't understand. And honestly, you can't even really breathe, like at all. It's like someone very heavy is suddenly sitting on your chest.
Same, Marcy.
Oh, you're having a panic attack. Oh, you're having a panic attack.
Kim Kardashian is the expert in panic attacks. I'm glad. That's good. We need more of those in the world.
Well, hey, she says. She undoes her seatbelt and slides across the seat to you. She places her hand gently but firmly on your back. Just breathe slowly. Close your eyes. It's okay. You're not unaliving, I promise. You close your eyes and breathe and focus on Kim's touch, her voice. She feels real. It helps you feel like you're not completely disconnected from reality.
I have a question from chat real quick. Whose SUV is this? Did they steal it? Is it Kim's? Is it ours?
It was one of her friends, because the driver has a female voice.
Oh, okay.
I think she was texting or calling someone. She's like, "We need the Range Rover out in the back alley. I have one passenger." So we don't know exactly who is driving it yet. It's probably Kendall, or Courtney, or one of them.
Everybody take a deep cleansing breath because Kim Kardashian said so. Five, 7, 8 method. Hi, Owl. I have no idea how to explain to you what's going on right now. We're overthrowing the patriarchy with Kim Kardashian.
Yay, because selfies. They have been outlawed, and our boyfriend works in the government and trying to take her down. That was pretty intense back there. She says, I'm sorry I've gotten used to it, but I'm sure that was like a lot. You nod and turn to look out the window. You're being driven away from the city. It's just a mass of yellow lights receding into the darkness. Where are we going? You ask. Somewhere safe. Kim says, are you dropping me off somewhere? A train station or something? I don't mind. I'm not sure if I have enough money for a ticket, but I'll figure it out. I'll be okay. I promise. You nod at Kim, trying to reassure her. What are you reassuring her about? Why are you crying? Why do you feel like the thing inside your heart is about to claw its way out of your chest? Kim keeps rubbing your back. So, your boyfriend has figured out by now that you know me, which means A, he's not your boyfriend anymore, and B, you can't really go home. And we'll see, upside, they are definitely not expecting you back at work tomorrow. You're safer with us now. But I need to go back, you say. I need to explain. What do you need to explain? Your boyfriend's task force was Mario bulleting you. They're the ones who need to explain. I'm really sorry that I got you involved in this, but like honestly, you kind of already were, whether or not you realized it. You keep running over the events at the mall in your mind. Had your boyfriend known where Kim Kardashian lies? Sorry, I made that rhyme. He'd know you were working, but the rest was just coincidence, right? He wouldn't blame you. It would be okay. He was your boyfriend. He was just trying to do the right thing. And what were you doing? How were you repaying him? By hanging out with criminals. At some point after dusk, the Range Rover exits the highway and is driving through a town now. Sleepy blue TV lights glow out from the windows on houses set far back from the street, far from each other. You all keep driving until the town falls away and everything becomes empty woodland and farmland. When the car turns off onto a dirt road, and you definitely would never have found on your own, even with Google Maps. We're just switching cars, Kim says. Then we'll get to the house. We're going to your house, you ask? Kim shakes her head. Just a house. I can't risk staying anywhere too long. The car pulls to stop. Kim opens the door and you slide out on your side, the driver already out of the car. And as you exit, she goes around to the back, lifts the tailgate, and pulls out a red plastic gas container, which she proceeds to dump all over the car. Watching her, you see the driver is tall and thin. Her hair is as dark as Kim's, but her skin is paler, almost translucent in the moonlight. She's wearing black boots, leather pants, and a jacket. There's a gracefulness in every move she makes, like a dancer. It's hard to take your eyes off her. Kim comes over and stands by you, holding your bag to you. Don't forget this, she says. Thanks, you say, as the driver flicks a match, and in the flame you see her for the first time. Oh my gosh. You say as the driver throws the match and the SUV bursts into flame. That's Kendall Jenner, you say to Kim.
You're right, because she was presumed dead. She's in hiding with Kim. I should have seen that coming. I guess Courtney. We were all taking bets on which sibling it was going to be.
Where's Courtney and Chloe? Kim nods with excitement, like, good job figuring that out. That's your sister, you add stupidly. Kim nods again, politely. Bless your heart. Come on, pulling you along. Kendall is suddenly a good distance away from the burning SUV, her long legs taking her down a shallow ditch to what looks like a weird brown shape in the night. She pulls a sheet back, revealing a small car underneath, a Honda Fit. Oh, my mom had a Honda Fit.
It specifically says it's a Honda Fit?
Yeah, a Honda Fit.
Oh, okay.
In the firelight, you can see Kim's upper lip curling. Kendall sees it too. Gotta play it low-key in the suburbs, Kim. Gotta play it low-key in the suburbs, Kim. I didn't say anything, Kim protests. Kendall lowers her eyes at Kim, then opens the front door and swings into the driver's seat. Kim gets into the front passenger seat and you climb in behind her. Kendall turns the engine over and starts easing the car down the bumpy dirt path back towards the main road. Kim is already fiddling with the radio. No aux card, not even like satellite, she murmurs to herself. Kim, Kendall says, it's a very stern warning. I'm not complaining. I'm just stating a fact, Kim says, sitting back. The car continues in silence for a moment. So I have a question, you say when the moment has run its course. Kim turns back and nods expectantly for you to proceed. Kendall is alive? Kim narrows her eyes suspiciously at Kendall, then reaches over and pokes her firmly once in the arm. Are you alive? Kim says, smiling evilly. She knows she's irritating not just her sister but everyone in the car. Kendall lifts her chin and finds.
I'm sorry, I'm so behind apparently.
Or it's just Kendall, Kim, and Marcy.
So by everyone else, she just means Marcy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kendall lifts her chin and finds your eyes in the rear view mirror. Fatima unaliving just freed us up. Give us a little more room to move while we work on our plan. I don't know how Kendall sounds. This is how she sounds now. Don't worry, I won't be unalive for much longer. And in fact, soon I'll be more famous and popular than I ever was before. I mean, talk about a second act. Coming back from the unaliving beats being hospitalized for exhaustion any old day. I'll probably be more famous than the amazing Kimberly Kardashian. There's a slap. Kendall, the car is stopped. Kendall is
We apologize
on the car.
on behalf of the author, Kim Kardashian, for saying that your sister might become more famous than you. Fourth celebrity I've apologized to. Someone keep a counter.
Sorry. If that happened, I would unalive you for real, Kim said. She tried,
Snow White.
I guess she's joking. She tries to poke Kendall again, but Kendall slaps her hand away, and there's a brief slap fight before silence once again descends upon the car. Yep. You have a million follow-up questions, and you're having trouble picking just one. So where are we going? To the mall. Sorry,
Didn't lose overthrowing the patriarchy.
Yes. Not a joke, just a fact. Or I think that is something that... Kim turns around and waggles her eyebrows. Well, Miss File Decryptor, that's what you are. Oh, so where are we going? Kim turns around. Well, little Miss File Decryptor, that's what you're going to tell us. You wake up the next morning calmly, easily. You're in a small twin bed in a room that's otherwise empty. The shades are drawn.
Okay.
But you can tell from the color of the light that it's late morning. There are no other noises in the house, and for a brief moment, you panic that you've been left there, that Kim and Kendall have ditched you in this random house in the middle of nowhere. They realize that you are boring and dumb and useless and you're on your own forever. But then you hear voices, kitchen noises, Kendall yelling at Kim about something, and you relax. Don't be effing rude. Strange, I never heard the sound of a purse being thrown, but now I can hear it. You push back the covers and see you're still in your Best Buy uniform. Gross. And you don't even really want to know about your hair situation. You quietly wander out of the bedroom and down the hall towards the kitchen. You smell something heavy and oppressive. Is it gunpowder? Is gunpowder even still a thing people use? The smell is burny and metallic anyway. Oh, excuse me. You arrive at the kitchen eating area and find Kendall and Kim hunched over a laptop. You watch them for a moment. It's so weird to see them together, just being themselves. They're looking at something on the screen and you can't hear what they're saying, but there's a casual gracefulness to their interaction, a comfort. Kendall says something and Kim points to something on the screen, and then Kim starts to say something and Kendall is already tapping away, bringing up another screen, and Kim's saying something else. Kim looks up and her eyes instantly finding yours. Hey, you. Good morning, she says, smiling. Is everything okay? I smell something burning. Fine, I am not the best cook, Kim says in mock outrage. Fine, okay, I'm not the best cook. Oops, whatever you smelled, it definitely had not occurred to you that it might be food. Sorry, you say. Kendall waves your concern away as unnecessary. Kim has other skills like eating. I heard that. Oh, wait, no. I heard that, Kim says, and I completely agree. Kendall motions for you to sit on a stool at the counter and puts a plate of something that looks vaguely breakfasty in front of you. Maybe scrape off the black parts, she suggests. So, like, all of that? You say. Kendall smiles. We're looking at the file again, Kim says. Can you show us what you figured out? You nod and push away the alleged plate of breakfast. You lean over the computer and Kim moves away, staying close enough to be right next to you, but not get in your way. You can feel her hair just barely grazing your skin, which is distracting. But you give the sisters a quick tutorial, going back over the steps you took to decrypt the file. Say, so at the time on a location, and if we put it into Google Maps, you pause, waiting for the internet to the map comes. Location pin indicates a psychiatric hospital. That's only a few hours from here, Kendall says. Kim nods. And the time on the encrypted file was like tomorrow night, Kendall says. Whoa, Kim says, looking a look passing between them. Okay, it's all happening. What's all happening, you say? Why is the location a secure hospital? What's happening tomorrow night? That's when Kylie is breaking out of jail. You have a question about this, but Kendall interrupts you before you start expressing them. Hey, speaking of, she says to me, I think we can find some clothes that fit you in the stuff we brought for Kylie, unless you want to continue to demonstrate your fierce brand loyalty to Best Buy. I have been thinking of investing in a new microwave oven if you want to help with that. No. You say, horrified about your appearance. Please, different clothes. Kendall nods understandingly and walks back towards the bedroom. Kim is still hunched over the computer and clicking around. Aw, she says, looking disappointed. You didn't take any selfies while you had the phone. I thought you would have at least tried it. Weren't you tempted at all? No, I didn't know. I didn't really think about it. Kim shrugs. You're so beautiful, though. If I looked like you, I would be taking selfies all the time. Oh gosh, my Kim voice has completely changed. You are taking you are taking selfies all the time, Kendall says, sailing back into the room with a pile of clothes in her arms. She arranges them on the back of the chair for you to look through. Shut up, Kendall, Kim says. Then she turns to you. Selfies are important, and you got plenty of access to cameras now. She unplugs the phone and holds it out to you. You should take a selfie. You can feel your cheeks flushing. You're wearing your smelly and gross chain store uniform, standing next to one of the most beautiful women of all time. You are not about to embarrass yourself trying to take a selfie in front of them. I would rather unalive. You say, what? Kim says, come on. I mean, I probably shouldn't. They're illegal. You say, mortified at how dumb the words sound coming out of your mouth. Selfies are not illegal, she says very seriously, very patiently. Yes, they are. Don't you remember my boyfriend and his task force? Mario shitting bullet at us? Selfies are very illegal. Nope, Kim says, shaking her head. Look, take this phone, go into the bathroom, and take a selfie. We won't watch, and we won't look at it afterwards. Just go do it. Just take one picture of yourself. I can't. Kim nods understandingly. Exactly. Because why? Share what you're feeling right now. Kendall and Kim are both watching you, and you feel like you're about to unalive under the scrutiny. Embarrassment, you say. Like I would look dumb. Like it would remind me of how ugly I am. That is exactly how they want you to feel, Kendall says. It was never really about selfies. Selfies aren't illegal. Your self-esteem is. Kim comes to you and puts her hands on your arms gently but firmly. She looks into your eyes. It is okay to look at yourself. It is okay to think you are beautiful. It is okay to think that you have flaws, but you also have to be mindful of the flaws are a construct. It is okay for you to form your own independent feelings about your appearance, and it is not only okay, but right and important and good to feel good about yourself. They tried to shame us for taking selfies, Kendall said. They tried to make us feel like we were wrong for having positive opinions of ourselves, and when you couldn't stop us, they couldn't change the way we thought about our bodies, our appearances, ourselves. They made selfies illegal so they could keep trying to control us. They do not want us to see how amazing and powerful. They don't want to see how amazing and powerful we are. They know what we're capable of, and it terrifies them. They can make it a law that you have to hate yourself, but they can't prevent you from loving yourself. But it's okay if you're not ready. I'm not going to pressure you into anything you don't want to do except change out of that uniform. No offense, but come on. Kim picks up the top of her chair and holds it against, she picks up a top from the chair and holds it against your body. She crinkles her nose, then she's another. She says, nodding, looking at Kendall for confirmation, who nods approvingly, impressed. You take the clothes into the bathroom and shower and try on the new clothes that the Kim and Kendall picked out for you. It's just jeans and a t-shirt, but they fit. And maybe it's just the relief of knowing you'll never have to put on that uniform again, but you feel amazing. You catch sight of yourself in the mirror and you don't flinch. You don't stand there staring at yourself or anything, but you don't immediately look away either. You throw your uniform in the trash, grab your bag from the bedroom, and start walking back from the front room. Suddenly you hear a helicopter overhead, like right overhead, impossibly close, with its rotors whirring loudly. What's going on? You say, racing back to the front room. Kim is standing to the side of the window, peering cautiously up. Kendall hurriedly packing up the laptop in the kitchen. Kim turns, your boyfriend is driving me up a freaking wall. Your boyfriend is driving me up a freaking wall. Who's her? Well, his friends are, at least. He must have bugged your bag, she says, slipping the bag off your shoulder. Kendall! He calls, and instantly Kendall throws the device at Kim, which Kim smoothly catches. She uses it to scan your bag, and it bleeps around one of the pockets. Kim reaches inside and finds a small metal object, crushes it beneath her Balmain boots. What have we done now? You ask. We run. Is that it? Should I talk to my boyfriend? Talk to him about what? I don't know. He's my boyfriend. Should I not try to reason with him or something? Your boyfriend works with the people who make selfies illegal, and you want to try to reason with him? Tell you what, let's run for now, and that could be a backup plan later. Kendall, are we all set? All set, Kendall says. She kicks over the kitchen table, slides back a small area rug, and lifts a hidden hinge in the door that opens the trap door. Inside, there's a ladder leading down to a tunnel that runs underneath the house. Kendall shoulders her laptop back, starts climbing down, and disappears. Come on, Kim says, ushering you toward the ladder. Stick to the plan. There's a plan? You ask as you start descending the ladder. Of course there's a plan, she says, climbing down after you and then sliding the trap door shut. Then, as it closes, you hear the front door being smashed and booted footsteps tromping into the house, and Kim saying, over through the patriarchy. Late the next afternoon, you're sitting in a black Mercedes SUV in a parking lot a block away from the psychiatric hospital where Kylie is being kept. This SUV doesn't have a satellite radio either, but it does have an aux cord, so Kim is happy. Not that she's playing DJ anyway. It's the golden hour. The sun will soon set, and the light is gentle and warm and soft. Kim is taking full advantage of it, sitting in the back seat next to you, tilting her head so it catches and absorbs the best light possible, taking selfie after selfie. Kendall turns to you from the driver's seat. This is new. Normally she only gets to take selfies when we're dropping our sisters off at prison. It's so weird to just be sitting here doing nothing in a car with Kendall Jenner and Kim Kardashian. Everything is weird. Not just the last 24 hours, the running from the government, barely escaping from the house, running through the tunnel that led out away from the house to a backup car Kendall had waiting, and now possibly being at least somehow tangentially complicit in breaking a known felon out of a psychiatric hospital. Everything about life is just so weird. You tap your fingers anxiously on the door to keep from freaking out. You okay? Kim asked, putting away her phone. So, do we have to do? Or so what do we have to do to break Kylie out of the hospital? What's involved? Is this super illegal? We're not doing anything, Kim says. We're just sitting here. We have some friends on the inside, women who are sympathetic to our cause. They'll just make sure Kylie gets out safely without anyone knowing until we're far away from here. The Kylie's getting in a laundry basket, and it's like, I'm gonna be shipped out to another hospital, but then ends up in another hospital.
Oh my god.
Or out of the prison and into another. Or yeah, into another hospital.
Yep, that's what it was. If anybody hasn't seen that episode that we covered of Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction, it's a pretty good one.
Yes, I would highly recommend it if you have not seen it. We're part of a whole network of women who are working on this plan with us. Kendall says it's how we survive. It's where our safe houses and vehicles come from. There's no way we would be able to do what we did without the support of other brave women.
The women.
Women. Kim nods in agreement. We're much better organized than the government gives us credit for. It's part of why we're going to win in the long run. She checks the time on her phone and then looks out the window, scanning the quiet street. Should be any minute now. You think back to the video of Kylie being sentenced. It had taken 10 men to hold her down, to control her, just to subdue her enough to get her out of the courtroom. She looked like she was in a full throes of complete demonic possession. Like she would have torn down the entire courtroom with her bare hands if she could. Though, when we see Kylie, you begin not totally sure how to phrase the concern delicately. Is she going to be like completely bat-crap insane? Kendall sends laughing. Kim joins in the laughing, shaking her head no. That whole thing about her being driven insane by not being able to take selfies anymore, that was just her cover story. She looks at you sympathetically. You know, that can't really happen, right? We need to get Kylie into the psych ward because
are you a professional now, Kim K? You don't know.
You don't know. You don't know me. You don't know how I think. We needed to get Kylie into the psych ward because there are other people in there who have information we need, Kendall says. Information about what? About the software the government uses to find and delete selfies, the system they use to prevent us from expressing ourselves. We're going to take the software offline and post tons and tons of selfies, Kim says. Not just us, women everywhere, all at once, flood the internet with positive validations of ourselves. That's the plan? But what will you have what will that even accomplish? It's not really going to change anything, is it? They'll just go get the software online again and start deleting selfies again. Probably, Kim says, and we'll take it offline again. But in the meantime, we're sending a clear message. Not just one of the government, but to women everywhere. We're here, we matter, and we are allowed to think that we are awesome because we are awesome, and we are incredibly powerful. She watches you closely, trying to gauge your reaction. You're getting there. I can tell you're almost there. You're still thinking of selfies as inconsequential because they want you to think they're inconsequential. But nothing could be further from the truth. Self-love is incredibly powerful, and every selfie out there in the world sends a stronger and stronger message. Every selfie scares them more and more. Oh hey, Kendall says abruptly. She turns the engine over and the car hums to life just as a woman in hospital scrubs and a hoodie pulled over her face opens the passenger side door and quickly slides into the front seat. Kendall pulls away from the curb as soon as the door shuts, easing the SUV out into the road. The car has gone eerily silent, a delicate bubble of hope encasing us for a few minutes. Hi, everyone, Kylie whispers from beneath her head. Hi. Kendall and Kim whisper in return. They both reach out and put their hands on Kylie. Kendall reaches over and touches her leg. Kim reaches from the back seat and places her hand on Kylie's shoulder. They both hold their hands on their sister for a moment, silently acknowledging her presence with physical contact. The mood in the car remains tense and quiet as Kendall...
Hunger Games. Sorry.
Oh gosh, the Hunger Games.
With my non-dominant hand.
Oh no. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
The mood in the car remains tense and quiet as Kendall executes a few more turns, and then you're on the highway, speeding away. No one followed you, no car chase, nothing bad happened, it's done. Kylie removes her hood and everyone instantly relaxes. We did it! Yay! Woo! Kendall says.
Controlling the government! Yay!
Yay! OMG, that sucked! Kylie says, slumping down into her seat. I'm sorry, sweetie, Kim says cheerfully, but we really appreciate you. Kylie lightly punches Kendall in the leg. Next time I get to fake my unaliving and you get to eat hospital food and have group therapy about your egotism. We'll see, Kendall replies. That sounds awful. Kim says, we missed you so much. Are you okay? Kylie sighs. Yeah, yes, just tired, hungry. I'm so relieved you got the message my contact sent you. I was worried you wouldn't be able to corrupt that. Nope, no problem, Kim says brightly, giving you a look like she doesn't need to know how close we were to not decrypting it in time. So did you get the info we needed? Kylie nodded. Yeah, our contacts were correct. There was a very helpful woman who worked for the government in there. I got all kinds of information about how to bypass their system and take it offline. A lot of it was over my head though. I took serious notes, but we're going to need someone who's pretty awesome at networks and electronics having to pull this off. Well, it just so happens, Kim says happily, leaning over to nudge you in the elbow. Kylie turns and sees you in the car for the first time. Hi there, you say, waving and introducing yourself. I'm Marcy.
I'm Marcy. Does it say I'm YN? Is it out of curiosity?
What?
Does it say like I'm and then like a place to put, or does it just not have one?
Oh no, it doesn't have one. It just says hi there, you say, waving and introducing yourself. I'm Marcy. Kylie just stares at you for a moment, even just out of prison, in her drab hospital scrubs and her messy hair going everywhere. She's amazing to look at, so comfortable in her own skin. Kylie is looking at you like she recognizes you from somewhere, like you're painfully familiar to her, but she can't quite place it. Is that my shirt? She says finally. Yeah, sorry. Kylie turns to Kendall. And do you have clothes for me to change into? Well, we did, but then we were under attack and kind of had to hurry out of the house last minute, so they might have gotten left behind. Kenny.
The thought of calling Kendall Jenner Kenny, I don't know if they actually do, but that's just funny to me. Kenny.
Kylie said, making a sorry. We'll get your clothes on the next stop, I promise. You feel horrified that you have Kylie clothes on and she's stuck with nothing to wear. These are very unideal circumstances for you to be meeting Kylie Jenner.
What is she wearing?
Hospital scrubs and a hoodie.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I'm caught up now.
Oh, good. I'm really sorry. You offer we could trade. You say the words, but honestly, the idea of wearing hospital scrubs turns your stomach. Kylie shakes her head and smiles. It's okay. The shirt looks good on you, and if you're riding with these two, then we must be family. It's really fine. If that's the only thing that goes wrong today, it's really fine. She turns around to face the road and smiles relaxed. Oh, sure. Let her borrow your clothes, Kendall says. This is insane. How is this happening to you? You're hanging out with Kim and Kylie and Kendall, and they want you to be there. They're not getting bored of you. They're not going to ditch you by the side of the road when they realize how boring you are. They seem to actually want you here. You belong in a way you have not felt you have not felt like you belong before, ever. Not at home, not with your boyfriend, definitely not at your job. You are somehow exactly where you're supposed to be, and it's here with them. Why does your face suddenly ache? You reach up to touch your face and realize you're smiling. You're smiling for the first time ever. You look over and notice Kim noticing your smile. Not how you thought this week was going to go, is it? She says. Definitely not, you say, blushing. You're hacking the government. You're on the run with some of the coolest chicks ever. You're single. Wow, I guess I am single. You say, I never had any real closure about it with my boyfriend, though. You ditched him. That's better closure than he deserves, Kim said. You better send him a selfie. Kendall calls from the front, bye, hater. The car erupts in laughter. The sisters agreeing that this, is in fact exactly what you should be doing. You laugh too, but more nervously. I don't know about that. Come on, what do you say, electronics expert? Kim says. You ready to change the world? I'm not really sure. You say. This plan sounds much bigger and more complicated than anything I could ever accomplish. Listen, come here, Kim says. She slides across the seat, sitting right next to you. I need to show you something really amazing. She puts one arm around you, pulling you in close. With her other arm, she holds her phone out with the camera on, so your faces appear together on the screen. What? You ask, and Kim says, you.
At the end.
Yep.
Oh my god, that was 50 pages that you just read all by yourself. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
I'll
that
read
was
the
fun.
next couple.
Well, you
I
can
love
read the next one. Next one.
I mean, if you want to
Right.
keep, yeah, if you get tired of reading, just let me know.
Understood, but oh my.
I don't know. This is called Standby Superhero. I don't know who this is going to be about.
Liam Hemsworth. No.
It's going. I know there's one where we end up in a cooking competition with Chris and Liam Hemsworth because that's on the back of the book.
Ah.
Um,
They just use their Australian accents and the judges are wooed, even though their food might be horrible. But I bet the food will be good because that's just how Liam and Chris are.
I'm surprised it was only 50, right? Well, I mean, it's very tiny print too. Let's take bets. Who do we think? Standby Superhero by Annalie Lang. Annalie Lang, I think is how you're supposed to say that. Sorry, Annalie, if that's wrong. And sorry to the Hemsworths if you're good cooks and we implied that you're not. I guess that's.
I apologize for that. I didn't mean to imply that, but I don't know.
I just wanted to get up to 6 apologies.
Mm.
Henry Cavill. It's definitely going to be about somebody who plays a superhero. Obviously, if it's like not, and it's about like
It's Justin Bieber pretending to who's actually a superhero in this universe.
Well, it's definitely going to end up with Marcy as the protagonist. Yeah.
Marcy, move over the straight. Sorry.
Oh, we've updated the Granny Coven. I changed the font to bigger, and it now looks like it's hand stitched, like a Granny.
Oh, that reminds me of letter jacket letters.
Yeah, I it's kind of based on that, like, and it says established 2000. But I did want it to look. I wonder what it would look like if I just changed everything to the hand stitch. I'll have to try that. But I'll worry about that.
But that looks so cool.
Thank you.
Granny Coven.
Granny Coven.
Where baked goods don't burn, and neither do we.
Good times. All right, here we go, guys. I'll let you.
Whoa.
Sorry, Bean. Sorry, Dragon Bean. I apologize.
The Dragon Bean's falling.
7 apologies if you count Dragon Bean as a celebrity, which I do.
Dragon Bean.
I'm sorry. Gabe doesn't have
I don't have my origami paper.
Oh, I feel so bad.
It's all good. I should have.
Regular paper. I don't know if you can do origami out of regular paper.
I probably could, but I would have to like fold stuff and rip stuff off and be like, no. I'll just like look at chat.
All right. Standby Superhero by Annalie Lang. Imagine, on your flight home for Christmas, the pilot comes over the loudspeaker. Folks, unfortunately, it looks like we'll be landing a little bit earlier than planned. This weather turned faster than anyone expected, and for your safety, we're being rerouted. I'll update you soon as I know more. Oh, I thought, I was like, wait, nobody is upset about getting to their destination earlier. They're not getting to the destination. I'm caught up. Like, sorry, the flight is not as long as you thought it was going to be. Not exactly the kind of message you want to hear halfway through a cross-country flight. Still, at least no oxygen alerts are involved, which, you know from experience, induce the kind of panic necessitating assistance from a neighbor to successfully don your potentially life-saving mask. What is happening? And seeing your current seatmate is a sorority girl in snowflake-covered leggings and sequin fluffy boots who has spent the better part of 800 miles sighing dramatically every time your elbow so much as touches her on the armrest. Your chances of dying from oxygen deprivation are fairly substantial should the flight go pear-shaped. Side note, don't judge the sorority girl. She might be very good in these high tense situations. And second of all, feels like at least one person out there reading this book is gonna feel like that describes them and be like, hey,
how rude. Why? What bad? Why?
Fanfic is supposed to be inclusive. A flight attendant with a company-approved smile appears at the front of the cabin to direct passengers on connecting flights. And you try to remember whether the pilot mentioned where you're being diverted to. She's awfully chipper for it to be someplace good. You glance at sorority girl and wonder if it's worth interrupting what appears to be an entertaining read. If the heaving bosom on the paperback's cover is anything to go by. But I love that they're dragging other forms of literature.
How rude.
Right now. Right? Like, don't, like, not don't throw stones in a glass house, you know?
Yeah, writer, how dare you?
But decides self-reliance is a noble endeavor and peek out the tiny window instead. Unfortunately, it's dark. The edge of the glass is etched with a crystalline layer of frost, and geography never really was your strong suit. Same. Maybe I can finish my Christmas shopping in the airport, you think. Well, actually, if I'm reading this, it's about me. Well, it's about Morrissey, but they are intending it to be about me. So, yeah, they got that right about me. I'm not good at geography. Maybe I can finish up my Christmas shopping in the airport, you think? There's absolutely no shame in buying gifts at the airport when it's your only option. Never mind all the procrastinating you did before you left. You were too distraught over losing Agatha the cat. I lost my cat? Gosh,
No.
it doesn't even matter that technically she was never your cat. You're the one who fed her and brought her catnip toys and a halter and took her for walks so she could jump in the leaves and bully the prissy little dogs you met in the park. You're the one who knit her tiny sweaters when the weather turned chilly. Cheating Slimeball, also known as Jeremy, would never knit her sweaters. Hell, it's always the J name. He left all of her toys and her little blue leash on the kitchen counter when he left, right beside her monogrammed porcelain dish. Scumbag. Oh, my ex has the cat. I thought the cat died. At least the cat didn't die. But it's with my Slimeball ex.
Oh, rude.
It's occurred to you more than once since he left that you don't miss Cheating Slimeball at all. Cheating Slimeball is capitalized. Cheating and Slimeball. That's probably significant. Poor kitty. So Marcy has learned some self-confidence since the last story. Poor kitty. It wasn't her fault. She wound up a casualty of your latest failed attempt at a grown-up relationship. Oh. Lost in thought, you're caught off guard when you realize you're taxiing to the gate surrounded by brisk and harried cell phone conversations with airline help desks. While you wait for your turn at the overhead compartments, you wonder what people would do if you just burst into song. Diffusing a stressful crowd with Christmas carols or show tunes has long been a personal fantasy. Of course, in these close quarters and with your sketchy singing voice, It would probably violate some sort of flight ordinance, and you'd wind up spending Christmas locked in the windowless back room of an airport in state whose location you could only describe as east of the Pacific. I don't know about all that. I don't think they're going to arrest you for singing badly. I know I've sung badly multiple times.
In an airport?
I feel like they've got more things to worry about in an airport.
You would think, but apparently singing people.
Apparently. Although selfies were just made illegal. Who knows what's happening in this bizarre alternate reality?
Exactly.
You quietly follow the grumpy line of passengers up the aisle instead. Inside the airport is in chaos. Babies are crying, people are arguing, and when you glance at a nearby gate monitor, the standby list is 20 deep. First order of business. Ladies' room. Facts. Once that's accomplished, you feel ready to find a gate agent who can, please God, put you on flight home as soon as possible. Your mom is baking your personal life is a mess, and you deserve to wallow in sugar and cookies and homemade noodles for at least a month. That's okay. I didn't know where we were going with that. Ma'am, I understand, I do, but this is the last flight out tonight. We're boarding now, and the agent points to the monitor. As you can see, there's simply no way I'm going to be able to get you on. You smile when sorority girl stomps her little sequined boot in response, while on the one hand, you completely understand her frustration. On the other hand, it's nice to see the playing field has been leveled. While sorority girl was apparently fixing her hair and makeup, because seriously, no one looks that adorable mid-layover, you had your own futile turn at the airline counter. Air travel, the ultimate equalizer. I don't know about that. A tall figure approaches the desk, hitching a backpack over his shoulder, and your eyes widen as they travel from a well-toned backside. Are we in Model Land again?
Oh gosh, take a sip.
Travel from a well-toned backside to a familiar, handsome face. You know you need to mentally recant your assumption of equality, but you have to find the thinking part of your brain first. Because Captain America is standing right in front of you.
Captain America,
Holy
Chris
shit,
Evans.
you whisper. A fucking men, mutters the lady on your right. Obviously, oblivious to the complete standstill he has brought the gate to, Chris Evans, in parentheses, exclamation point, smiles beatifically. They all were in agreement on using that word. I think it was like, you all have to use this word. It's a writing challenge. At the gate agent behind some stupidly appealing scruff, his charcoal Henley shirt straining across a pair of insanely defined biceps. He's charming the socks off of the girl behind the counter. You can tell as she blushes profusely under her 500-watt grin. Damn, I never had my phone out when I need it, the woman next to you says. Don't take pictures of people without their permission. Same thing goes for paparazzi pictures. I hate seeing paparazzi pictures. Side note, that's beside the point. Damn, I never had my phone out when I needed it, the woman next to you says as she rummages through the kind of colorful quilted bag you only see in airports. She throws you a wry smile. My daughter will never forgive me if I don't get a picture. Oh, you think. Same, mentally substituting your best friend Olivia for her daughter. And then you too are digging through the rooms. Wait, your slightly more chic Michael Kors knockoff. Why are we so judgmental this time, Marcy? A subtle shift in the room's energy gets your attention, and you glance up, figuring someone has asked for an autograph or maybe a selfie with him, and you've probably lost your shot. Just like you've apparently lost your phone. But what you find instead is a solemn and respectful Evans shaking a hand of a young soldier in fatigues. He's compassionate. The younger man's hair has been sheared so close you can see the unevenness of his skull. Why are we judging the soldier? That man has gone to war for the country. Well, would you look at that? Your neighbor murmurs before dabbing at her eye. They've moved to the open jet bridge now, the soldier and the superstar, and Evans hands his ticket to the agent at the door. He clasps the kid's shoulder, and you think he says, no, thank you. The soldier gives Evans a spontaneous hug, and now you're the one dabbing at your eyes. In a distinct sniffle comes from somewhere behind you when the soldier tosses a duffel over his shoulder and stares down the tunnel to board. So let me get this straight. Chris shook the hand of a soldier, and now everyone at the airport is crying.
Yes. My assumption is that
so weird. Yes, this is weird. Hi, Toonie.
Maybe he like gave him a spot on the airplane or something, and is like he was just like thank you for
giving him maybe.
Or he's like thank you for all your hard work in the.
I see. I was too. Like, I keep thinking well-toned backside. I know, right? That was unnecessary. I have no idea what's happening. Same. He gave his place on the plane. Yes, you're right. Okay. I was behind on the uptake on that one. I thought he was just like shaking his hand and everybody was like, oh my god, Chris Evans is talking to a soldier.
He gave up his spot on the plane.
YouTube buffering is not helping. Oh no, are we buffering for anybody else? Is it our end? Is it something that we can fix? And then everyone clapped.
I thought you only do that when the plane lands. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not that white.
Yeah.
The waiting passengers burst into applause when Evans turns around. Evans turns around and he blushes a lovely shade of rose, one hand coming up to swipe across his mouth. His self-consciousness is palpable. He obviously has forgotten he has an audience. And somehow that makes his generosity even more touching. And you want nothing more than to gather him up and give him a hug. I never had nothing. Sorry, Chris Evans, for not having a crush on you.
Wow, how dare
Chris Evans was just never my type. Like, I get why everybody likes him. He seems like a nice guy. But, like, I just find it funny. It's funny to read Imagines when it's like, I have no personal connection to this particular person.
Well, I mean, after reading Kim Kardashian's thing, I'm like, oh yeah, Kim and Kylie and Kendall, cool.
Kim overthrew the patriarchy, Chris. Don't think you're special.
Yeah, Chris. I wonder if this actually happened and someone was like, let me over-exaggerate it.
Oh my god.
Or like, I met him and I shook his hand and it was great.
Probably somebody requested it and was like, Chris Evans, where he... I don't know. He's gonna end up with the reader for sure, because that's how this goes. But I'm just gonna keep going. You suffer a profound and paralyzing panic when he looks right at you and beelines for the empty seat on your left. Sweet, merciful heavens, your neighbor echoing your thoughts. His big, gangly legs are a distraction all their own, but they become doubly so when he brushes against your thigh, and not for the first time. Damn it to hell and back. You wonder why you chose comfortable black sweater leggings over something cute and fashionable. Then his, oh yes, never the leggings. How dare you dress like a person going on an airplane. Then his biceps. Holy Jesus. When he sits back. Oh, sorry, he says softly, trying in vain to squeeze himself into a space meant for a normal-sized man. Tall and muscular, but I think Chris Evans can fit in normal seats.
You would think, but I guess the reader's just like, oh, they couldn't fit, so they brushed against my arm with his amazing biceps.
Meanwhile, Chris is just uncomfortable with everybody staring at him. Thank you, you reply, and your eyes meet his in horror when you realize that was totally not a sane response. No, that was you, your stupid brain thinking it's lucky stars that Chris fucking Evans is sitting beside you, thigh touching you like your thigh is worthy. Your thigh is worthy, and apparently your elbow too.
Oh my gosh.
Get some self-respect, Marcy. I mean, it's okay, you say with a grimace. He snorts, mouth twisting in amusement. His color is returning to a less self-conscious shade, you note, and then immediately wish you hadn't, because Lord, he's even prettier up close, which you wouldn't have thought possible. For a split second, you wish you had your camera, the real one, with a nice 50mm lens, because a face like that deserves good glass. I mean, even in 2016, I feel like smartphones were taking pretty decent pictures.
Yeah.
Are you on your way home for Christmas? It takes a full second and a half for his question to register, his words traveling through the molasses that has taken up residence around your brain. For good, you say, then wince again. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. What do you mean? He leans fully on the shared armrest, glooming on the opener, glooming on the opener with more enthusiasm. Oh, sorry, glomming onto the opener with more enthusiasm and interest than your two words deserve. His beefy shoulder practically melting into your side. You swallow hard, considering him, still dazed by his proximity, but thinking maybe you can fake it if you don't think too hard about who you're talking to. Before you can suck enough wind to finish, though, your phone goes off with a stream of colorful language and a heavy beat, and the obnoxious ringtone is naked at school levels of embarrassing. What do we think the ringtone is? That's so embarrassing. It's as embarrassing as being naked at school.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair. And
then we don't. I was like, "You're Gabe."
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no.
I mean, you can if you want to, but it's not your way. Where was I? Sorry. You should have killed Olivia and hidden her body a long time ago. Well, that got dark really fast.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that sounds important, he says with a wink before standing. Your cheeks are scalding as you scramble for your phone, trying to silence the inappropriate song. Oh, it's well, I mean, Barbie Girl is kind of inappropriate. It still fits. Maybe is it like I'm in love with a stripper, like by T-Pain? Like what kind of inappropriate are we talking about, Marcy?
Or Whistle by Flo Rida.
Oh God, what was big in 2016? Probably Whistle by Flo Rida. Your cheeks are scalding as you scramble for your phone, trying to silence the inappropriate song before it hits the chorus. Oh God, and when you look up, he's already gone. What's not inappropriate until the chorus? Huh. Interesting. Why? You bemoan your reflection in the mirror. The ladies' room smells like all airport ladies' rooms do. Oh, I smelled that.
Oh.
The queasy blend of antiseptic soap, baby wipes, and Chanel No. 5. It doesn't smell bad. It just smells like a very distinctive smell. So you wash your hands and leave, miserably aware of all your romantic failings. Not that Chris Evans was ever a legitimate romantic option, mind you. Of course not. He sat beside you in an airport in Kentucky, or maybe Arkansas, for less than 2 minutes. That's just winning the geographical lottery. It's nothing to get all moon-eyed over, but still, an intelligent, successful, gorgeous man was actually facts paying attention to you, looking into your eyes as though you were the only person in the room. And instead of being demure or flirtatious or fascinating in that way some girls manage to easily as breathing, you nearly dumped your sad, pathetic life story in his lap. Of course he bailed the moment he saw even a mere sliver of opportunity. You use a makeup wipe to clear some of the raccoonish shadows from under your lashes and sigh. Somewhere in the godforsaken airport there has to be pasta. You need noodles. Pronto. Next paragraph. There are no noodles.
Oh, no.
What's chat doing? How's chat?
Chat is good. All about that bass. The Derbrick says the song because I'm all about that bass. No trouble. I'm all about that.
I had to explain to my dad when that song came out that she wasn't talking about a literal bass guitar.
Oh,
that's it was a very dad question. It was like, what is that? She's all about the bass. What is that? I'm like, Dad, it's not okay. Anyway, there's barely an airport. There are A, B, and C terminals, each with fewer than 8 gates. Sounds like they're at the Portland, Maine airport. It is a very small airport. I know, I've flown into it and out of it. There are literally more kiosks and shops and restaurants than there are gates. It takes you less than 20 minutes to traverse the whole damn thing. Back at B, there was a hot dog stand, and processed meat product is as good a stand-in for noodles as the overpriced and allegedly healthy bags of organic granola at the newsstand. Chris Evans's face beams up at you from the cover of a magazine. Oh, I thought he was just like behind the kiosk. Like, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Marcy. Beside the register, you buy it and curse yourself all the way back to the hot dogs. No, don't let him see you reading the magazine with his face on it. The girl behind the register is singing as she slaps a wiener between a bun and she wiggles, scooting around the dull tile floor with more rhythm than your entire high school drill team combined. Isn't that your ringtone? A familiar voice asked from behind you. Wait, did I miss something? Oh. The girl behind the register is singing, and I guess it's our ringtone.
Oh.
Your heart can't decide whether it's stopping or going, and you briefly consider vomiting and keeling over dead. Don't do that. Before you turn and offer a sickly smile. I didn't pick it. Evan says with the same dimply smile displayed on the cover of the magazine. Peeking out of your handbag, you surreptitiously shove it in a little deeper. That'll be $8.95, the girl chirps, taking your card and swiping it efficiently. What can I get you? She asks without looking up. You both wait for her to make the connection, to look at him, but she's still singing. She's still wiggling, and you snicker at her cheerful obliviousness. Maybe she just works in film. Maybe she's like, yeah, chill like that.
I'm just here working at the airport. It's fine.
Your new friend gives you a mock scowl and nods at your dog and Coke. I'll have what she's having. $8.95. The girl sing songs, dancing over to the heated glass case. Not even his credit card gives her pause, and she treats him with no more or less attention than probably anyone else she's seen all day. She's 100% immune, and you marvel at it. Pun not intended. It doesn't say that, but I'm maybe it was intended. I don't know. Wondering what that must be like. Want to have dinner with me? He asks, holding up a hot dog and totally catching you off guard. You choke on the sip of soda you've just sucked. Why did she have to say sucked like that? The sip of soda you've just sucked. Easy there, he grins, squeezing his hot dog under his arm and thumping you on the back. Sure, is what you say, although, are you fucking kidding me, is what you're thinking. Chris Evans is either way more observant than you, or he's walked the 3 terminals more than once tonight because he leads you straight to an alcove behind a half wall. It's the sort of open area that seems purposefully unfinished, like it might one day be another gate or a coffee shop, but for now, It houses a floor-sized checkerboard and checkers and a fake Christmas tree. The colorful twinkling lights cast a cheery glow on the short row of seating. Neither of you has spoken since the hot dog stand, and it's more than a little surreal. Settling into the pleather and steel chairs beside him. Only apparently he doesn't think so at all, because he tears into the hot dog and grunts in satisfaction. I don't know why hot dogs are so good. They're absolutely disgusting if you read the ingredients. True.
Mhm.
First rule of eating a hot dog is to never read the ingredients, you quip. And the pride you feel at having articulated an entire sentence in his presence nearly levitates you from your seat. Look, if we're gonna have a chance with Chris Evans, Marcy, I need you to pick up the pace. I know, right? He grins and takes a sip of his soda. You might be a little envious of the straw. Okay. So I feel like we should introduce ourselves. I mean, he winks. It's only right. It is our first date. You withhold a second choking incident by sheer force of will. Wait, don't tell me. I want to guess. He takes out another bite, his eyes narrowing on your face, and chews. Okay, I've got it. Daisy. You know you're grinning like an idiot. Your face aches with it, and probably have mustard on your chin and bread between your teeth, but he's adorable and playful, and all of your brain cells are irreparable mush. Wow, you're good. You manage. Oh, our name is Daisy. Marcy's name is Daisy in this world? Okay.
He just guessed a name and she's like, yes.
I guess she had an OC already for this character, but it's supposed to be me. My name isn't Daisy. I guess my name is Daisy in this world.
I guess so.
He waves at himself good-naturedly. Now me. You can feel your left eyebrow quirk upward in disbelief, even as he laughs at your expression. I'm serious. What's my name? Are you a real fan?
My real name isn't Chris.
Maybe her name is. Maybe it's Marcy, because we threw out Enola as a middle name for Marcy Drew, but Nancy Drew, we gave her a double middle name. So maybe it's Marcy Enola Daisy Drew.
Ah.
And she's like, it's one of my names. You're close enough. So you play along, chewing slowly and taking this God-given opportunity to admire him at close range without repercussion. George, you finally say. Obviously. It's like you're psychic. He shakes his head, cramming the rest of his hot dog in all at once. His cheeks are squirrel-like, round and full, but it doesn't diminish his appeal one whit. We're not in Montana, he exclaims in consternation, taking the giant checker and leapfrogging it over taking the giant checker and leapfrogging it over three of yours. Oh, it's not like a checker-floored floor. It's literally like there are big checkers for you to play checkers on the floor. Okay.
Oh.
Is that a real thing at somebody's airport? Please tell me. You don't know that, you reply airily. Have you ever been to Montana? No. He stretches his arms high overhead and you maybe have to swallow. You shrug and move your own checker into place. Then this must be Montana. Jesus, woman, have you never played checkers? You can't move there. He's like, this is not how you do this. Chat, we don't know how to play checkers, right?
I'm sorry. If I saw Chris Hemsworth, I would lose the ability to do a lot of things.
What else do you have in that besides a picture of me? He reaches for your purse. I do not. You slam the zipper shut so fast he nearly falls over laughing. Come on, he wheedles, nudging your foot with his toe. I need carbs, preferably chocolate. Seriously, are you a girl? You mutter, digging around in the bottomless. I didn't know snacking was gender specific.
Oh my gosh.
Depths of your bag. You might have a few pieces of dark chocolate left in your emergency stash. Triumphant, you toss him bite-sized nuggets. He grins. I'm picturing like a Scooby-Doo where they throw him the Scooby-Doo and grabs him in his mouth. Oh my god. Marcy's like, I have experience with this from my friendship with Scooby-Doo.
He gets a big cartoony tongue and licks his lips and he's like, ruh-roh.
He grins and unwraps it. You know what else would be good? Nacho cheese Doritos. I have the biggest craving right now. Are you messing with me, you ask slowly? Don't tell me you don't like Doritos, he warns, but the twinkle in his eye gives him away. You shove him, ass. His laughter is carefree and entirely too lovely. Chat, how we doing? I just need to chat. I need to know what chat is saying right now.
They were talking about Mario's Daisy, and they're like, not Daisy. And Natty said, if I saw Chris Evans, I would get on my knees and beg him to step on me.
Marcy, sorry, George. I'm a chess man, not that big into checkers. Natty, wait, what did Natty say?
If I saw Chris Evans, I would.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Natty. Calm down. I mean, I get you, but calm down. He plops down beside you with 2 more hot dogs. So, he shakes his head with a grin. Not even a glimmer. How's your ego holding up? He shrugs. Maybe they don't watch movies in Montana. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I think we're in Utah. We're not in Utah. We could be. We're not. You shake your head when he offers the second dog. Wisconsin? It could be Wisconsin. Wisconsin isn't in the middle. He looks so utterly offended at your geographical incompetence that you laugh. Kansas? They didn't tell you where you were landing when you got off the plane? They should tell you those things.
Yeah, when I had connecting flights, I knew exactly where I was gonna be.
Yeah. Even if you like divert, it's like, I'm so sorry, we're diverting to insert place that we're diverting to. Sorry about that, and then everybody gets mad. He pulls your Kansas? He pulls your Coke out of reach. I'm cutting you off. Oh, we have Coke. I would have liked to know that. I like Coke. Gah, I need real food, you mumble, grimacing at the ache in your neck, and a pillow, and a blanket. He thrums his fingers on his chest, and when you sneak a peek, the Christmas tree lights transform his face with their shifting patterns of blue and red and green. You've been lying on the floor for the past 30 minutes. I'm picturing just like, having given up on ever getting comfortable on the utilitarian seating. And if you think too hard about you're currently being horizontally within reach of Chris fucking Evans, you're going to hyperventilate so you don't. I would be thinking about the amount of germs on that floor. That's an airport floor.
Yeah, people have been walking on that. You don't know where they've been walking from. Not even for
You're gonna get an infection.
Not even for Chris Evans would I lie on an airport floor.
We could go shopping. He gives you one of those looks you can't quite decipher, somewhere between teasing and secrets, and you find yourself nodding and being pulled to your feet. I think there's one store. Hot dog girl got off 30 minutes ago, you remind him gently. That ship has sailed. Shut up. He pushes your purse into your hands and turns you into the direction of the A terminal. You also owe me $5, you say. I'll give you 10 if you hand over that magazine. Not on your life. Oh, because of the okay, I'm caught up. Right, because he did see the magazine. I forgot all about the magazine. Also, by the way, in reality, you know celebrities are just like, oh, thank God, nobody's mobbing me, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just like, so many celebrities can't even like leave their house without security, and like, that's gotta get old real fast. So would your mom like earbuds or portable hand warmers? He holds up both packages with a contemplative expression. You point at the rack of pint-sized medicinal products. I don't know. Those are some quality gift items right here. He purses his lips. A person's propensity for diarrhea seems like an indelicate subject for Christmas morning. Wait. Huh. Wait. What? What? And I'm so confused. Where did that come from? I thought I missed something. Oh, you point at the pint-sized rack of medicinal products. I don't know. These are some quality gift items right here. Okay, they're laxatives. I'm caught up.
Oh.
The way of the writing style of this author, not to criticize, but it's just very it's very fast-paced, and my brain is just like still recovering from the Kim Kardashian thing.
Yeah.
An angry shout arises from just outside the store, and you look at each other. Brows raised, and apparent confrontation over coffee creamer grows heated. Christmas is a bad time to be stuck in an airport, he mutters. Son, any time is a bad time to be stuck in an airport, the cashier says and sighs. You buy 2 chocolate milks and a travel toiletry kit. He buys an exceedingly overpriced electric blanket and 2 travel pillows. You try not to think about the contents of his bag all the way back to the Christmas tree nook. So he took Agatha the cat with him? No warning? Nothing, you sigh, closing your photos. What a dick. I know. I'm sorry, that's terrible. He bumps your shoulder companionably. Want me to have him knocked off? Oh, okay.
Oh.
You look at him askance. You're not really a superhero, you know. Shh. He pushes a finger against your lips. My ego will hear you. It's there and gone in an instant, the way his eyes fall to your mouth, but you can't unsee it, and you definitely can't unfeel the softness of his fingertip on your skin. Hey,
And then his thumb slipped out.
no, God,
I'm sorry. Oh, because the opportunity was
This
there.
is still better. This is better than modeling.
It
At
is.
least their flirting is at least like, okay, that's, I can get behind that.
Not the thumb. No
Not the
thumb.
no thumbs. He climbs to his feet. Is he also on the floor next to me? And walks to the windows. It's dark now. Wasn't it dark before? And the heavy snow has been falling for hours. It's piled up in drifts against the buildings, covering the wide wings of distant planes. Large fat flakes still raining down in a blinding fury of white. It's beautiful. We're gonna be here a while, you murmur. We better buy more hot dogs, he agrees. He turns to you. We should do it. Go caroling through the terminal. What? No, you laugh, wondering if you can get away with inching closer. He's plugged in the blanket and unwrapped the pillows, and you're right this moment, bedded down together on the floor in front of the Christmas tree. Why does she have to say it like that? He's a long, delicious length of nail all along your side.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I wouldn't be, if this was still on Wattpad, I'd be like, you know what? Let the fans do fan things. I'm not gonna judge. But this was trying to be sold for $17 and $22 in Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Olivia is never going to believe this. Heck, you don't believe this. Pixar, it didn't happen. He rolls over onto an elbow. Come on, Daisy, where's your Christmas spirit? I must have left it in Montana, George. Oh, I guess we're just like, that's not our name, and so we're just messing with him. But I still like to think Daisy is her second middle name.
You guessed my second middle name.
He's smiling down at you, and there's that unreadable expression again, that thing flickering in his eyes that you wish you had the courage to believe in. Well, it's probably for the best, he sighs. We'd be on YouTube in 30 seconds flat. How has no one seen you yet, right? How are they being this left alone? I don't think the Wi-Fi is that fast, you mumble, hoping he doesn't notice the breathless quality of your voice. His deep chuckle rolls hot and sweet through your stomach. And your heart clutches hard when he dips down to kiss your forehead. I'm glad we both wanted a hot dog tonight. Actually, I wanted linguine. Oh my god, same, he moans, flopping to his back. He reaches under the covers and tugs you closer. I'm cold. Let's snuggle. You don't even know my name, George.
What?
Moving a little fast over there, aren't you, Evan?
It went from so relatable to like so non. It's like, who doesn't want linguine right now compared to hot dogs? No offense to all the hot dog lovers.
I mean, I love hot dogs too, but I would also take linguine over it. I will take pasta any day. Anyway.
Oh gosh, I want some pho.
Some pho.
I want some pho. Or that. Or.
I guess they both wanted to meet. No.
Oh no.
Robin.
Slab of. Oh yeah. On his elbow like a slab of mail.
Yeah, Olivia is to Marcy what Bess and George is to Nancy. Yes. Yes, and Bess is never going to forgive you for not FaceTiming her once Chris Evans is your new friend.
Oh, Laser's here.
Laser, hi!
Good day, Liza.
Oh, my chapter is so short compared to your chapter. I feel so bad.
It's fine.
And you get the Anton chapter.
I get the writer of the whole thing chapter.
Boy.
Ooh.
That one might get spicy.
Oh. Yeah, Liza, we're reading about celebrity encounters.
Fake ones, obviously.
Fake celebrity encounters, because right now she's at an airport with Chris Evans and no one's recognized him. Well, a few people in the beginning.
But then when they needed privacy, everyone forgot who he was.
Yeah. I'm trying out my Oceanics and that I never really got to use while
I feel
reading
so
Model
bad. I'm
Land.
sorry.
It's okay. We didn't know. Is it better or worse than? It's a lot better than Model Land.
So far, it's better than Model Land, which is appalling. You know, it doesn't mean that this book is good. It just means that it's better than Model Land so far.
I mean, I just read 50 pages about how someone is saving, or how Kim
Overthrowing
Kardashian
the government and the patriarchy with Kim Kardashian
by taking selfies. Yeah.
Which was delightful. That was delightful. That was way less traumatizing than Model Land.
Yeah.
You should probably be more concerned with the speed of your compliance. God knows your mother would be. Ugh, I hate sleeping in a bra, you mutter instead as one of the hooks stabs you mercilessly in the back. That's true. That's very true, but still. Take it off. I don't mind, he drawls, tongue firmly in cheek. You're actually becoming addicted to the smell of his skin, and besides, your head fits too nicely into the curve of his shoulder to move. You fight sleep while he proves he can really recite "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" by heart. I don't know enough about Chris Evans. Is that something he claims to know how to do? Maybe he does. Good for him. Mornings after are always weird, and it's probably too much to wish for different now, but you wish it anyway because last night was perfect in a way that few things in your life have ever been perfect. Morning, he stretches, all long, toned muscle and wide smile, adorably muffed hair, a ball of sunshine and unrepentant beauty, and fuck. Of course, Chris Evans would look cute, even waking up off the literal floor of the airport.
Yes.
I'm a wreck, you say without thinking, and you surely are. You never once thought of taking your mascara or taking off your mascara or combing your hair or using that blasted toiletry bag you bought expressly for that purpose. You duck under the blanket and pray for a quick and timely death. Calm down, Marcy. You're adorable. He pats you somewhere in the vicinity of your head, but I gotta pee. Meet me back here in 10. He's so relatable. He rolls out from under your little shared cocoon and gives you the privacy you need to grab your bag and dart off to the ladies' room. No one has come for us and been like, don't sleep on the airport floor. I guess there's like a lot of people sleeping on the airport floor because it's like a storm or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they're off to the side. I'm just imagining them like in the middle of everything, and I'm just like, no, they're probably off to the side,
There's
right?
like a Christmas tree, and they're the only ones over here by the Christmas tree.
I get it. Or it's just like there were a bunch of Jews in the airport that day, so they're staying away from. I can say that because I'm ethnically Jewish. I can say that.
No, I know. That was just funny.
And there were a bunch of the Jewish people there, so they're like, why do they have a giant Christmas tree here? Why can't they have a menorah? Why can't they be inclusive of everybody? Where's the Kwanzaa stuff? Where's the Yuletide stuff? It's just Christmas stuff. Oh, it's gonna leave so much. They're gonna leave so much stuff on the floor. Margaret, it's not a real tree. Why do they have a plastic tree in the middle of everything? It's gonna get in the way.
You were so ready with that monologue. Oh my god, that was beautiful.
I just came up with that on the spot.
Oh my god, that needs to be a short.
Yes. Oh, and people are talking about they're saying how Marcy and Chris did the Devil's Tango.
No. They literally just fell asleep next to each other. They didn't do that. They just fell asleep next to each other. Marcy had sex with Chris Evans on the floor of the airport, we think. No, that's unsanitary. They just snuggled, I guess. You know how comfortable the airport floor is.
Oh, thank you, Star. They said they're gonna make that a clip.
Yeah, please make it a clip, because I want to post it on the page as a short, and it makes it so much easier if it's clipped. I mean, I don't have to go back in looking for it.
I will testify when Chris Evans sues the book. Patrick. So. Thank you, Star.
Thank you, Star.
Oh, sues the author.
If you need somewhere to put it, there's a special place for that on the Discord for sharing clips. It's in the help Avery in her office part. Wait, where was I? The damage isn't as bad as you feared. You look sleepy, but dare you think it? Cute, maybe? Not a single raccoon eye or matted curl in sight. After sleeping on the floor of the airport? Marcy! A little freshening up And you are not quite as good as new, but not half bad either. And besides, George is waiting with 2 cups of coffee and cheese Danish, a man after my heart. Proving it doesn't say it. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Food.
Yeah, guys are all like, oh, it's so hard to figure out what women want. It's not. Bring them food and coffee or tea if she's a tea person. That's it. It takes nothing. The bar is so low.
Oh.
Where was I? Waiting with 2 cups of coffee and a cheese Danish, proving he's just as perfect as you suspected. Hot dog girl is back, he grins. Oh, for the love of Pete, you mutter with a laugh. Face it, not everyone appreciates a superhero. You shut your mouth, he gasps in a mock horror. You are halfway through your Danish and a chance to redeem yourself at Checkers when you hear Chris Evans to gate 3. Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, Chris Evans would be like, yes, my name is Chris Evans. Please call me by name. Please, the international scene when you call me to the plane.
Everyone puts on his glasses. Everyone's like, wait, you're not the real Chris Evans. And it's like,
Chris Evans feels like a common enough name that someone else has it. And I would think that would be really funny. If my name was shared with a celebrity, I would 100% do that. But if I was a celebrity, there's no way I'm giving my real name to the people at the front desk.
Yes. Agreed.
Called over the intercom. It's then that you notice the activity outside the window. Runways have been plowed. Planes are being de-iced. It's time to go home. It's weird, you think, how you can meet someone at an instant and know them completely. You never believed in reincarnation or other mystical, fantastical things, but something about how easy the past 15 hours have been feels real. Maybe a little bit like fate. Are you telling me I'm not going to end up with Chris Evans after all of this?
After all this.
She
never even took a photo with him.
I got you a Christmas present. Chris Evans holds out a newspaper wrapped object. What? You asked dumbly, taking the lumpy package and feeling the sting of tears behind your eyes, which behind my eyes. That feels like a medical problem if the tears are happening behind your eyes.
I'm crying in my brain.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
No, and my brain's just leaking, you guys. Just gotta get a tissue. I'm crying. My brain is so sad.
Like when I'm having allergies during Monoland, and I was like, it's my cerebral fluid just leaking out.
Oh gosh.
Which is ridiculous. You've known him less than a day, stupid jerk, but I didn't get you anything. He kisses you before you even have the chance to recognize he's going to. His lips are soft, and the height difference is perfect. His thumb strokes your cheek, and in that instant...
It goes in your mouth.
Oh gosh, no! Reconsider fantastical things. Then he's stepping backward, and just before he turns away, he gives you a little wave. He's gone before you remember how to breathe. You should be surprised to see a sorority girl at your new gate, but you're not. Fantastical things. Sorority girl. The sorority girl. She still looks perfect. It doesn't bother you like before. While you wait for your boarding group to be called, you peel away the day-old newspaper from the package on your lap, saving the hastily written square that reads, To Daisy from George. Inside a styrofoam takeout container is a bag of nacho cheese Doritos. Centered across the front in thick black strokes is a phone number. You look at sorority girl and smile. We did end up with Chris Evans! Yay!
Oh, side note, Patrick was asking, did you visit your P.O. box today?
I have not. The rain has been absolutely horrific. Not today, but the past few days. And today we were planning on doing this. So I'm going to go on Monday. But I will let you know.
And Patrick wants to write a fan fiction about Kate Mara and Rooney Mara fighting over him. Or is it Rooney? Oh, I didn't realize they were sister. Or are they related?
In your past life. I think that's what she's saying. Anna Todd own their publishing department. She's not CEO. I think she just made the anthology. Interesting. Marcy. I thought they just put her name first because she was so big on the heels of After. Oh, I had to take my earrings out because I thought they were hypoallergenic and they're not. They have nickel in them. So I was like, oh, is that why I've been feeling awful the past couple days? Maybe. Oh. And like I have like this like my ears like are all like sore and they hate me and I'm like, no.
Oh.
If you want my heart, then bring me some cheese. Damn straight. Yeah.
Now I'm just imagining someone coming up to you and you'd be like, "Oh, here's," or you're exchanging for cash, and someone's like, "Here's a nickel," and it like slow down as it's like falling towards your hand. You're like, no, keep the change," as you walk away.
I'm horribly allergic to nickel. When we were on Blockers, they gave me clip-on earrings, and I wasn't thinking because they were shaming me for not having pierced ears at the time because they had closed up for the second time because nickelback earrings.
Look at this photo. Sorry.
Look at this photograph. But they said they were like you have to keep them on for continuity, and by that time I'd already been established. I had like open blisters. It was terrible. I had like a sore throat. It was really bad. I was like,
Ooh.
can I not though? Like not also works.
I'm sure the wardrobe was like, "No, just wear them. Stop being a baby."
I'm updating our progress every time we finish a story so that I can give a mini commentary on each story. So now we're on page 68. I don't even know what I'm going to say about this. Chris Evans
It's a dream.
bought me a Danish.
Cheese
And-
Danish.
A cheese Danish. Can't forget that. A cheese Danish. And slept next to me on the floor of the airport.
On the floor like J-Lo. Because she has a song called On the
It
Floor.
was pretty cool.
Not as cool as Kim Kardashian overthrowing the patriarchy one selfie at a time, but
People
it was
are gonna
cool.
be like, "What are you reading?"
I'm trying to think of how I'm going to describe this to my mother and just be like, "Yeah, I was reading a book, and in a world where selfies are outlawed, only Kim Kardashian can save everybody." I don't know why I have a phone. I talk to her in real life.
Usually, anthologies are attributed to their editor. That is true, but may have just stuck her name on it for clout. I thought it is true. Like that's also what the procedure with like what am I trying to say? Goodreads. Wait, but no, who's this attributed to on Goodreads? Because we're supposed to attribute to the author. But it says by Anna Tots. Maybe she is the editor. Let's see. Todd. Writer, producer, influencer. Huh. Maybe they just attributed to her because she was the main name, but we're not supposed to do that, you guys.
Oh.
Anyway, what's happening?
Oh, I was just reacting to your being like, "We're not supposed to do that."
We're not supposed to do that. This has been claimed by her profile, though.
Oh. She's fierce. She's just smizing at the camera.
She is smizing at the camera. Anyway, I'll dig into this drama later.
And Anna Todd is the writer or is the author of this next short called Medium. Medium.
What do we think this is going to be about? It's definitely going to be about one of, if not Harry Styles, one of the One Direction guys.
Yeah, everyone in the chat, who do you think this is? I don't see any name on the first two pages.
See why this was at Dollar Tree. We're getting immense happiness out of this.
Yeah.
I'm sad that we're not going to have time to read more.
Is this Kanye West, Benedict Cumberbatch, Michael Clifford, the Hemsworth Bros minus Luke?
It's going to be Harry or Zayn, Star says.
Harry or Zayn.
I don't follow Anna Todd to know about which other characters which other people other than Harry Styles she has a crush on.
I just realized that she wrote after and that was about Harry Styles. I just completely forgot that fact.
It just sunk in.
Yeah, I was just like, oh yeah, I was in her movie, or I was in that movie briefly. It was weird.
Sheeran.
Oh, I remember when the biggest controversy of Game of Thrones was Ed Sheeran was randomly in an episode, and I'm like, why are people so mad about this?
Those were the days when that was the most controversial thing about Game of Thrones.
Yes, and I was just like, why are people so mad? He did a great job. He just sang and was like, I made it up myself, and I was like, cool.
All the hardcore fans are like, oh, this is too mainstream, and it's like Game of Thrones is literally the biggest show on the planet right now. What are you talking about? Johnny Depp's head was in The Walking Dead? What?
I feel like I remember that somewhere where they use like a mold of his head or something.
All I remember are God. All I remember are when Natasha, or not me and Natasha, because Natasha was never a walker. It was me. Who was with me? We had to lay down in like the scene where they have like the walls of walkers when they're like clearing a path. I think it was like in season 6 or 7. I didn't watch the show, so I don't remember where exactly. But there were like these walls that they had made of dead walkers to like encompass them in. And so we were part of the wall, but like there's a bunch of like like dummies to like fill it in, and then we're just filling it in enough to give it like movement because we're like wriggling, I guess, somehow. And we, as we're laying down, this one girl screams and is like, I'm so sorry. She's like, that mannequin has a penis. And we're like, what? And we're like, why? It was an anatomically correct mannequin. Don't know where they got it. Don't know why it was anatomically correct. But it was there and it was disturbing.
I remember when Walking Dead was just like the show to watch, and it's like, oh yeah, you were on there several times and I was on there 4 times. No big deal.
I was there for a while. I was standing in for Judith when that whole thing happened, and I remember I couldn't tell anybody because I could tell people that I tried not to tell people that I was standing in over there because people know that I stand in for kids because I'm so short. People were like, which kid is over there? The only one is baby Judith, but like she's a baby. And I'm like, you don't know. That was like 2 seasons ago now, so I can say that.
Oh gosh.
But, Avery was a walker. You are next level cool. Oh, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I never got to be, well, I did get to take a headshot and do a stunt fall. I don't know if you can actually see me though. I did get a bump for it. That was fun. They never liked having me in the front because I was too short and just looked like a kid walker. And they were like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, some of us are just short, right?
Well, real humans aren't short. Well, I mean, kids can get transformed too. I never got to be a walker. I was always at the sanctuary.
I always wanted to be at the sanctuary. You guys had so much less makeup to go through. I had to wear those rubber masks that smelled like, I don't even know what they smelled like body odor and dirt, because that's what was in them.
Oh, I can smell it now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's all good. Luckily I wasn't there for that, and I would be so worried because if I wore contacts, like I have trouble with my contacts, so I would have them in and sweat would just be in my eyes, and I would just be trying to like fix everything.
I watched Stranger Things and played Find Avery. You can't see me in season 3. I did a little bit of extra work at first in season 2, but I was mostly a stand-in.
I was on Stranger Things season 2 and 3 as well. You can find me more easily on season 2. Just look for the big red fro.
The fro was fantastic. My mom dropped me off for work and was like, who's that guy with the amazing fro?
Yeah. Oh, you all need to see the picture of me with really big hair. What was it? Oh, and Laser played the Telltale Walking Dead. Oh yeah, where they Telltale is so frustrating because they're like, your choices matter, but in the end they never actually mattered. Like at the end of season 2, I think you have like 8 alternative endings, but then in the next game they all just end at the same, or they all start at the same point. So it's just like your choices mean nothing.
Oh, the Telltale.
Yeah, Laser was.
Oh yeah, Spencer loves those games.
Can you? No.
Oh shoot.
That's me.
Sorry, the top-down camera is not working because my USB-C hub, which I thought was going to be here by today, is not here.
But yeah, that's a picture of me with my big hair. It was, or my college was doing, or they had an event that was like the whole Holy Festival, HOLI, and it was like springtime, let's throw colors, and I finally took a good photo.
Ellery says, do you remember the story of that one TV show, I forgot which one it was, found a real corpse being used as a mannequin in a funhouse that was being used as a set? It was like an actual thing that happened, and later they made it an episode of Bones based on it. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I cannot remember. I'll do some Googling while Gabe's reading. But,
I know in the Poltergeist they used real skeletons because it was cheaper, allegedly, but I haven't heard of them using it in like a funhouse.
Allegedly, they used to use real skulls in Pirates of the Caribbean and then switch them out once they realized that was problematic. But then, like, the rumor is that there's one that's still a skull. It's one of those like Disney rumors where it's like, this is a real skull, and it's like, it can't be a real skull.
Or can it?
Or can it?
That calcium degrades over time. Well, no. I was in a horrible movie. I also wrote and directed Video Brain.
Ooh, what movie were you in? Video Brain.
Video Brain.
It was a haunted house, and the corpse was an Old West outlaw. Ooh.
Ooh.
Eesh.
Means old bones.
Yikes. I think I missed something. Oh, Star said a second ago, going back. Wait, after was about Harry Styles. It was so awful. I didn't read it. I only worked one day on the movie adaptation. Someone tell me if you can see me on campus walking around behind the OC character and the character that's not mine.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, you're the yeah.
Mine is over here.
Oh, I thought you put it down over there.
Oh, it's over
Did
here.
I kick it down?
Nope, I got it.
Oh, okay,
it was
cool.
just on the other side. Someone tell me if you see me walking behind the Liam character, or is it the Louis character? I don't know, nor do I care. But it's that character and the OC character talking about things, I guess.
I was in the astronomy class, and there was no way you could see me based on where I was sitting, and I was so annoyed. And weird stuff was happening. I was listening, the PA told us what was going on in the scene. I'm just listening to it. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know if I can say exactly what was happening, but it was.
I mean, the movie's been out for years. I think
He was basically whispering sweet nothings to her, and she was just like, "Oh my gosh, I love it, Harry Styles, but not really."
Well, Natasha texted me angrily, and I got a sweep of text from Natasha one morning because she was in a scene. And there's a scene in the movie, I guess, where she was in like it was like they were taking some kind of lit class, and the Harry Styles character was arguing that Pride and Prejudice is shit and that Darcy never loved Elizabeth, and Natasha, being the Jane Austen fan that she is, and knowing that her best friend, is also a huge Jane Austen fan, with Pride and Prejudice being my favorite, she was like, "Can you believe they would do this? This nothing of a book is trying to say that Jane Austen wrote bad literature."
Ooh.
And we were just angry about it together. So apparently that's a scene. I don't know if that's a scene that made it into the movie or not, because I've never seen the movie.
Oh, one scene I'm really sad got cut was
Video Brain. I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, sorry.
I was just answering somebody in chat.
Understood. One of the scenes that I was sad got cut from a movie was in the movie Tag, where, it's about the Jeremy Renner and friends, and they're like playing tag and stuff. And there was supposed to be a flashback scene where they're in high school and establishing the rules of the game and whatnot. And I was supposed to be there, and I was graduate. Oh, and they had me. It was hot, and they had me wear a cardigan underneath a graduation gown. And it was really funny because they're like, I was that person where they're like, okay, we need people to dance. And so I was dancing, but I was the only one doing it. So it looked weird. But then the AD or the director or someone was just like, "Oh my gosh, you're like Lampshade Guy, the one guy at a party who kind of like overdoes everything after." And he dubbed me Lampshade Guy, and I was like dancing around, having a fun time, and I like had to stop at a group of other people while camera went by me. But there was one time where I wasn't in far enough and the camera couldn't get by me, so I ruined a take, and I'm just like, no, Lampshade hangs his head in shame. But yeah, it was fun. But speaking of scenes that got cut,
we're talking about the corpse. Died in 1911.
Was an American bank and train robber who was taken out in a... Oh, wow.
Like, he's saying Darcy in reference to himself and Elizabeth in reference to Anna Todd's self-insert, not actually about P and P. Yeah. We were... that was before I even worked there. And then I was offended that not offended, but I was hoping that I was going to hear something equally as scandalous when I was there. But she was just like in between takes, being like, "You're never going to believe this. Like, this is like apparently right from the book." So she was like, "I can tell you this, I think, but like we're doing this scene." And I was just like, "Oh, I want to fight now."
Where is Anna Todd? Why? Oh, self-insert characters are fun. Oh, I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna read. There's an anime called Don't Tease Me, Miss Nagatoro, where there's a type of dere where I think it's sado dere, where the love interest like makes fun or like usually the woman makes fun of the guy and like breaks him down emotionally, but it's like I like him but I'm mean to him kind of thing. But he was like writing a manga and she like picked it up and she's like, oh, you're self-inserting yourself and this person's more confident, this person can never be you, ha ha ha, to the point where he like starts to cry.
Oh God.
But then they end up together, I think, or dating or whatnot.
Not to defend Anna Todd, but like at least it wasn't. Yeah. I know that now in hindsight, like I understand that in that context given by chat, I know that it's not like her actual like thoughts, but like that was the scene, and Natasha, regardless of what the objective was, she just had to sit there and listen to the Harry Styles character just argue over and over and over that Pride and Prejudice was shit, and she was pissed.
Oh.
I don't hate self-insert characters. I think it can be done well as a genre. It just needs to be done well. This is still better than Model Land.
Yeah, I feel like if I don't know the person, it's fine. But knowing that Tookie and CL were self-inserts of Tyra Banks, I'm like, Tyra, and then never going anywhere with so many storylines.
Oh, I love Ask a Mortician.
Oh.
It sounds dark, but she's an actual mortician, and she talks about like historical events and stuff from the perspective of like her knowledge as a mortician. It's actually very fascinating.
Oh, I prefer the dinosaur expert watches Jurassic Park clips. I haven't seen them, but I'm just like, yeah, this is more fun, I guess.
Reader inserts fine, but like named third person self inserts aren't usually handled well. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, named third person self inserts. Like, if it's gonna be a self-insert, at least just write a YN fanfic and be like, this is a self-insert of whoever's reading it. Because if it's just a self-insert, obviously, of the writer, I don't know how that works very well for the reader. But anyway.
Unless you're Christopher Lee.
If
Christopher Lee wrote a self-insert book, I'd be like, yes, give me the book. Yes, Christopher Lee. Oh my gosh. But yeah.
The sounds awful. Actually, having to hear, I think that was in reference to hearing Natasha having to listen to somebody say that Pride and Prejudice was bad all day.
Oh gosh.
Oh, the life of being an extra.
Oh god. The days where we have to dance to music that isn't there, or they start it like it's there and then they stop it so we're just dancing to nothing.
And then they put in a song that's not even the same BPM and it's like, we're not on beat anymore, guys.
But usually they edit around everyone. Oh, it was really funny. I remember I was on, I can't remember what it was called, but it was that basketball movie where all the basketball players pretend to be old men or something.
Yeah, the one that was it was a Super Bowl commercial and then became, or it was something and then became a movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And Natasha and I were there and it was at a nightclub scene and we were everyone was so over it because it was like really late at night and they're like, give us energy. And like we were in like a bar and there was like an area off to the side where we were watching this dance battle and you can see it briefly in the movie, but once they turn to look at everyone over there, you can see nobody dancing. And it just, but Natasha and I are just like I try to be like, yeah, energy, woo, but it was just not happening. People were so over it.
Oh yeah, the 200 character limit is a pain in chat. YouTube has a 200 character limit for the chat.
Lame.
Which, like, I get it, but like sometimes I just need more than 200 characters, you know?
I need to get my thoughts out. Maybe they're like, there's so many people who are going to be responding that we need to slow this down somehow. Or we can't have paragraphs. I don't
know. All right. I'll let you read this.
Do I have to? I'm just kidding. Medium by Anna Todd. Imagine. The bus you take is crowded to the point of standing room only, and the guy close to you smells like a stale cigarette and too much cologne. His unshaven beard is full of white flakes, pieces of paper from a napkin, you assume. His brown eyes flick to you and he catches you staring at him. You quickly look out the window, catching a massive billboard advertising a new movie. The movie star's face is pale, his jawline is sharp, and his blue eyes are keen, questioning the thousands of small people who lay eyes on him. You continue to stare at the billboards until it disappears from sight, and you're forced to find something else to distract you from the cigarette box of a fellow passenger until the bus stops. The bus driver hits the brakes roughly, throwing you into the window. You grip your bag tightly and promise yourself that you're going to do whatever you can to get a car within the next month. You can't keep taking the bus, and Los Angeles doesn't have a functioning subway system like New York. You're beginning to question your choice of city. You grew up in a quiet town where the biggest accomplishment was having all your children by the same man and living a nice, quiet life. The typical goal of existence there seems to be, the typical goal of existence there seems to be to stay undisturbed, have an easy life, pay your bills, and pass. But you don't want to pay your bills and pass. You want to disturb and be disturbed. You want adventure. You want something more than having children with a man who may treat you well but doesn't think the same way you do. You know that no one there thinks the same way you do, or they would have left too. You don't want to have the same routine as your mother, packing some second husband's work lunches and organizing luncheons for the other housewives. Actually, you can't remember the last time your mother even talked about herself in a conversation. It's always him, his job, his son from his previous marriage, him again. You watched as she lost her identity to the gray of the sky there, her flair disappearing with the jobs. When the plant closed down, the town was sucking everything out of her, pulling at every string inside of her, and one by one her strings had snapped, and you swore that you would never be a puppet. When the bus stops again and you jet forward, barely catching yourself on the rail next to you, your supply bag drops, scattering your markers onto the dirty floor. The entire array of colors, blue, violet, red, green, orange, yellow, slides backwards down the angled floor. As you scramble to grab at least a few of them, a couple of people make a generous effort to help you. You shove your small pad into your bag and graciously thank the few kind strangers who hand you the markers. 5 of them. 5 you got back out of the new pack of 20. Certainly the strangers around you assume the markers are just plain old Crayolas or something like that, but they aren't. You picked up 2 extra shifts just to be able to buy the nicest set you found, and now you've lost most of them. But focus on the positive. 5 people on the bus were willing to get their hands dirty to help a stranger. This makes you smile, and when the bus doors open at your stop, you can be happier to get off. You breathe in fresh, non-cigarette infused air and cross the sidewalk. Then you get hit by a bus at the end. I'm kidding. Trek Coon comes out of nowhere and you get isekai to another world. I'm just kidding. The community center where your art classes are held is only a 10-minute walk from the bus stop, which is great, but doesn't quite offset the 3 hours it took you to get there by bus. When you saw the ad for the class tacked up on a Malibu Starbucks bulletin board, you hadn't realized it was actually 10 miles north of Malibu, which meant a couple of transfers and nearly 3 hours by bus for you. For 10 miles, yeah, you can just walk that. You try to forget about that. I'm just kidding, you can't. You can, but don't do that. You try to forget about this, focus on the positive, and you map the address with your phone and so you don't get lost. You've never taken a class before, so you've always loved creating things and having new experiences, and you like the simplicity and lack of care taken in making the advertisement. Mechanical pencil on crumpled paper, it made you feel like it was more authentic, more your scene. From music to painting, you enjoy every form of art. Of course, you're better at some than others. For example, you wouldn't sing in public even if someone paid you, but you can create a colorful world deeper than the one we live in on an easel with only a few markers and a sheet of white paper. You pass 2 men sitting on the sidewalk, sharing a 40 covered in a brown bag. The beer swishes over the side of the bottle and dribbles down the bald man's shirt. The other laughs and takes their treasure back into his hand. He lifts the bottle and you burn their faces into your memory for later. The classroom is in the community center on the grounds of El Matador Beach Park. When you Googled the place, the only posted review gushed over the beautiful view of the Rocky Mountain below, so there is that to look forward to. You cross the street in search of a small shop to find new markers. You assume that the community center will have the supplies, but you aren't sure, and you don't want to look too unprepared for what is going to be your first and last day of attending the class. You find an 8-pack of Crayola markers, laughing to yourself while checking out. They're better than nothing. You also buy a bottled water and a pack of gum. The small man behind the counter tosses your change into a small donation can without asking. You think about protesting, but decide it's time to go to class anyway. You're 30 minutes late, even though you thought you'd be there an hour early. You cross the narrow street and read the list of small buildings numbered printed on a wooden sign. It's like another world out here. The only time you see handwriting in West Hollywood is when restaurants stick their suggestive little chalkboards with their specials written in luscious cursive on them on the sidewalk. 5 small identical white buildings are positioned in half a circle. You scan them, looking for building number 5. You walk toward the building farthest to the right and count the cracks in the sidewalk on the way to the small porch. The door is slightly ajar and you push it the rest of the way open. The lobby area is empty, so you follow the first hallway you see at the end. A flimsy sign hangs on the door, class in progress. Entering, you find a small room with endless shelves of cans and bottles lining the white walls from floor to ceiling. Paint splattered aprons hang on the wooden pegs near the door. 8, maybe 10 students of all ages and races sit behind easels. An elderly man sits in the front, his hair white and wispy. His apron is much cleaner than the ones on the wall, and his glasses hang heavy on his face. He looks bored. His attention doesn't even sway to the door when you walk in. No one even makes a peep when you bump into a desk, sending a folder full of papers to the floor. You bend down and pick them all up. Each silent second feels like an hour, and you keep your eyes on the empty stool in the back corner of the room as you put the folder back on the desk. No eye contact with any other students, no introduction from the instructor, no greetings of any kind. You park your sweet little tushy right on the empty stool the first moment you can, and you don't look up from the bag as you dig through the markers, your 5 good ones, and the packed crayons from the bottom of the bag. You lay them out on a small table next to you and turn your cell phone to silent. When you look up, you look directly at the instructor's work. You can feel eyes on you, but you would rather not awkwardly look around the room to find their source. You stumble in 30 minutes late. Of course, someone is looking at the lazy one. You would be too. On the instructor's easel is a bowl of fruit drawn in pencil. It's shaded in harsh lines and not very well blended through the edges. This is definitely a beginner's class. You learned to shade this exact same bowl of fruit when you were taking Freshman Art 101. You sigh before you can help it. You had slightly higher hopes for the class, painting, screening, something. You had hoped for more than shading fruits or shapes. You probably should have investigated further before signing up, but you needed something to do. An accented voice comes from your left. It's pretty lame, huh? You turn to him and meet a pair of deep blue eyes. The man they belong to is tall, really tall. He's taller than the canvas that rests on a wooden easel before him. His white t-shirt is covered in gray pencil marks. The v-neck stretched slightly, causing the fabric to hang loosely under his collarbone. He raises a thick brow to you, inviting you to respond. The lesson, you ask, just to be sure he's referring to the class, not your tardiness. Well, the fruit bowl sketch. I'm positive that everyone in here has already done that once or twice. He smiles, lighting up a slender jawline. His smile is almost too big for his face. His jaw extends to show even more teeth. The dimple marks on his cheeks, or a dimple marks his cheek. Of course it does. You smile back at him, grateful that at least something here is a tad interesting. At least it wasn't the shapes, learning to draw and shade the perfect set of cones, cubes, and spheres, you reply. He smiles again. It seems to come very easily to him. He lifts his hand in front of him and points to the easel. Oh, it happened. He lifts up a few blank sheets to get to the one that's drawn on. You just missed it because you were late, he says with mock disappointment, and you laugh along with him. He's really friendly, more so than anyone you've ever met of late. I did it purposely, you fib, turning to the front of the room. You partially cover your mouth with your hand and whisper sideways that you had planned to miss the beginning all along. You can tell he doesn't believe you. You've never been good at lying, joking or not. The instructor clears his throat and you steal a quick glance at the man next to you. His paper is still blank and he has a pencil between his teeth. He's looking toward the front of the room at the instructor, but you're positive that he's not listening to what the older man is saying about blending the center of the apple. The stranger beside you chuckles. I'm gonna sketch you. He raises he raises his leg to rest one foot on the stool's metal bar. The toes of his tan boots are faded, etched with angry gray marks. He leans over, his pencil still in his hand, and he taps his blank paper with the tip of his finger. Sketch me? No thanks. Somewhat nervous, you stand. You look at his blank piece of paper before finding his eyes. The blue of them is deep, intimidating, and somehow familiar. You've never spoken a word to this man before. You wouldn't have forgotten his easy smile or the way he stares directly into your eyes when he looks at you. You notice the paleness of his eyelids. Hints of blue veins span their skin when he blinks them closed. His eyes open again, and you shake your head at him. A lock of hair falls over your cheek, and his eyes follow your finger as they tuck the hair back behind your ear and travel down to touch the ripped leather seat of the stool. Without missing a beat, his eyes go directly to yours. It's unnerving, but you can't help feeling like there's something larger than life about this guy. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else.
Just in monotone.
Yeah. When you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know. You don't know you're beautiful. What? That's what makes you beautiful. Sorry. As interesting as he seems, you don't want him to sketch you for more than a few reasons. For one thing, it will be so awkward if he's drawing you and you're supposed to be sitting still. But what if you have to go to the bathroom or your phone vibrates really loudly? In reality, you're pretty sure you don't have to sit quite that still, and you know that no one is actually going to call you, but still. He gives you a large grin. It's playful and dangerous. Menace blurring the pink of his lips. Come on, let me sketch you. I'm bored with this. He waves his hand around, his long fingers playing at the air when he's gestured toward the front of the room. I was drawing bowls full of fruit when I was a wee lad. I need something more challenging. You have a nice face. Let me draw it. Let me draw it? I'm sorry, I'm making him sound probably creepier than he is. You have a nice face.
Yeah, question is fine. He's like, let me draw your face. Wee lad.
When I was a wee lad. Well, when you say it like that, your eyes roll at him and he chuckles, bringing his hand up to cover his mouth. The two people in front of you turn to look at you, both of them annoyed at the disruption. One woman's overgrown eyebrows are drawn together at the base of her wrinkled forehead. Her hair is a messy nest of gray and black, and she looks like a total BA. Bad butt. But the inappropriate word for butt. I don't swear, I'm sorry. She also looks like...
apologize for not swearing.
I had so many friends in college question me as to why I didn't swear, and I'm like, because my mom told me not to, and they're like, I swear in front of my mom all the time, and I'm like, I do too, but she's the only person I swear in front of.
Yeah.
She also looks like she wants to unalive you for interrupting her sketching of fruit. The woman next to her reaches over and rubs her hand across the other one's back, slowly and lovingly. The annoyed one's eyes soften immediately with the gesture. She leans into the woman next to her and looks away from you. You sigh, admiring the way her annoyance quickly vanished at the touch of her partner. You can't even remember the last time you were touched that way, and you can't name a single person who could calm you like that. You've been single for over a year. Not that you've exactly been looking. Your last relationship wasn't the best, and by the time you realized that, you barely recognized yourself. Since then, you've moved to a new city, changed your major in college, dropped out of college, and enrolled again.
God.
You're spending your time figuring out who you are, and you don't see how bringing another person into your life would be productive in your journey. Sorry, I'm just no, I'm just making this like a dramatic monologue because
it is a dramatic monologue. The chat's like, this is, did Tyra contribute on this?
Oh no. Theophilus looked into my eyes and I said, Theophilus, take my Tucky badge.
Still not as bad as Monoland yet. I'm daring this to be worse.
Skips ahead. Oh gosh, I'm just kidding.
Oh god.
I'm a man of few but honest words, the man beside you says, and you almost believe him. You know better, though, you remind yourself. You're judging me, he says, surprising you. His British accent is thick, and he speaks quickly, pointedly. You clear your throat. What? I am not. You look away and pretend to be listening to the instructor's words. The charming stranger moves from his spot and stands in front of you, between you and the easel. You so are. He makes eye contact with you again and keeps it as he continues. I can see it in your eyes. You're trying to find things wrong with me. I suspect you do this a lot. What the heck? Who does he think he is? You're immediately defensive despite his wide smile and soft blue eyes. That's a pretty heavy assumption to make about a stranger. I don't know if that's her saying it or him, but he pats the seat of your stool with his hand and you sit down. He continues to stand in front of you, closer now. We aren't strangers. We've been friends for at least, he looks down at his bare wrist as if he were taking a watch, 5 minutes. Your defense is lower, and you can't help but smile at the strange yet endearing man. His fingers pluck out a pencil from the tray on the easel, and he looks at you. Okay, friend, you goad him, a sarcastic smile playing upon your lips. I'm going to need you to know more.
Sorry. Hello? I swear I heard somebody knocking on the door. I'm going insane. Sorry, continue.
Okay, understand. It's all good. Knock, 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 knock. I think that's a Doctor Who reference. Penny. Penny. Penny.
Penny.
Sheldon. I'm gonna need to know about you before you draw me. He seems pleased by your idea. He nods, smiling again. You've never met anyone whose smile comes so easily as his. You're slightly envious of him. You can't remember the last time you smiled as much as he has in the last 5 minutes. It's inviting. It's odd, and he's doing it again. Ask away. He raises his hand like he's surrendering, and you pull your lip between your teeth in concentration. Like Bella in Twilight.
Oh, God.
You have no freaking clue. It didn't say freaking clue what to ask. You glance around the room for a moment, trying to think of something you would like to know about him. The only people you see are all middle-aged, and they all look so similar. Not in skin color or specific features, really, but they all seem like they have absolutely nowhere else to be. They are relaxed. No one is checking their smartphone, and every single one of them is wearing sandals. You think about how with socks. I'm just kidding. Just sandals. You think about how remarkable it is that this place, only a bit north of Hollywood, is so different from it. You like it. Waiting. He interrupts your people watching. You look at him. Your name. And even an amazing anime movie. There's a anime movie called Your Name that's really good and it has really good music.
Oh, nice.
And you can watch it later. I think it's on HBO, or I think it's on HBO. No, I think Weathering with You, which is like it's in the set in the same universe, but it's not really a sequel. But hopefully, Weathering with You is on HBO Max, or Your Name is on HBO Max. I don't know, but it's really good. Anyway, he sits down at the stool, still holding a pencil. Is that a question? He teases. Sarcastic. You like this about him. Yes, Daniel. And yours? Oh, it's not. It's not Harry Styles, unless he's lying. You tell him.
Is it Daniel Radcliffe? Who is it?
Oh my God, is it Daniel Radcliffe? I think it's Daniel Radcliffe.
He would be so offended by this pretentious, whatever.
Daniel, you tell him your name, Marcy. While you think of the next question. Where are you from? You ask. He raises his hand to the paper and drags the tip of the pencil across the blank white sheet. He draws what looks like a half moon. His pencil makes a small marks, and you watch him closely, waiting for him to answer. A few seconds tick by, and he still hasn't answered. He's making more lines on the page, completely enthralled by his work. Hello? You remind him you were there, waiting for his response. I agreed to let you get to know me, he says matter-of-factly, not to let you ask questions that you aren't even trying to make interesting. Then he laughs again. You stare at him pointedly and ask, Scared Potter? And he answers back, you wish. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, that's not what it says.
Okay, thank God. This is slander.
Slander.
I've never met Daniel Radcliffe. I've known some people who have met Daniel Radcliffe. He's apparently a very chill dude. And he just exudes, to me, his public image exudes chaos. So, like, I'm going to just cry for him if this is how he's being
oh gosh,
interpreted. He would be so upset.
How
Sorry,
dare
Dan.
you? Oh, I remember in The Flash they had Tom Felton, and it was like Scared Alan, and Barry Allen's just like, you wish, and I'm just like, oh, they did the Harry Potter
They did the thing,
They did the
guys.
thing. Okay, sorry, back to you stare at him pointedly, and he continues, you don't get to know someone by asking them where they're from or their name. I expected more from you. He pretends to look disappointed and points his fingers at you the way your dad used to. You try not to laugh, but fare miserably. He's funny, this stranger. The laughter feels unusual, even slightly uncomfortable, because you aren't used to laughing with tall, handsome men in art class you've randomly chosen to attend. Oh, but Daniel Radcliffe isn't, like, tall. He's more
That's right.
average
He's he's short. He's like 5'5". He's known for being short. Who is this?
Daniel.
Who are you, mystery person?
Unless he's lying.
I mean, not all of them are listed on the back.
Oh, okay. Wow. Everyone in the chat, help us, please. Unless it is Harry Styles and he just lied. But we'll see.
Is it Daniel Day-Lewis?
I was just thinking that, but I'm like, it couldn't be Dan. Wait, is he British? He's funny to the stranger. The laughter seems unusual and slightly uncomfortable because you aren't used to laughing with tall, handsome men in art classes you've randomly chosen to attend. He turns back to the paper and his pencil marks begin to take shape, and the shape of your chin, you think. You know he's right. Your questions haven't been thought provoking or even a bit interesting. Oh.
I think it just hit me who this might be, but continue reading.
Hold on, I'm thinking. I'm gonna keep going. Fine, music. What type of music do you like? His head falls back. Oh, come on, he moans, his heavy voice dramatically drawling out every syllable. Hey, you snap. Music is a very important part of someone's soul. You can find out nearly everything about a person by knowing the type of music they listen to. His laugh is soft. He raises his head and turns around to face you. His eyes find yours. Soul. The way he says the word makes you shiver, despite the warm air flowing through the open windows in the room. You shift on your stool, trying to distract yourself from the goosebumps covering your skin. There's absolutely no reason for one syllable to have you reacting like this. I agree. Answer the question, Daniel. You say with mock stern expression, and he shakes his head, a wide grin covering his face. I'm between pages, I'm trying to think, but just like, his lips have a slight purple tint to them, and once again, his smile is contagious. Yes, ma'am. He turns his stool back to the easel, facing away from you. I like the old stuff, like Morrissey, but mostly blues, you know, Guthrie, Leadbelly. His answer doesn't surprise you. You wouldn't have pegged him for someone who listens to the Hot 100, but still, you're impressed. His pencil markings are beginning to take shape, and you can't believe you're letting a stranger draw you. You're impressed once more when you notice the resemblance between you and the barely there drawing. He hasn't done much yet, but the shapes of your face is beginning to come together, and you're instantly aware of the talent within him. You continue to watch him move, the lines and marks begin to take shape, and it's fascinating. What about you? What music do you like? He asked, and you realize you haven't spoken since he answered. I like it all, really. I'm familiar with Morrissey, you begin, but he interrupts you. More than just Suede Head, right? Or more than just Suede Head, right? Morrissey's most well-known song, To Prove Yourself You Not, even though Daniel is still facing the easel. My dad and I used to listen to every song except Suede Head, actually. He hated that one. You feel warm at the memory of your dad lip singing to every word of every album by the rocker. You're making me feel 70 instead of 29, he teases and turns around to smile at you. You pegged him for at least 25, but his skin is just so clear. His smile is so radiant.
Sorry, I'm doing calculations in my brain. The person that I'm thinking of, it's not that old, I don't think. At this point in time, it's not that old.
That you assume he had it pretty easy. He doesn't look like someone who's ever known what it's like to suffer. You don't see any trace of hardship on the man's face. Think positive. You can't judge him for having a good life. You stop yourself from going farther down in the negative tunnel that's your own mind. Daniel's sketch has gone from a half moon to the shape of your face. He shades your mouth quickly, drawing the curve of your bottom lip. When you sketch, you typically begin with facial features and form the shape of the face last. Are you out of questions already? I have a few that I would like to ask you. His tone is so innocent, and the way his accent plays at each word makes him seem all more dangerous. You know, research for my work and all. He's quite the charmer. He turns back to you, leaving his work in progress. The class is still moving along. The students in the row in front of you have completed half of the bowl of fruit already. Your page is blank, but you're more fascinated by Daniel than by capturing some produce on a page. You're curious about the questions he has for you, even though asking the question gave you an advantage in the game. You can't help but wonder what he will ask you. Noticing his eyes are focused on your mouth, you wave your hand in the air. Ask away, Daniel. I like the way it sounds when you say my name, he says as if it's the most simple of statements. You quietly gasp without meaning to, and he pulls his bottom lip between his teeth, studying you still. You can't think of a single thing to say in response. You stare at the way his perfect teeth press into his lips. It's unfair that he's so attractive. Plus, not only is he attractive, but he's interesting, a quality you haven't come across in many people. A few seconds pass, and he finally turns his eye away from your mouth and up to your eyes. What makes you happy? His question floats through the air, unexpected and unassuming. You look away from his blue eyes in the process. You're grateful when he turns back around to the paper and lets you think about your answer. What makes me happy? What makes me happy? You ask yourself over and over, trying to sift through all the things in your life. You like school, but you actually hate it because you feel like you're forcing yourself to choose a career before you know what you want. You like your apartment complex, but what kind of answer would that be? My apartment building makes me happy? No thanks. You care about your parents, even though you barely speak to them. Your mom's new husband is nice. Your mom calls every once in a while when she can break away from catering to him and his colleagues. You haven't spoken to your father in years. You don't have any siblings, and Los Angeles hasn't blessed you with any friendships yet. You continue to search for something to say. Well, what makes me happy is you struggle to come up with one single thing. How is that possible? You've never been the cheeriest of people, but it's not possible that you don't have a single thing in your life that makes you happy. Your difficulty with this makes you question nearly everything in your life. When Daniel looks at you, you feel the heat in your cheeks. You're embarrassed, even though you don't really have a reason to be. He seems to notice your discomfort and changes the subject. What's your favorite form of art? Do you prefer painting, sketching, music, acting, writing? He's kind. Drawing. I like to write too, though. I'm not good at it. I love music, but I don't have any talent to create it. I like to sketch, though not bowls of fruit. I like landscape the most, I guess I'd say. I use markers as my medium mostly. It's odd, I know. Most people hate to use markers because they bleed and they leave pools of ink, but I prefer them to pencils. The colors are brighter, more alive, you know? You take a breath at the end of your lengthy babbling, and his eyes are lighter, focused on you. That was a long answer, you breathe. It counts as two. No, it surely doesn't. He laughs and turns back to the easel. What's your favorite place you've ever visited? You haven't done much traveling in your life. Same. In fact, you never left the state you were born in until a few months ago when you came to California. I haven't traveled much, you say, looking down at the toes of your dirty boots. Much or at all? Daniel asked. At all. My mother was supposed to take me to Disney World when I was 10, and when I was 16, my best friend and I tried to run away from the crappy town we're from, but her car broke down, so we didn't make it out. You're not sure why you're telling him such specifics about your life, but he doesn't seem to mind. He soaks them in, his hands still moving, creating. Seems like you made it out just fine. You can't see his face, but you sense that he's smiling. What about you? Where's your favorite place you've been? He ponders the question for a few seconds. Sweden. It's cold as fudge, but I love it there. If it were warmer, I would go. I could get work there. I would never leave the place. You don't know much about Sweden, and you realize that you probably don't know much about anything compared to this foreign, well-traveled, insanely attractive, well-spoken man. Instead of comparing your inadequacies to his achievements, you change the subject. What do you do for work, you ask? Or what do you do for work, you ask? You're curious about this. He's clearly talented in the arts, and he has the face and tall, lean body of a model. Daniel clears his throat and doesn't turn around to answer. His pencil shades in the crease of your bottom lip, and you find your fingers touching your lips. Different things. I'm sort of in between jobs right now, he says. This makes you feel slightly better about not even owning a passport. A cell phone begins to ring, and he reaches his hand into his pocket. He stares at the screen and swipes his long index fingers across it. He slides his iPhone back into his pocket of his black jeans and picks the pencil back up. A few students stare at him pointedly, and he quickly apologizes for the interruption. You look around the room, noticing that everyone's fruit bowls are coming together nicely. You still haven't drawn a single line and don't really have the urge to do so. Do you want to get out of here? Daniel says. You jerk your head towards the sound of his voice, surprise and intrigue. Like where? Excuse me. The beach just below us. Have you been? He points toward the sprawling view of the rocky shore through the window. You shake your head and stand up from the stool. The class isn't stimulating in the least bit, and you can't remember the last time you had a thought-provoking conversation with anyone, let alone someone of the opposite gender. You grab your bag from the floor and untie the drawstring. You take your sad little bundle of markers from the tray of the easel and toss them inside. You check the time on your cell phone and instantly regret it. It's nearly 3. It's a long slog back to your apartment. Daniel's still drawing, now working on the bridge of your nose. I can't, actually. The last bus back to West Hollywood is at 4, and the stop is farther from here than I knew. Sorry. You're disappointed that you don't have the time to go with him. You're having more fun talking to him in the art class than you've had in a long time. Bus? You took a bus all the way here from West Hollywood? His mouth moves quickly when he speaks, like his hands when he sketches. Yeah, I didn't realize how long it would take. I can give you a ride back. I live in West Hollywood too. It's okay, it's not that far. You appreciate his offer and hope he pushes for it again, but you don't want to seem too eager to accept a ride from a stranger. Don't be unfriendly, he laughs, standing up from the stool. It's a long drive in a car, let alone a bus. You nod, agreeing without saying so. You would much rather sit in a car with him than have to pray to the gods for a seat on a bumpy, crowded bus. What brings you all the way out here if you live in West Hollywood, besides this rookie art class? I like to get away from the city sometimes, and the beach here is my favorite. Whoops, I switched them. What brings you all the way out here if you live in West Hollywood besides the rookie art class? I like to get away from the city sometimes, and the beach here is my favorite on the entire coast of California. Why is that, you ask? He tears from the pad the large white sheet with your half-drawn face on it and crumples it in his large hands. You're shocked by this. You knew he hadn't finished his sketch, but you didn't expect him to destroy it. He tosses it into the nearest trash can, and you feel your face tighten into a scowl. He looks quizzical when he notices this. His eyes search your face, and you collect yourself. You force a gentle smile, one that you hope doesn't come across as offended. It was his drawing anyway, you tell yourself. You don't have a reason to be upset. It's not like you were thrilled with him drawing it in the first place. You would have liked to see how it turned out. I like El Matador because it's quiet and the waves aren't very strong, he says. There's these massive rocks along the coast, and I like to sit there and drown out all the noise from LA. I love LA, but it's nice to have some quiet, especially if I only have to drive an hour and a half to get it. His voice trails off, and you wish for a moment that you could get inside the stranger's head.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's all good. I'm just like, oh, how much longer? Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
Okay. Sorry. 25 pages.
Oh god. You want me to take over?
No, it's all good. I was just like, oh.
Okay, so we'll definitely get off stream to eat after this.
Yes. His hand is on his hip now, and his head is tilted to the side. He reaches his hand up for yours, and you immediately pull back. You don't like to be touched. You don't know how to be touched. You know this isn't normal, but you stopped trying to be normal a long time ago. With a flick of his wrist, he's grabbing your hand from behind your back. You want to push him away, but he smiles, and suddenly you've forgotten how to protest. Shall we? He looks towards the door. His warm hand is holding your wrist like a parent does to a child, and you try to ignore the stares of the people in the room as you two leave. The instructor looks confused, but not a hint of annoyance appears on his wrinkled face. Daniel closes the door behind you and slides his hand down to lace his fingers through yours. Do you always hold hands with strangers? You ask, not worried about sounding rude. He huffs a quick breath and tightens his fingers around yours. Your palms are already sweating, and you're embarrassed, overthinking every step you take, every sound you make. You want to strain... Oh, yeah. You want a stranger? We're friends, remember? You roll your eyes and nod in agreement, even though you're certain you'll never see him again. When you step outside, the breeze from the coast washes over you, making you slightly more comfortable than you were moments ago. He leads you down the sidewalk toward the back of the row of white buildings. 2 women walk past you, and you watch as they completely ignore your presence and stare straight at Daniel. The shorter, pudgier woman's eyes nearly bulge from her head, and she pulls on the other woman's arms. A rush of whispers bursts from her mouth into the taller woman's ear. Daniel! The taller woman screeches and drops her purse onto the gravel walkway. Can we have a picture with you? Daniel teases slightly, but it's so slight that you aren't sure if it actually happened. He drops your hand and you watch, confused as heck, as he smiles kindly at the woman. Who is he? Why does he want a picture with them? I just loved you in Off the Main Road. My husband and I went to England for the summer and caught it. You were great. You have no idea what they're talking about, but it hits you. He's an actor, of course he is. You'll look at his face, the delicate bridge of his nose, the sharp edges of his jawline. Of course he's an actor. Thank you, I really appreciate that, he tells them. He's genuine in thanking them for their praises. The shorter woman asks for a picture alone, and she wraps her hand around his arm possessively. She looks at you, judgment clear in her dark eyes. You don't want to agree with her, but when you look down at your dirty boots, ripped jeans, and faded blouse, you do. You want to tell her to stop wondering what he sees in you because it's nothing. He doesn't see you or know you at all. You suddenly feel silly for allowing him to hold your hand, even as friends. Friends don't hold hands. Heck, most lovers don't even hold hands. Love has turned into horizontal bodies and less driven conversations, useless and undeserved promises like those who have filled every relationship you've ever known. You back away as the woman continues to gush over him. He doesn't look your way, not even once, as you disappear behind the building. You follow the gravel trail down to the shore. Moss-covered rocks line the edge of the water, and an overflowing trash can spills out the waste deposited in it by at least 100 people. The water isn't as loud as you imagine, and the waves are soft, just unassuming as they kiss the sand-covered bay and seem to attempt to wash away the dirty rocks. The rocks don't budge, though, no matter how hard the water tries to move them. The beach is farther from the top of the hill than you thought. A large wooden staircase was built to make it easier for people to reach, but you're slightly nervous as you step onto the stained wood. The boards creak under your heavy steps, and you desperately try to understand what is it that he finds so beautiful about the beach. The staircase is wide enough for at least 4 people to walk down at once, and you force yourself to ignore the creaking, ignore the chip paint and spray painted tags on the wooden shed settled in the rocky hill. You don't see beauty here. You see dirt and damaged wood, slow waves, and rocks. A man runs past you, his bare chest gleaming with sweat. He's confident as he takes the stairs up to the top of the hill. The wooden planks shake beneath your feet as his weight presses against them. You hadn't noticed him until he reached you, and you quickly forgot about him after he passes. You're halfway down now. Surely no one else makes such a big deal out of taking an unsteady staircase down to the water. You search your mind for something to think about other than the creaky steps and the actor. You don't watch much television, and you haven't seen a movie in a theater since before your mom became only a wife, no longer a mother. When you moved, she pretended to be upset. She was worried that such a big city would swallow her only child. Why hadn't you chosen a community college and college closer to her? She wondered out loud almost every day for the first week or so. 2 weeks later, she was showing you apartment listings in Los Angeles, asking if you had everything ready to go. You know deep down that she was eager for your move. She had become the type of mother who would trade you for a cheap pair of new cufflinks for her beloved husband. That man had more cufflinks than your mother had flaws. Needless to say, it was more than a drawer full. The waves grow louder as you skip the last step and jump onto the sand. It's not as solid as you expected it to be. Your boots sink into the loose sand, and a storm of dust clouds around around your feet. You take another step, trying to find more solid ground. Next to a mud-covered rock, a flock of blackbirds pecks away at the carcass of an unalive animal. How beautiful. You check your phone again. It's 20 minutes past 3 now, and you need to get to the bus stop by 4, preferably with a few minutes to spare. You had a few minutes of relief when you thought you would be spared the long bus ride, but they were short-lived. That's fine. You are fully capable of getting yourself back to your apartment. The hungry birds scatter as you near them. From the top of the hill, you hear your name being called, Mossy. But you ignore it. You enjoy Daniel. You really did, but you're not naive. Even enough to think you could actually have stimulated his interest beyond a small talk in a boring class. Back in Hollywood, the two of you would never be friends, and definitely not hand-holding friends. Successful actors and waitresses who are confused about their lives have nothing in common. You try to imagine the conversation. Him. Oh, I just got back from Sweden shooting my newest movie. You. Yeah, this lady cussed me out because... Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, this lady cussed me out because her steak was medium well, not medium rare like she ordered him. Did this dude look okay for the award show? Do you think this stain will come out of my apron? I really can't afford to buy another one until my check next week. It just doesn't work. All of the charm he had has diminished, and now Daniel has gone from being an interesting stranger to a shiny, famous airbrush pictured actor. You sigh in embarrassment, remembering that you told him about your lack of, well, everything. You couldn't name a single thing that makes you happy. Well, he has everything that makes people happy. Money, fame, beauty, charisma, more money, women doting on him, still more money. To further your torture, you Google Daniel actor British, then thinking for a moment at gorgeous. Oh my. The first picture that pops up is his, and when you click through, the first page reads Daniel Andrew Sharman. Born April 25th, 1986.
Hang on.
I'm like, who is this Daniel fellow? Daniel Andrew Sharman.
Sorry, fangirls. I have no idea. Hang on. There we go. Daniel Andrew Sharman. Movies and TV shows. It's this guy.
Oh, okay.
Where's this guy been in?
Well, yeah, I'm just like, what has he
He
been
kind
in?
of looks like Bo Burnham.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, you can keep reading. I'll
Okay.
let you know if I find anything.
You take a second to think about how intrusive it is that so much of his personal information is yielded to you, but by a simple internet search. Dozens of images of his face pop up on your screen, and you glance towards the wooden stairs. He's halfway down them, moving fast on his long legs. Even his strides are glossy, like the pages of magazines, like the pages you're swiping through on your phone screen. You close the tab before reading a single thing about him. You have everything you need to know from watching him with fans. He's a nice guy, but you don't have the time or energy to waste on an unrealistic friendship with a famous actor. He calls your name again, and you walk further down the beach. You have about 5 more minutes before you have to walk back up the giant staircase. You take a quick picture of the beach. The water sparkles in the image, and the sand doesn't look as brown or as dirty as it does in real life. You've never been this close to the ocean before. You attempted 2 different trips to the beach. Both times it began to pour rain, a rarity here in South California. So you took it as an omen and stayed away. Truth be told, now that you're here, this close to the expansive shore of the Pacific, you're slightly disappointed by the reality of it. The sand is hard to walk through, especially in heavy-laced boots. You wish you had more time so you could have taken them off and feel the sand between your toes, something that people always talk about. Want me to take one of you with the water in the background? Daniel's voice says close, and when you turn around, he's right behind you. His cheeks are red. The wind is whipping through his wavy brown hair. You look up at his eyes, and he holds his hand for you to give him your phone. No thanks, you reply, trying to keep your voice neutral. Why does his presence bother you now, when 10 minutes ago you couldn't get enough of his easy smile, his carefree laugh? Sorry about that up there. I thought you were going to wait for me, but they just kept talking, so I don't blame you for taking off. He uses his fingers to comb through his hair and cranes his neck to look down the shore. It's beautiful, right? He asked. You decide not to comment on his encounter with the 2 female fans. You have no reason to be annoyed by this. He is a complete stranger who doesn't owe you a moment of his time. It's okay, you shrug, still searching for an ounce of beauty along the coast. The wire mesh trash can closest to you makes a howling noise as the wind passes through the empty bag, causing it to balloon and toss small bits of trash into the air around you. Just stunning, you add under your breath. Your shoulders feel heavy and tense, and you roll them to relieve some of the excess tension. He eyes you from the side and traces the span of your face from eyes to chin and back up, then back down. You hear the clattering of footsteps on the wooden stairs and stare in horror when you see at least 10 women and a handful of men trotting down the stairs, pointing in your direction, in Daniel's direction. It must have pissed you off that I didn't know who you were when I met you. You say without thinking. Don't be too offended, though. I don't watch much television. You hear the venom in your tone and wonder where the heck it came from. He laughs, amused by your unpleasant remark. Pissed? You mean mad, right? Not belligerently wasted. He continues before you clarify. Why would I be mad that you didn't recognize me? Don't you think I would have made it clear if I thought myself that important? He has a point, but you choose not to. You choose not to engage. I have to go. Maybe making a show of looking at the time on your phone. You're pretty sure you're going to miss the bus now, but you have to at least try to catch it. Maybe you can run a few blocks. You almost laughed at the thought. Go where? He asked, clearly not able to take a hint. His eyes focus on the water lapping against the shore. The smell of fish and salt hits your nose, and you want to know why he's so persistent. The crowd of people is near the bottom of the stairs now, and you nod toward them, figuring you may as well warn him before you get swallowed whole. You start to walk away from him, but he follows. Did I miss something? He says, tapping on your shoulder to get you to turn to face him. Did something happen while I was up there? He looks around the beach for a culprit. You want to dig into your bag and hand him a mirror, except you have no reason to be upset with him. You're reaching for a reason to be angry because he's successful. It doesn't make sense to you, but that still doesn't change the ache in your stomach when you think about how stupid he must think you are. A simple girl, a waitress at that, who moved from a small, crappy town to Los Angeles, the city of broken dreams. You're sure he wasn't surprised when you told him you have never traveled or that you don't have a car, though women he's used to being around have been plucked and pampered, hair colored and blown out by someone with an accent and years of experience. No, I just had to get back, but it was nice to meet you. I'll look out for your next movie or something. You shrug and turn away from the ocean. Does your boyfriend need you home? He pries. You make us sound like a grunt. I don't have a boyfriend. You should have
Smooth, very smooth.
So smooth. You should have lied. Or she should have been like, oh, yeah, but, or it's just like, what? You just assume that I have a boyfriend? What if I have a girlfriend? What if I have a partner? And it's just like, oh, I'm sorry. That's how you get people away from you. You wonder if it's too late to take that back. You could easily conjure up a make-believe man of your dreams. He could work at some startup in the valley, and he would be attractive, but in a subtle way. He would love you for your quirks, and he wouldn't mind if you would rather stay at home and watch random, mostly conspiracy-filled documentaries on Netflix. Maybe he could be a painter, and you two could be planning on traveling the world together. He wouldn't ever make you feel bad about your wishy-washy future, and he would have a brother or sister who you could adore and become friends with. Listening to things that you have never had makes you miss them. It's silly and ridiculous, and you should probably stop feeling sorry for yourself. He says, his voice traveling through you. I don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend either. You shift onto the heels of your boot and stare back out at the water. Good to know. You nod slowly, unsure what else to say. I haven't had a girlfriend in a long time, actually. I've been so busy with work and traveling, and my last relationship didn't end very well. It was hard for me to let go of that, so I decided to save everyone the hassle and just pour everything into my work. It's been a good distraction, a successful one, to say the least. He sounds proud, but you catch a hint of something else in his words. Your first instinct is to bite back a sarcastic jab, but something stops you. You look at him. Well, at least you have success to fall back on. I have a rap sheet of bad choices in men going back to... I have a rap sheet of bad choices in men going back to high school. You cringe, remembering when you made the mistake of sending unclothed pictures to Timmy Bellis, your cute, nerdy little boyfriend. Next, Timmy didn't want to be a nerd. He wanted to be a cool kid, and his ticket to the cool crowd was showing your private pictures to everyone. Ooh. I'm a waitress who takes the bus everywhere I need to go. I don't have a passport. I've never been to England or Sweden or anywhere, but here in the hole I grew up in, and I can barely keep my head above water long enough to get through my weekly call with my mother, who, by the way, could give a crap about me, but needs to keep up appearances and be able to tell her friends that her daughter lives in Los Angeles now. Only she doesn't mention that I don't actually do crap here. His fingers tap your balled up fist at your side, and you clench harder. He doesn't relent. He simply moves to the other side of you and pushes his fingers through your free hand. I've never understood why people find it unacceptable to touch each other, he says, when you pull your hand away.
With permission, it's fine.
Yeah,
but,
with permission. If people don't want to be touched, then don't touch. Whether we're strangers or friends or lovers, why is it so bad to be affectionate? I'll never understand that. Just, or, I'm just imagining just someone
Strangers.
or just someone walking up to the other and they're just holding their hand and it's just like, okay, this is my life now. But then there's the opposite where it's just like, don't touch me.
I was with him until he said strangers. Like, yeah, friends and whatever. Yeah, give your friends a hug, everybody. Be normal with your friends and appreciate them and all that stuff. Strangers? I'm just gonna walk up to somebody on Marta and just be like, hi.
Hold friends with strangers. Don't do that. You must have been hugged a lot as a child. His expression falls flat at your attempt at a joke. He quickly catches and regains his composure, a small half smile on his lips. I wasn't actually.
No, Daniel.
You breathe out a heavy breath of frustration at yourself. I'm sorry, I'm so crabby. I'm not good with people. Oh, I can relate. I relate to this person. This person is me.
Oh, no.
Except for handsome actors don't come up to me and they're like, hey, what's your deal? It's more of the just saying something and then someone gets angry at me when I had no idea what I was doing in the first place. Sorry, Tina groan. You breathe out a heavy sigh of frustration. You try to make excuses for yourself. It's true, though. You never quite caught on to human interaction. You can carry on conversations, sure, but mostly only superficial ones. You haven't had a candid discussion with someone about yourself, your self-loathing, your failures, your successes.
Oh my gosh.
You've never had a stranger touch you or hold your hand to comfort you. I'm not either. He admits he's lying. You are under his spell the moment he smiled at you. Liar! You smile at him, not meaning to be harsh. You are just fine with me and your fan club. He shakes his head and reaches for your hand again. You pull away. I'm an actor. It's what I do. Can he really not feel comfortable with people? It's impossible. You witness more than one example of his charisma. You wish it to be true, though, because that would mean you have something in common with him after all. Let's walk, he says, but he doesn't reach for your hand and you're relieved. Letting him touch you would be dangerous for your barely existent self-esteem. You can't imagine how many people he touches every day, every week. You also can't understand the irrational jealousy you feel when you think about it. He owes you absolutely nothing. It's not his fault that he's so likable. You feel a sense of comfort as he walks with you away from the crowd of fans. They are quite slow. You look back at them and realize they're all simply following him at a lumbering pace. Wouldn't it be better to just take pictures of them instead of having them follow you? He looks towards them and a slight frown plays on the corner of his lips. They'll follow me either way. He doesn't look upset by this or even remotely bothered, but it has to be annoying in some way. Even the most downtrodden person doesn't enjoy being treated like an animal. Do you want me to tell him to F off? You offer, and he bursts into laughter. Shaking his head, he grabs your hand again. You let him. No, you don't need photos. No, we don't need photos of you battling crowds of fans all over the tabloids. He's still laughing and you join him. You are completely serious and still are. You have no problem being the bad guy if it makes the crowd go away. You think about his mention of tabloids for a moment. You scan the crowd for someone with a camera, and sure enough, almost all 20 or so of them are holding their phones in their hands. In the age of smartphones, everyone is a paparazzi. You pull your hand from his, and he sighs quietly. Doesn't it bother you being followed around by people, you ask? He walks a little faster, and you rush to keep up with his pace. No, I'm incredibly lucky to have the life that I do. I've worked my bum off for it, and I'm living my dream and millions of other people's as well. Who would I be to complain about people who care about me following me around sometimes?
Okay, but that's not a fair comparison.
Yeah.
By the way, just saying.
Don't follow people. That's weird. Do they care about you? No, they don't even know you, you say without thought. You've had your share of celebrity crushes, but you're not sure where to draw the line between adoring someone and caring for them. They know a version of me that they choose to, and they care about that. If I make them happy, I believe they care about me. If that's not the case, his eyes become slightly hooded, almost challenging as he finishes. Then so be it, but I choose to believe they can. That's good enough for me, whether they know me or not. Truth be told, very, very few people know me outside of my brother and my mum. You appreciate his humble approach to his fans, but that doesn't mean you understand it. I still think it's rude that they follow you around. Sorry, but I can't find the normalcy there. Your version of normalcy may not be the same as theirs, but really, is it hurting me to know they're walking behind me on a beach. He pauses and you don't answer. The beach silence except for the squishing of the sand beneath your boots. If anything, I'm grateful to have the option to not be alone when I choose. His answer is odd, but as the seconds tick by and you actually think about it, about what he's saying, you begin to understand. You know, being alone, you're a master of feeling, at the feeling of loneliness. Would you mind so much if a moment's notice you could be surrounded by people, by a crowd of people who would love to meet you? You aren't sure, but you appreciate his approach. You've got to be the most positive person I've ever met. You say, your voice is thick and honesty dripping from your words like honey. He surprises you by laughing and touching his finger to the tip of your nose. What an odd gesture, you think. You'll like it, but you'll never share this with him. If that's true, then you haven't met very many people. You decide that you'll love his light and airy voice and the way his lips curve around each word, bringing importance to every sound, the comfort these things bring. I have, unfortunately, you say. You met enough people to know that most of them are nothing like Daniel. Where he is happiness in yellow tones, blue eyes, and a soft smile, they are harsh, deceitful, and stained with black tar. You've got to be the most negative person I've ever met. That he's turned your that he's turned your words around, you can't help but find funny. You decide to do the same. If this is true, then you haven't met very many people. You smile up at him with a challenging smile. You reach for his hand, and he doesn't even flinch when you touch his skin. You shiver when his thumb begins to caress the skin under your thumb and index finger. If that is true, he says, correcting you. I believe my line was, if that is true. And since I literally memorize lines for a living, I'm pretty sure I'm correct. You laugh, telling him he's a smart butt. He gets a kick out of it, and you find yourself wanting to make him laugh again. The problem is that you're not very funny. You're not like him. Humor doesn't come any more easily to you than do smiles. Despite these thoughts, you're laughing now, you're smiling now. As his laughter trails off, you approach a massive rock. One side of the brown mass is covered in moss, and the other has been messed up with little words and hearts etched into the rock. I love this thing. He pulls you closer to him, but you keep as much distance as you can. He's like a magnet, and you try to remind yourself that this isn't real. None of this is real. In a few hours, you will go back to his castle in La La Land, and your carriage will turn back into a pumpkin. Except this effed up fairy tale, you don't have a carriage. Your bus will turn into a squash. Oh yeah, your bus will turn into a squash. His fingers trace a few words on the rock. Jeff plus Sarah, 9/17/2011. A thin, sad heart is drawn next to their names. You like that people wrote their names on the side of a rock? You're beginning to think if you were to walk over to the Blackbird's feast and bring the unalive animal to Daniel, he would find something beautiful about it. He would praise the ecosystem or something. He clears his throat and traces another declaration of love. Crystal and Keith forever. Yes. You want to rain on his parade and tell him that Crystal and Keith probably hate each other by now. That Keith probably had an affair and with Sarah from the other tag.
What?
But actually you're enjoying the way his fingers tracing the words and treating them as though they're much more beautiful than black Sharpie scribbles on a dirty brown rock. I'd like to imagine how they felt as they did it. Try to think about it. He pulls you closer to him and puts his hand on your shoulders, turning you to face the rock. Think about them running along the beach, holding hands, laughing, and only focused on one another. He really is the most positive person you've ever met. People like him must have made a deal with the devil and stolen all the happiness from people like you and everyone you've ever known. His hand moves across yours, and he loosely wraps his arm around you, pulling you against his back. You can feel his breath on your neck when he speaks again. Imagine how big this crystal woman must have been smiling when Keith wrote the names on the rock. She was probably blushing, her heart was probably racing, and he probably turned to kiss her. Heat fills her cheeks and her heart is pounding Heat fills your cheeks and your heart is pounding in your chest. Your eyes feel heavy as his breathing slows and yours picks up. Daniel's other hand moves down your waist and he turns your body, gently pushing you against the surface of the cold rock. You can barely breathe and blood rushes to your ears, and you can realize what's happening. His lips aren't touching yours, but they're close enough. He steals your breath. Are you imagining it? The way they felt. A shiver runs through you with his words, and you are pressed against a cold rock, and it's great. Everything's wonderful. You don't know how to feel in life. Don't think of the possibility of anything else, only that they were in love when they were here, completely infatuated with one another. His hands tighten around your waist, and you can taste his breath on your tongue, and the paparazzi are like, oh my. You have never, not once in your entire life, felt the way you do right now. You feel like you're floating, yet you've never felt so grounded before. You feel present. You feel like you're actually involved in your own life for once. You feel strong and in control of your own thoughts, your own body for once. You don't hesitate when he inches closer to you. You press your lips to his without hesitation, and the moment they touch, something in him snaps. He's no longer the controlled, nice, charming guy who finds radius in everything. He shifted into a wild, grunting force, and his hands push through your messy hair, and his breath comes in fast spurts along with his tongue. He's not tentative, he's not gentle, but you don't want gentle.
Okay, at least it's consensual.
Yeah. You've never felt like this. You never felt wild before in your boring, unsatisfying life, and you are terrified that when you're no longer tasting the sweet taste of him, when your hands aren't exploring his chest, you will become you again.
You will become you again.
Yeah,
Someone proofread.
Yeah,
Look, this is as far as I can tell, adults kissing consensually, Anna Todd. I'm not gonna give you any crap for that. Why is it not proofread? This is a book that you were charging money for.
You don't want to go back to the simple no-name waitress. You want to be this. You want to be his. The crushing reminder of reality is trying forcibly to take this moment from you. Every doubt you have about yourself, from your appearance to your achievements, is threatening to overtake the wildness, and you use every ounce of strength inside of you to crush that doubt. You need the wildness. You need to live in this moment for as long as you can. Your doubts have taken enough from you since the day you decided to let them, and you refuse to let them today. His mouth is unforgiving, unashamed, and his hands move from your head to your neck to your chest. He doesn't grab anything like they do in the movie, so that's nice.
Well, that's good.
As if he's reading your mind, he turns you again, hiding you from the sunlight, from the crowd. F word, he mutters into your mouth. You grow bolder with each second.
Can you imagine Daniel reading this and being like,
why?
What did I do?
What? Who is this? Who the fuck fudge is Mossy? Nearly said a bad word there, but I saved it. Fudge. I said fudge.
I'll swear for the both of us. It's fine, you
know. Each flick of his tongue makes you more powerful, more aware of yourself and your body. Your hands clench his shirt, needing more of him. You are. Adrenaline is running. Oh my god! A girl's voice shrieks, and Daniel jerks away from you like he's been burned. You feel as if someone ripped out a part of you, the best part of you, when he turns to the crowd. Is that your girlfriend? How cute. Get a room. His fans joke, teasing him. A younger girl toward the back of the crowd is scowling at you, eyeing you from your dirty boots to your messy hair and swollen lips. Guys. Daniel is gentle with them, and his demeanor is impeccable. He's definitely unaffected by what just happened, and you feel the threads inside you coming undone one by one. The crowd swallows your Daniel, and you realize how insane you sound thinking of him as yours. He's not yours. He never was, and he never will be. At best, you could claim him for the last 2 minutes, but now that your time has run out and he's smiling for pictures and graciously thanking random people for their compliment, he's theirs. They have stolen him from you, and you don't have anything to offer him that they don't have. You can't tell him how great he was in some play, like the woman in the red shirt is doing. You can't say that you loved him in his latest big screen role, like the teenage boy is doing. You can't offer him anything that he can't get from anyone else, and that knowledge is a bitter taste in your mouth. You swallow the acid in your pride and slip out from behind the rock. The wind drowns out their praises behind you, and you couldn't be more grateful of that. You rush up the shore and curse at yourself When your boot catches the sharp corner of a rock, you fall to the ground, landing on your knees. The toe in your boot is ripped now, along with your jeans and skin, but you keep running. You take the stairs without fear this time and run past the white buildings as fast as you can. Your chest is burning. Your entire body is burning. By the time you make it down the street and away from the beach, you don't stop running until you can no longer hear the waves crashing along the shore. You want to upchuck, you want to cry, you want to scream by the time you stop, or you want to scream by the time you stop, but you don't. You simply pull out your cell phone and call a cab. You'll use your entire savings to get back to West Hollywood if you have to. You need to get away from here, away from the fake paradise where beautiful, thoughtful, intelligent men are actors who kiss sad, simple girls back up against the rocks. When you wake up, the cab is pulling up to your apartment building. Your legs burn as you climb out of the car and try to forget how much money you just threw away. The entire day has been nothing but a waste of time and money.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Mother would like to know if we would like her to bring food or if we're about to be coming down.
I mean, I have like 6, 7. I
can go get us food and just listen if you want.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Oh gosh, the chair I don't know what just happened.
Oh no.
I was like, did I break the chair? They all sound very oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. I'm coming down, Mom, if you're still watching.
Thank you for the food.
Thank you, Mom.
Ikadakimasu.
I haven't been watching anime enough.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's usually thank you for the food.
Oh, okay. I was like, I've heard that before on Sailor Moon, but I didn't know exactly what it meant. That makes sense, though. Sailor Moon really likes food.
Yeah.
It's like same.
Yay. It might not exactly mean that, but that's usually what they say before they eat. The entire day has been nothing but a waste of time and money and energy. You drink half a bottle of wine and pass out on your couch watching a string of horror movies. Yay.
I'm turning my phone on just so I can listen while I'm down there.
Oh, okay. I'm just like, hey everyone, follow me on YouTube. I'm trying to steal your fans or something. I don't know.
I'm just trying to block Gabe out.
No. I mean, sure. The way I hunch over, I'm just like, You don't even like horror movies. You can't even stand to see even a flicker of happiness right now. Or you don't even like horror movies. You just can't stand to see even a flicker of happiness right now or ever again. Okay, you're being dramatic. You know this, but it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. When you wake up, your chest feels as empty as your wallet, and you call your job to see if you can pick up a shift. You need the money and the distraction. You've always been a bit of a masochist, so it doesn't surprise you when you're Googling his name on the bus ride to work. When you try to keep your mouth closed and your breakfast down as you scroll through the newest pictures of him. He's on the beach, walking next to you, then talking to you while touching the rock. He's kissing you, his hands up in your hair, his mouth crushed against yours. You can't stop yourself from reading the comments attached to each picture. You aren't surprised to find that not a single one of them is nice, not even close to it. You've been insulted plenty in your life. Heck, you tear yourself down on a daily basis, but the list of names and insults these people behind the screen of anonymity are saying is something else entirely. You have never been the center of attention. You're not stupid enough to think that you could be a model like every single one of Daniel's exes listed on the internet, but you also weren't aware of the many flaws that you have that these people are ready and willing to point out. She looks like a bird pecking him to death, to unaliving.
Sorry.
One man from... It's all good. Or, I'm trying to be YouTube friendly.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the comment, which is very mean, but I'm just like, what?
Yeah, she looks like a bird pecking him, one man from Michigan said. When you click on his profile, he has a Confederate flag as his icon. Your eyes roll in complete... Yeah, so it's just like, oh... Your eye rolled and you completely disregard anything and everything he says. Everything and anything he says. The next few comments are claiming that you're a harlot and too ugly to be with someone as handsome as Daniel. You hate that you agree with the second part of that. You keep scrolling, torturing yourself until you stop. When you step off the bus, you look up at the sky, hoping that the sun will grant you even the tiniest reason to be hopeful. Except there's a massive billboard blocking the sun, and lo and behold, there's Daniel's face blown up to the size of a dang house.
Okay, my phone is dead, so I'm going to run down. You don't have to pause for me. Just fill me in on what happens.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for getting food.
I'm sure I'm not going to miss all that much.
Probably not. I love him, but I don't love him. But I'm feeling sorry for myself, but I shouldn't feel sorry for myself. Okay, she's gone.
Oh my God.
Oh no, she's still there. Please follow me on YouTube, Gabriel Kustick, Gabriel space Kustick. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Her blue eyes are just as stunning as his, and you really believe that he and the featured actress are in love. You feel like an idiot for more than one reason, and you now remember why he seemed familiar to you in the first place. This billboard had been up nearly a month, and you pass it daily. He looks different here, glossier and slightly photoshopped. You prefer the real Daniel with a hint of purple in his lips, the slightly darker rings around his eyes. These things aren't flaws to be edited out. They are a few of the most appealing parts of him. You hate that they took away the shadows under his eyes. They're barely noticeable, not giving the impression that he's tired or overworked, but showing that there's something more to him. Something that keeps him up at night, pacing around his mansion. You don't know him any better than his adoring fans, but you know he's more than some shiny face on a billboard. He finds happiness in everything, and he cares about more than the materialistic crap people likely assume he loves, and you hate him all the more for it. You wish you could pretend that he's some snobby, conceited, rich a-hole with a pretty face, but you know better than that. You force your eyes to tear away from the massive reminder of the best day of your life and walk into what will be far from it. At the restaurant, the smell of garlic and grease fire take away the hint of ocean salt that you couldn't get out of your nose. Seeing the way other employees glare at you and hearing rich men in suits demand continual scotch refills help you wash the memories of yesterday from your mind. You get hit on twice, and it takes everything inside you not to pour plates of steaming hot pasta down the laps of leering, worthless, perverted men. Okay, that's the second mention of pasta. Now I want pasta, because in last chapter with Chris Evans, there's mention of linguine. And by the end of your shift, you're back to hating everything, and you're okay with that. 2 weeks pass without a single thought of Daniel. Okay, that's a lie, but you haven't Googled him for over a week, and you stop looking up at that stupid frickin' billboard every time you step off the bus. You even came across his face in a magazine at your local grocery store and didn't want to crawl into a hole and burn the thing. Progress. Still, you're a bit ashamed that you almost created a Twitter profile after finding his. You were close to crossing the line to becoming a fan of his, but you still haven't seen his work, so you have no excuse. Your resolve is getting stronger, and the burning memory of his mouth on yours is sizzling out. Only a tiny flame remains. You give yourself a few days, and it will be gone. You know it. You know it. You can't afford to live in a dreamland where Daniel Sharman waltzes into your job and sweeps you off your feet. There's no horse-drawn carriage, no happy ending. He's already forgotten you. Days come and go. You pick up as many shifts as you can and otherwise avoid human contact any way you can. The sun seems dimmer after 3 weeks, and you finally stop thinking about him enough to brave attending another art class. You find one more closer to home, not caring if it's more expensive or more crowded. You take the bus to the Studio City Community Center and keep your bag closed during the bumpy ride, protecting your new pack of markers. When you step off the bus, you divert your eyes from billboards, you've learned to do, and cross the street. Your directions tell you that you have a 5-minute walk, which makes you glad you live in a city where it hardly ever rains. Oh, thank you.
Well, it might be hot.
Ooh, thank you so much. Ooh, thank you. Thank you.
She had the thing on down there, and I was like, "Oh, we need to bring Gabe food for the suffering through this."
It's all good. She's basically talking about going to work and trying to forget the moment she had with him.
Oh, the same thing that when I left. I was kind of listening to a little bit of it, and I was like, "Sounds like the same kind of thing is happening." I think we're caught up.
Yeah, she's basically just sad. Just sad, and she's like, oh, and she almost created a Twitter account but she's never watched his movie, so she's like, no, I can't.
I love how this guy is like, hey, you want to go out? And she's like, no, I'm too much of a waitress.
Oh, no.
And then she's like, he would never be into me. It's like, he literally just want to go out with you. What do you mean?
But is it genuine? She's never seen his movies.
How could you be in a relationship if you haven't seen every one of their movies? Sorry, I don't want to push.
Oh, no, it's all good. I'm just making sure that everything's out of the way. Or at least this is out of the way.
Yeah.
Inside the large building, the classroom is quite... Oh, and she's going to another art class that's closer to home.
She changed classes.
Exactly. Okay. You manage to find an empty spot in the far back corner and begin to dig out the supplies out of your bag. This isn't a beginner's class. The one where you met Daniel was enough. This is a moderately advanced class that focus on using markers and colored pens as a medium. Oh gosh, he's gonna be there and be like, I remember you liked markers because you like it better because the colors are more vibrant. It's perfect despite the crowd and the lack of air conditioning in the lack of air conditioning in the musty room. Trying to open the window behind you, you find it stuck. Of course it is. The woman next to you makes small talk, and you try your best to engage with her, even though you aren't listening to a word she's saying. You think she's talking about her pet or maybe her child. ¿Por qué no los dos? Your pet is your child.
Pets are children.
They are. You're not
children.
Pets are
My
cats
mom,
and dogs are better than children.
my mom calls our pets her fur children.
Fur babies.
Mm-hmm.
But you find it hard to pretend like you care when what she's saying. When she looks at you, staring for a moment, expecting a response, you feel a twinge of guilt. Why couldn't you just listen to her? It's not that hard to be polite, and she just spent the last 3 minutes sharing a part of her life with you. You hate that it's hard to engage with people. You wish you were more like Daniel. Daniel. His name burns like lava in your stomach, and you take a few deep breaths to calm down. You don't have to allow his face to burn you from the inside out, but you have to start to think you should allow a part of him back in your mind, even though you'll never see him again. The short encounter with him made you want to be just a little kinder, make a little bit of effort to be more involved in your own life. You smile warmly at the woman. I'm so sorry, I didn't get the end of that. Tell me that part again, you tell her. She smiles back at you, obviously pleased by your polite interest, and you realize that being nice actually makes you feel good. She had been talking about her daughter, her only daughter, who just beat breast cancer. She tells you that her granddaughter is 7 and asks the entire family to wear a cape like a superhero every day that the little girl's mom was battling the cancer that threatened her life. Whether it was the cape her family wore, or whether it was the capes her family wore, or simply modern medicine that gave the woman her life back, you're so glad you took the time to actually listen to the story. You make yourself a promise that you will make a conscious effort to engage with people who make an effort to engage with you. You owe it to yourself and to them. The woman's glasses are foggy and our eyes are blurry from holding back tears by the time she finishes. You almost tell her about your grandmother who you lost to cancer, but then decide one step at a time is best with this. A few minutes later, the last 2 spots in the classroom fill up and the instructor begins. A landscape is what you are told to draw on. A landscape of your choosing, even better. You love landscapes and you really need the distraction of being able to zone out of life and onto paper. You begin with a dark shade of green close to olive and make small lines on the right corner of your page. You completely focus on turning the blank page into something beautiful. The door opens and something inspires you to look up. Your hand drags across the page, ruining the blades of grass you spent the last 20 minutes perfecting. You groan and look around to find your marker eraser. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the paper you're using, and of course the paper causes the mistake to bleed and blur the lines, even more than they already have. But when you hear murmuring of "excuse me" and "sorry," your heart begins to race. That voice, it can't be.
No one else says I'm sorry.
Why would Daniel come here? Because British people are polite and they say "excuse me." Oh, that looks so good.
You can take it. I can finish this.
Oh no, it's all good. I'm just like, oh, it smells so nice. Your mother is an excellent cook.
I know. I felt bad. She was like, dinner's ready. She was like heating it. She was like, I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
You have no idea. You don't know. You don't know what we've been through today.
You finally exercise your rational thoughts about a possible encounter with him, and now here he is, moving his easel through the small spaces, knocking into every single person. His eyes meet yours and you harden. You can't let him think you're remotely affected by his presence. He continues to move closer and you realize that he's deliberately headed your way. He hits his wooden easel on the floor and props it up next to you. You lock eyes and he says, "Do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone when you only know the first name, that they're a waitress, and they dislike nearly everything except the odd art class?" You roll your eyes, but the familiar ache blooms in your chest. It's completely irrational the way you feel about this man, this stranger after one kiss nearly a month ago. You play it cool. "No, I don't have any experience with that, actually," you say, not meeting his eyes. He chuckles under his breath, and you wonder why he's acting so happy, as though you didn't run away from him on the beach a month ago and haven't seen him since. Okay. Well, I can help you out if this ever happens to you. First step, you go to every single art class in Los Angeles area. His eyes are burning into yours, begging yours to meet him. You refuse. Every single one. You doubt it, even though somehow you know he's not lying. Yep, every single one, every single day, sometimes twice a day. You've missed his voice, and you still can't fathom how that could be possible when you've only spent a couple of hours with this man. Wow, I'm sure some would find that impressive. You sound much more detached than you actually are. He laughs, scooting his stool closer. The woman you sort of made friends with is watching the two of you. She practically has little hearts for eyes as she stares.
It's like an anime.
Ding.
Ding.
They open their mouth, there's like a heart tongue. Yeah, some would, but not you. You find it annoying, Daniel says, with that frickin' easy smile and those bright wide eyes. You sigh, melting into every word he utters. You act like you know me. You try not to laugh, but your stomach is turning, your breath is labored, and you sound anything but cool and collected. I do. He stands on the stool and closes the small space between you. You stand too, backing away from his approach. He reaches for your hand and you don't pull away. Don't touch me, please, you beg of him. You crave his touch, more than your own breath, but you can't handle another fall back into reality after this hour has passed. He immediately drops his hand and his eyes close for a second. The shadows underneath his eyes are darker now, nearly too dark. You can't comprehend how someone can be so captivating inside and out. You want to take your words back. You want to throw your arms around him and beg him to be yours, but you know better. You can't do that. It will end worse for you than that day last month. The moment one of the students recognizes his voice or face, he's no longer yours. He sits down on the stool and opens his bag he was hanging around his body. He's wearing black jeans, a white t-shirt, and the same boots.
That's all he wears, apparently. It's what he was wearing the last time she saw him.
Yep. The sleeve of his arm had a few little holes in it, and you can't help but admire them. As much as you tried to paint him to be something else, someone materialistic and shallow, you know darn well that you're lying to yourself. This man is neither of those things. You know this not only from the little holes in his shirt or the black marks on his shoes. You know because you saw more of him than that. He stays silent as he unpacks a case of brushes and then stands up and walks to the front of the room to get supplies. Even though this is supposed to be a marker and pen class, he grabs 2 handfuls of small watercolor bottles. No one, not even the instructor asks him why or tells him no. You watch as some of the students admire his beauty, the way confidence rolls off his broad shoulders and down his lean yet strong body. The woman, your new sort of friend, raises an eyebrow at you and Daniel walks past her without looking at either of you. You shake your head at her and shrug your shoulders as if you have no idea what she's talking about and focus on your drawing. You manage to correct the ugly mistake on your page and try your best to focus on your work and not look over at the painting Daniel is creating. The minutes drag and finally the class is over. Daniel stands, his shirt covered in small dots and a few lines of colorful paint. When he looks away, you steal a glance at the paper in front of you. Every breath you take is lost. You can barely register what's in front of you. It's your face, bright and vivid, staring back at you. It's you, except a much more beautiful depiction of you than in reality. It's your face, your nose, your full lips, your eyes, even your messy hair with strands surrounding your face, and the most beautiful flowers spreading out of nearly every inch of you. The end of your hair are shaped like petals, and your lips are put together with small pink flowers. Your eyelashes curve in the most beautiful manner. Your ears have bouquets of colorful lilies sprouting from them. You're breathless, and your eyes are fighting a losing battle as you dab at the corners of them with a shaky finger. It's beautiful, isn't it? Daniel says, and his hand taking yours. You nod, unsure how to speak or what you would even say to him if you could find the words. Across the top of a page, written in orange paint, is the words, "Let me find what makes you happy." The woman next to you starts sobbing uncontrollably.
Everyone's crying in these
and you feel every single emotion that you've ever been trying to fight. You can't control it or even begin to contain it, and you can't believe this insanely talented, incredibly thoughtful man has created such a beautiful version of you. We have one more page left.
I'll take it from you so that you can eat it.
Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, after this. Oh gosh, the next one is the 10-year special. As you stare back and forth between him and it, trying to collect your thoughts, "It's so beautiful," you finally gasp. He steps closer, letting go of your hand and pulling you against his chest. "It's identical to you." I'm just imagining the people in this class just looking back and seeing these two people just like chest to chest looking at each other and just being like, What is
trying to get a
happening?
passing grade. Like, I'm picturing it being like a college class, even though it probably isn't. But like, I'm picturing it just being like, jeez, I'm stuck here in like this community college, and these two idiots, they're back there. Like, I'm picturing somebody just being like mad.
Why? Why must they? That's so weird. Why would you do that? This isn't a movie.
Uncontrollably too, not for the same reason.
It's so painful.
None of it makes any sense. Just go with it.
He pushes an unruly strand of hair behind your ear, and your eyes flutter closed, trying to imprint every detail of this moment. Hardly, you breathe, resting your forehead against his chest. You can feel the rapid beat of his heart. You want to remember this too. I'm not going to let you run away from me this time. He tightens his arms around your back.
Very creepy, said by the wrong person.
And you're astounded that the line doesn't sound remotely cheesy coming from his lips.
No, it's just horrifying.
Maybe because he means it, a small voice inside your head, a voice says inside your head, focus on what's good. His hands move under your chin and tilts your head up so you're looking at him. He continues, I'm going to be here until you see this. He takes one arm away from you and points to the painting. I would love it if you allow me to stay longer, but I'm not going anywhere until you see yourself the way you deserve to. You can't take any more from him. Your chest is aching and your fingers are trembling, dying to touch him. You wrap your arms around his back and press your lips to his before he can speak again. You've never believed anyone in your life the way you believe him right now. You want to see yourself in that way, colorful, vibrant, happy. You know he can't do all the work. It takes what's inside you to bring his painting it takes what's inside you to bring his painting to reality, but you're happy to have him along for the ride. You're happy to have him beside you.
Is that the end?
That's the end.
Okay, here. Sorry. I was just like, I just put food under your nose.
Oh no, it's all good.
It's braciole and Caesar salad.
Thank you. Or I'm just like eating on camera.
And meanwhile, I'm over here just like huge crouton. I live on stream now. This is my life. We finished
that chapter.
I'm sorry, Daniel, for not knowing who you are.
Sorry, Daniel.
Ellery pointed out that this is it feels like it was written for somebody else, and then for like potential lawsuit reasons she had to change it.
Oh, to another actor.
I wonder.
But whomst?
That was so boring. That was very boring. It's like people in airports when they have those big romantic love declarations scenes. I think about them realistically and people just being like, I'm late for my flight. That's what I say every time too. Can you imagine? Just like a guy getting on the plane and being like, Sarah, no, don't leave me. And you're like, I gotta get to Chicago.
I have a connecting flight.
You couldn't have talked about this like in the car ride over? Like, yeah, it had to be right now.
Oh my gosh. And then people are cheering at the breaking out. It's like, okay, cool, fine. Can we go? Please.
I say that because Daniel Sharman only does theater and TV, but they repeatedly mention movies. I mean, he's listed as being in a bunch of movies. Maybe it's just like bit roles. I have no idea to what extent he's in movies. But when I looked it up, it was like movies and then TV. And then I saw Teen Wolf, and I was like, that's why. That makes sense. Oh, I feel so bad.
It's all good.
It's such a short... I can read the next. This is such a short one. I feel so bad.
It's all good.
You've read, like, most of it. I'm so sorry. Right.
Just read it slowly.
The 10-year special. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll give you time.
Thanks.
You barely miss being hit right in the face by a wayward ball as you walk by the basketball court. Getting up early to do some research has already proved detrimental, having almost cost you your left eye. But you take a minute and stop to peer the early... Oh, this is by Blair Holden, by the way. No shade to Blair. Just we were naming all the other writers. I didn't want her to feel slighted when she definitely watches this back. Not so happy campers. Stop and peer at the early morning activities of the not so happy campers of Camp North Star. Children from the ages of 8 to 12 are busy with their morning session, too engrossed in the game to notice that they nearly disfigured one of their counselors. That feels a little excessive. You'd come here to scope out their basketball skills, waiting to know if they could work for a particular sequence you had in mind, but as usual, Your mind gets distracted. You sigh and shake your head. It was all about sports and cheerleading at this camp, a detail you'd missed when applying for the job. You thought you'd get to spend your entire summer with energetic kids who wanted to further their love for the arts, but you'd been radically mistaken. A dismal 6 people had signed up for your advanced acting class, and the participation in the theater workshop was disappointing to say the least. The kids at the camp were restless, their fingers twitching as they watched the clock, waiting for it to signal when they could finally have access to their electronic devices, run outside, jump in the lake, play some ball, and not have to recite the bard's outdated dialogues. Sorry, do you want me to I feel bad that you feel bad eating on camera.
Oh no, it's fine.
Don't feel bad. Eating food is normal.
I know, but I might look weird eating it on camera. I don't know.
You don't look weird.
Oh, okay, cool. Someone's like, I am disgusted.
Well, that person gets kicked out because that's just dumb.
Oh.
How dare you eat food, Gabe?
I'm sorry.
I love how she's like the sports kids instead of the arts.
Love the arts.
You observe them in their natural habitat, looking happy and excited even after having been woken at 5 a.m. by their sports instructor. When? Speaking of said devils, you throw the 2 immature frat boys an envious glare and try not to think about the unfairness of the world. And you're pretty sure they hadn't spent 4 hours color-coding the entire program schedule for their month at the camp. But you had, and your students hate your classes. Well, they won't anymore. You grin like the Cheshire Cat as you remember the brilliant plan you'd come up with last night. One email from an old online fan club you joined when you were 13 was in like 2006. It was like 2006 all over again. You busted out the old playlist and participated in good old dance party as fellow fans celebrated all over the internet. Who do we think this is? And that was when the inspiration had struck. You knew exactly what to stage for the camp's annual performance night. And you knew it was going to win your students over. Heck yes, you were going to be instructor of the year. And neither frat boy 1 nor frat boy 2 could take that away from you. Colleen looks up from the script you've handed her and peers at you intently from behind her thick-rimmed glasses. You got a problem with people with thick-rimmed glasses? I'm offended. Just kidding. You shuffle your feet, trying your best not to look nervous as you meet her gaze. It's all about confidence, you tell yourself. You cannot let her intimidate you into feeling bad about a project you believe in with all your heart. She might run this camp, but you know your stuff. You're an acting major in one of the most prestigious programs in the country, and if there's one thing you know, it's a show that'll guarantee a standing ovation from the entire house. So you smooth your pleated skirt and stand tall in your 6-inch heels. Oh God, I would never.
Oh my
Trying
gosh.
desperately not to look like a little girl playing dress up. Are you sure this play will be popular with our campers? Don't you think it's a little dated? You bite the inside of your cheek and refrain from a rather embarrassing outcry. Dated? How could she suggest that? If High School Musical... Oh God, it's Zac and
Oh my god.
Oh my God. If
I'm so old.
Oh God. And we're even older now. This was 10 years. It was 10 years old 6 years ago. Almost 7 years ago. Oh God. I don't want to keep thinking about that.
Oh gosh.
We're closer to the 20th anniversary at this point.
Oh.
Oh. High School Musical was dated, then Colleen might as well already have one foot in the grave. It had only been 10 years since the first film came out on TV, 8 since the last one in the trilogy was released in theaters. You'd been 13 when you'd first seen the original film on television and lost your heart to that blue-eyed boy with the voice of an angel. Even as Colleen drones on and on about the age statistics and how these kids have probably never heard of the film or the songs, you find yourself going through a montage of yourself from ages 13 and up. gosh, it'd been one crazy period filled with Wildcat merchandise and karaoke nights with your best friend. You smiled to yourself. No one here knows that it was the film that had pushed you to pursue musical theater yourself. If you could make these kids feel half the passion you felt for the series, you would be satisfied that you'd done your job right. And then they made High School Musical, the series, and it proved that it is universal. Kids do still love High School Musical.
Yep.
Hey, are you okay? Colleen looks at you with concern, and you can imagine the dazed look on your face. Your best friend says your fits of intense concentration don't make you look serene or dreamlike. Rather, whenever you get a bit too lost in your head, your facial muscles start twitching, and it looks like you're pretty close to having a seizure.
Ooh.
Huh. Huh. It must be a genetic thing because you swear your mom gets the same look whenever she thinks about Harrison Ford. You relax your features and nod. Sorry, just got a bit carried away there with the planning. I can see it all in my head, and I promise you it'll be the best show the camp has ever seen. Really? You didn't do Camp Rock at camp? I'm offended.
Gosh.
I know that everybody likes High School Musical better, but still. And can you imagine the publicity? We're celebrating 10 years of a pop culture phenomenon. Those films affected so many lives, and we could pay tribute to the film that started it all. You hold an exaggerated pause. If we show the new generation of kids what they've missed out on, we could possibly encourage them to opt for performance arts more than just sports or whatever is happening on all those social media apps. Pause. I've been doing this long enough to know that every person thinks that movies and TV were better when they were kids, and that the kids today don't know anything. I know this because every generation is like, my TV was the best generation. You kids don't understand this current generation. And I think you finally reached a boomer mentality when you're like, whatever's going on those social media apps. Anyway. Just thought I'd say that. Not that I know what's going on any of the social media apps. I just find it funny when people are just like, these kids don't know what they're missing out on. It's like, they might know. There might be a reason why it's not as popular anymore.
Yeah.
You give yourself a mental fist bump for appealing to your boss's dislike of smartphones and social media. You've just got to sell it a little bit more, and soon you'll have a horde of preteens prancing about on stage to the songs that mean the world to you, because it's all about you. That doesn't say that, but it's not about the kids. So you lay it on thick. Colleen, you'll be recognized widely as a patron of the arts. Imagine the funding the camp could get for its acting and music programs. We barely have any resources right now, but if we make this work, if we get these kids to sing and dance like their little lives depend on it, you'll have parents rushing to be a part of something bigger. It's the start of something new. It doesn't say that either. But that was my injection.
Do it. Inject all the High School Musical references.
You gulp in a quick breath. Do you realize how easily things go viral these days if we release one video? Someone teach me how easily things go viral, because I'm over here being like, I would love for something of mine to go viral.
In a good way.
In a good way. Do it. Colleen snaps her fingers, dismissing you with a weary sigh. If it all turns out half as good as you're trying to make it sound, then we might actually manage to make the parent happy. The parents happy. Happy parents equals happy board members, and it's always handy to have those folks on your good side. God knows we could use some new bunk beds. Try 50 of them. So it's done then? I can start working on my script? We'll need to hold auditions and teach them the routines. I might need an assistant or two, maybe a vocal coach. What about the costumes? I'm sure we can. She doesn't need to work on a script. Or this person, assuming this is Marcy, they don't need to work on a script because there's already a High School Musical version, like for stage. I don't know, maybe you can't get the licensing to that, so it'll be a Scamilton thing all over again, but I don't know. Good question.
Alexander Scamilton.
Alexander Hamilton. Sorry. I don't want to hear about this until we're lifting the curtains and I've got to worry about some kid throwing up from nerves on my stage. She waves her hand at you. Her hands at you. Now go on, do whatever you have to do. On the inside, you're squealing, but you manage a respectable nod and rush from her office without breaking out your famous moves. Only when you're in the safety of your private cabin do you jump and squeal and put on your High School Musical playlist to give your muscle memory a true workout. This is going to be fantastic. You just know it. I almost did this.
Yeah, we're all in this together.
With a clap over your head.
Yep.
And then there's like the crossed arms pose, and then the out, and then there's a slide.
And we see it. Yeah. I remember trying to learn the dance and I was just like, no.
Yeah. This is a disaster, a complete and utter disaster. You're sitting with your throbbing head in your hands on the floor of the small auditorium where the camp holds its events. Your counselor, and the closest thing you have to a friend here, Janie, sympathetically pats your head. They're not that bad. He's supposed to be Troy Bolton. Do you realize what that means? He's gotta be the most amazing basketball player, singer, and potential boyfriend material. Okay, calm down.
Yeah, these are kids.
Troy Bolton. First of all, they're kids. Second of all, it's just Troy Bolton. Nothing against Troy Bolton. He was fine. But I don't even think Zac Efron sang his parts in the first one.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that that was Chad Michael Murray or something.
It wasn't Chad Michael Murray, but it was a guy that wasn't him in the first one.
Yeah. His voice is a lie, but that's Vanessa Hudgens' voice, and she's cool.
Right now, Mr. Wells is doing a pretty crappy job of that. He hasn't been able to make a single shot, Janie. Well,
Ooh.
You've got to admit, those are some pretty big shots. Shoes he's got to fill. This Mr. Bolton sounds like quite the accomplished person. I still can't believe you've never seen High School Musical. The entire camp is filled with pop culture heretics. What were you doing in 2006? Is Zac Efron gonna show up and play Troy Bolton with all of these kids around him?
Or is he like, I'm gonna help coach you. You gotta get your head in the game.
Get your head in the game. Watching documentaries on the reproductive cycle of elephants? Did you know an elephant can stay pregnant for up to 2 years? You stare at her, completely dumbfounded. You could have seen Ryan and Sharpay's bop to the top, and you chose to watch elephants copulate instead? Sorry, Gabe is eating.
It's fine.
She shrugs. We all have our priorities. Before you can shake her and ask her what the ever-loving heck is wrong with her, I didn't censor that. She said ever-loving heck.
Oh.
Eliza Monroe, the 11-year-old playing Gabriella, is quite the diva. Is quite the diva, and as usual, she's having issues with her co-star, the Troy that was never meant to be, little Aaron Wells. Oh dear, poor Aaron. You frown at her. What is it this time, Eliza? He's ruining the song. No, I'm not, Beau Troy protested. If you quit trying to be a show-off and stealing all my high notes, maybe we wouldn't have a problem. I love it. She's like, I want to inspire the next generation. And she's like, you all suck.
Yep. Be better at these characters.
I'm doing us both a favor here, buddy. Have you heard how you sound when you try and sing the last part? Here, this is how you sound. This could be the start of something new. The little diva screeches. We don't want to damage people's eardrums now, do we? Ouch, 11-year-olds are worse than most of the people in your advanced acting class. You raise a hand. Whoa, hold up. You're being unnecessarily rude, Eliza. I only get to be rude to this 11-year-old who doesn't know how to play basketball. Eliza, apologize to Erin. She may be right, but you'd die before you admit that. Thought she said that to the kid.
No.
There's no need. This is stupid. Erin attempts to take off the basketball jersey with the number 14 embossed on it. You found a bunch of knockoff costumes from the film on Amazon and opted for next day delivery. It took quite the mental fortitude to give the jersey to Erin when you wanted to wear it to bed instead. Okay, calm down. I get it. We all have our nostalgia things. That's great, but calm down. Trying to break up the latest drama between the two, you wondered if you were going to be ready in time to put on the show you promised Colleen. With auditions having been held 2.5 weeks ago, you have exactly 1 more week till the final performance. You ever think about how High School Musical ends with the rehearsal? We never see the musical, and no one knows to this day what the musical is about.
Oh, yeah.
But with dismal pickings, you've ended up with a mismatched cast who seems to all hate each other. However, since they were the only people who showed up, you've got to put up with the daily tantrums. Aaron, sweetie, please stay, you said gently. I'm sure Eliza didn't mean that. It's been a long day. Why don't you two take a break and we'll go back to rehearsing the song once again? He looks annoyed and sniffs, addressing both Eliza and you. I looked him up, you know, the actor in the movie that you talk about so much. Personally, I think I sound better than him. You gasp. How dare he? The little piece of toe jam. I'll let you know that his voice wasn't the best in the first movie. I agree, but kid, geez, that was harsh. Someone says from behind you. It's gonna be him.
It's gonna be
not
Zach.
Your voice, Zach.
Yeah, and the first one is not even your voice.
It wasn't that great in the first one when they wouldn't let me do the singing. That's what you just said. At first you don't register the gasps and the bug-eyed expressions of the people around you. You're pretty sure you hear someone scream, but it doesn't hit you for a few seconds. You hear footsteps, thundering ones, and that's when your heart begins to race. It was my big break, the same voice says. I like to think you won't judge me on that forever. You freeze, your spine stiffens momentarily, and then you're pretty sure you've gotten a permanent cramp in your neck by how fast you turn around. Your entire body shivers because you know that voice anywhere. You've had it serenade you during lonely nights for years when times got tough. You had it telling you to get your head in the game.
Oh my god.
When your third blind date of the month turned out to be a dud, you jammed out the start of something new because it gave you hope. Just a couple of weeks ago when you'd gone ahead and had an anxiety attack about school. I like how they say that like she had a choice. You had to go and have a panic attack. All you had to do was play Breaking Free, and you could breathe easier. You snuggled with your personalized HSM jersey and imagined that you were someone else for the night, possibly Gabriella, and you'd have a Troy sneaking in through your balcony. The idea itself made everything 10 times better. But it's not possible to hear that very voice live within a few feet of you. Now you've finally gone ahead and breached the fangirl line of sanity. Not only are you dreaming of Zac Efron, you've started seeing him as well. Hi, imaginary Zac takes a step toward you, and you notice how silent the entire auditorium has gone. Even Jamie looks shell-shocked, her hands covering her mouth, and her eyes the size of saucers. What if he's a mere figment of your deprived imagination? Why is everyone reacting this way? Oh God, you don't move, simply staring at the Adonis in front of you.
Oh, what a man.
I never had a crush on Zac Efron either. Apparently I was very picky. The Adonis in front of you, your heart galloping inside of your chest. In that moment, you're not even sure if you're breathing the right way. Your mom did always tell you that you were a mouth breather. Thanks, Mom.
Oh my gosh.
But given that you've been gaping at imaginary Zac for a good few minutes now, you're not even doing that. You feel a bit lightheaded. Maybe it's the lack of oxygen or the beauty of the person before you. Real or not, he's still the most handsome man you've ever seen. His eyes, the ones you've loved for the past 10 years, pierce right through you as he extends his hand. He says your name, tells you he heard about the musical you're trying to stage to commemorate 10 years of his movie. Apparently a kid from your class tweeted about it. Apparently it went viral and we reached his publicist. How do I not know about this, Marcy? How do we not know about this? He wants to help out. He thinks what you're doing is great. He'd love it if you could make him part of the somehow. Maybe he could help the actors with their dialogue and songs. You can't see beyond the fuzziness beginning to cloud your vision. He keeps talking. You keep struggling not to sway on your feet. Tan skin, rich brown hair. That's been lightened by the sun. Tanned, muscled arms that are exposed by his short sleeve shirt. And above all, the smile that's hitting you with the blinding force of 1,000 lights. He's rendered you speechless. My friend here's in shock, I think. She's a huge fan. We all are, Mr. Efron. We're so grateful that you took the time to come out here. Offering to help these kids is just so very kind of you. I'm sure she'd say the same if she wasn't so. I watched the Goonies, you blurt out, then slap your hands to your mouth. You're still shaking. Your entire What does the Goonies have to do with this? Am I behind on my Zac Efron lore?
Was he in the Goonies?
He could possibly have been in the Goonies, right? I would have known about that. I just saw somebody say, I love Rugrats. Sorry, getting distracted. You're still shaking your entire body, humming to get closer to Zac. You want to touch him, not in a creepy stalker way, of course not, but just to make sure that he's there and that you haven't crossed over to the dark side where fangirls become ghosts haunting their obsessions. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine you die and you become the ghost that haunts the person you had a celebrity crush on?
Oh.
Someone write that. That sounds fun.
One of his favorite movies is The Goonies.
Okay, I was like, that makes more sense. Because I don't even think he was alive when the first Goonies came out. Also, Zac Efron is officially playing dads in movies, and I feel mega old.
Oh, no. Oh.
Zac smiles at you, a restrained, polite smile, and you're not sure if he thinks you're cute or just plain crazy. You can hear your own voice quivering, but you keep talking. I know it's your favorite movie. Heat blooms across your chest and radiates from your face. I've watched it multiple times. I thank you for introducing me to it. Just yesterday, when Ryan nearly dropped our Sharpay during one of the routines, I went back to my cabin and watched it twice. I mean, between consuming copious amounts of wine and having a killer hangover the next day, or watching a cinematic gem, I think I went for the lesser of two evils. You laugh at your own comment, but no one joins you. You keep laughing. It soon turns into hysteria, and then your utter mortification. You snort repeatedly. Oh no, you cry, and once again try to muffle your breakdown, but it's futile. Everyone's looking at you, and the trainers you call students who you've spent weeks training are rolling on the floor, clutching their sides. Super. Why do I want to imagine this? Well, what? This is my escapism, and it's like, and everybody was laughing at you. What? Zac Efron, who apparently is the real Zac Efron, keeps a blank, if slightly concerned expression on his face. Janie's burning a hole in the side of your head. But you keep looking at him. Even if you had the option to apparate to Hogsmeade right now, you'd want to remain stuck right here in this increasingly traumatizing moment. Would you? Or have magical powers?
I choose the magic powers, but also like try to calm down and talk to the famous person.
Yeah. Do I make you nervous? He asks quietly. You nod. It's all starting to hit you right now. Can you imagine how lonely that must be? Side note. Everybody like stops and just stares when you go into a room. That's gotta suck, right?
Yeah.
Like I've been on sets where like everybody's chit-chatting amongst each other, and then the first scene, the actors, they walk in and everybody goes silent, and it's like, oh, that probably makes them feel horrible. Imagine every time you walk into a room at work, all of your coworkers just stop and just pretend like they were doing nothing every time you come around the corner.
Oh, you're here. Looks away. Oh gosh.
It's like, guys, when they say not to talk to first team, they mean don't bother them because they're working. They don't mean don't talk around their vicinity and make them feel weird.
But then the crew starts talking and they're like, background, be quiet.
Oh yeah,
and we're just
always
like
gets yelled at. Because we don't have union cards, so we can get yelled at.
Yep.
You nod. It's all starting to hit you right now. You've spent 10 years fantasizing about him, keeping up with the Google alerts. Really? Being person, I've never thought to turn on Google alerts about a person.
I've heard it happen on Housewives, but I never.
Not judging. I just never thought
yeah.
about that. That's interesting. Keeping up with Google alerts, being the first in line to watch all his movies, and hoarding wheat thins just because you know he loves them. All of his movies? Even 17 again?
Even what?
17 again.
Oh,
Remember 17
yeah.
again?
I remember seeing that. I thought it was weird.
It was weird, but I haven't seen it in a while, and I know that some people genuinely like it. But that was the only like Zac Efron movie I could come up with where I was like, it's like a crazy weird one that had come out in 2016. Greatest Showman hadn't come out yet.
Oh, yeah.
Which I do love the music from Greatest Showman, even though it's not historical at all.
Oh,
Not
yeah, I
even a
heard.
little bit.
Yeah, I heard about how inaccurate everything was. to
Literally
that.
everything. You have to just kind of think about it as like fan fiction of famous people, and
Yeah.
with music that's catchy. I'm going to let the cat in.
Oh, yeah. Perry is banging on the door. She's like, let me in. You know, but 2 minutes later, she's like, let me out.
Hi. Yes, Harry, I see. How's chat?
They're great.
That's great.
My parents love Rugrats, and they showed them to us. We loved it too. Hello, Perry.
Hated Rugrats.
Oh, why?
They just found it annoying. So we never really watched it.
Oh.
Hoarding wheat thins just because you know he loves them. In national news tonight, there's a wheat thin shortage. Zac Efron man
Oh,
is
no.
just hoarding it like 2020 with the toilet paper.
Oh, my gosh. They're the reasons why, we have inflation. Her tail was like right next to your food.
Oh,
I'm just like, oh, no, Perry.
no, Perry. No, hun.
Oh, it's so cute. No.
Oh. And he's finally here. To your utter embarrassment, you begin to tear up, and what's worse is that he notices. Clearing his throat, he stretches his hand out to Aaron, who's watching the two of you with rapt attention. Well, as much as attention as an 11-year-old can muster. Mic, please? You watch in confusion as Zac takes the microphone from Aaron and brings it up to his lips. I'd like for everyone to clear the room, please. The two of us need to go over some things for this musical, and we'd like some time alone to seriously overhaul the situation. He commands the room like the superstar that he is. You watch him affect everyone instantly as they all begin to leave. Even Janie follows suit as she squeezes your shoulder and whispers, "Good luck," in your ear. Perry?
Perry, no.
Perry, no. No, Perry.
Not the food.
Not the food. Okay, you can rub on the... Yeah, you can do that. Just don't...
Don't go for the food.
Not the food.
Oh, everyone's like, hi, Perry.
Hi, Perry.
Perry. No, Perry. Perry, no.
When the auditorium is completely silent, Zac walks toward the sound system and begins fiddling with the playlist. Your legs finally give out as you downright collapse on stage. Oh no, someone call an ambulance. Hugging your knees close to your chest, you tell yourself over and over that it is not a dream. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you always believed this would happen, and it did. You did? You got to seize the moment. Are Honey Nut Cheerios really your favorite cereal? He laughs, but nod. Yup. Why? You feel dazed. I just wanted to confirm whether or not I'd been eating them all these years for no good reason. Oh no.
That's weird.
Oh no. And I tried to get into those comics and manga that were listed on your fan site, but I just couldn't. Zac Efron is into manga. He's a comic nerd. Good for you, Zac. Welcome. I didn't know you were in our ranks.
She doesn't like manga. Delete this chapter.
I do like the way that this writer just writes with like all of her soul. Like she's very committed to this. Like, yeah, Zac Efron is there. His booming laughter fills the entire auditorium, and immediately afterward, you hear the beginning notes of your favorite song. Would you like to sing with me? Walking back on stage, he hands the other mic to you, but you can only stare back like he's asking you to strip. Calm down. What do you mean? I picture him as like, if anybody's seen Owl House, that one when she brings the book to life, and like the one like hero who's like all suave is obviously in love with her, and he's like, oh, he's like, what does he say to her? He's like, he just like flips his hair and there's like flower petals in the wind every time, and he's just like, that's how I'm picturing Zac Efron right now.
Harry's like, what was that sound effect?
The clip I saw on the internet, it was of you singing this song for your students. It's what brought me here. You're absolutely incredible, he says with a mixture of sincerity and awe in his voice. You continue to gape at him, then sputter. Struggling to get you to your feet, you finally stand upright. Perry, are you all right? Honey.
Honey, sweetie, darling.
Baby.
I'm looking at chat. I'm not looking at Perry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Or just like looking
it.
at the camera angle.
Oh, she scared herself.
Oh, no.
Perry. You continue to gape at him, then splutter. Struggling to get to your feet, you finally stand upright and try to find the right words. My singing brought you here? That and the passion with which you were telling everyone about the movies about me. I guess I just had to see you. You blink and continue to do so for several long moments. We're going to miss our cue, he says. Sing with me, please, before word gets out that I'm... Yes! You shout way too loud, but he just grins. I mean, thank you. That's just... Did he, like... He didn't plan this at all. He, like, escaped his publicist and ran.
Yeah,
like, in the middle of the night. Just like, I gotta go!
I need to be with someone who appreciates me. Oh, and when he says sing with me, that reminds me of in... the Lizzie McGuire movie where it's like, sing with me, Paolo.
Sing with me, Paolo. That's my favorite meme to come out of like a Disney Channel. All right. Oh God.
Oh, are they singing?
They're singing. Hang on.
Oh gosh.
Yes, you shout way too loud, but he just grins. I mean, thank you. That's just... And when you say that when I say I can't explain what this means to me, I literally can't. Tears prick your eyes again, and he sees them an inches closer. Why do I want to imagine just having the worst reaction to meeting my favorite celebrity? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, usually the imagines are like, you walk in and you're just not impressed with him, and he's just in love with you because of that. And meanwhile, this is just like, no, I am your biggest fan. He sits every day.
I watch the Goonies to decompress.
Twice. Started it right back over.
I mean, that's dedication.
I mean, Goonies is a good movie, but the fact that she only watches it because Zac Efron likes it is funny. All right. Do you want to start off with his part? And I'll cut you off.
It wasn't scrolling down, so I'm just scrolling down. Perry, feed me the humans food, mortals. OMG, I love Owl House. Oh my gosh, me too.
So good.
I really wish season 3 wasn't 3 45-minute long specials, because Disney was like, we don't like the gay.
Oh god.
Well, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it. But
if you've seen it even a little bit, you know that there's the gay.
Yeah. Oh, pink-haired Amity.
Pink-haired Amity. I like Amity.
I still can't believe she's voiced by the same voice actress as Katara Mae Whitman, and she doesn't.
Is?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes so much sense.
She doesn't sound like her at all, and I'm just like, how do you not sound like her at all?
That's a good voice actor.
I know.
It's like when I found out that Mark Hamill was the voice of Zuko's dad in Last Airbender, and I was like, what?
Joker is... Luke did not want to go to Tashi Station to get the power converters for you to believe that he just played Joker. But it's like he's well known for Joker.
All right. What are the first 3 lyrics of We're Breaking Free? as far as
Oh,
far
God.
as Zac Efron's big part goes.
Oh gosh, I just know we're breaking free, we're
That
soaring,
part. He
flying.
takes your hand and brings you closer. Your skin is aflame when he touches you. Flickers of pleasure dancing across the surface. Weird, but okay. You know, he sings adult. I have to keep. Monoland broke me. I'm just like, these are adults as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
Fine. He sings and it takes you back 10 years. You're that girl again, impossibly in love with someone who wasn't even aware of your existence. He's whispering in your ear now. You can do this. Sorry. You can do this. Come on. I don't know why it's funny and not romantic the way that I'm picturing it.
Oh gosh, that just reminds me of the very first scene of the movie where she's like, I don't want to sing. And he's like, you got this.
Sing like I know you can. But then you get your miracle. Oh god.
Miracle? Did someone say
No.
miracle? No. She's stuck on catwalk corridor forever.
Wait, what part of the song is that? If we're trying, I don't remember that part of the song. So we're breaking free.
We're so
The words slip past your lips as Zach's entire face lights up. You're doing this. You're actually doing this. The next 5 minutes are the best. Is the song 5 minutes long? I don't remember it being
Oh,
5
here, let
minutes long.
me look it up because
Have been the best 5 minutes of your life. You've got to hand it to the guy. He can still bust out his best Troy Bolton moves, even though it's probably been years since he last had to perform them. But what's most miraculous is how he makes you feel. Free, awakened, and bursting with joy. You dance, you sing your heart out, you laugh, and it's the most exquisite moment of your life when he wraps an arm around your waist and hauls you close, and you sing the last line together.
apparently it's 3 minutes and 36 seconds long.
Okay, why did it take 5 minutes?
Half of it was her just trying to calm down. This, this is Zac Efron is, and it's like, well, he didn't even sing that song technically because he
He
wasn't
did sing this. I mean, he probably did sing it at some point. He can sing. No offense, Zac Efron. It's just he didn't sing on the soundtrack. Is not him.
Yeah.
You know, the world can see us in a way that's different than who we are. I don't remember the rhythm of that particular line. It's been a while.
All right, then. You know the world can see us.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like slow.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's unlocked memory.
The memories are unlocking.
Maybe
I'm so old.
Maybe you black out for a minute. Who knows? But by the end of your performance, you're both breathless, but in the best way possible. He releases you, relinquishing his hold, just the tiniest fraction, and you stumble back. That was good, wasn't it? A laugh bubbles up in your throat. That was so good, you squeal before throwing your arms around him and being enveloped by his scent. You could never find out what his signature scent was, but you're bottling it up inside of you now, committing it to memory. Okay, calm down. Take a breath, you're gonna have a heart attack. As long as you live, you'll never wash that shirt of yours again.
I don't like that trope.
I don't either.
It's funny when you joke about it, but not like, I'll never wash. Chris Hemsworth looked in my general direction. I'm never washing my eyes
Oh
again.
my god. I don't think I typically wash my eyes.
I'm just trying to think of something. You look over and, oh, Gabe, why are your eyes so polleny? I haven't washed them. I've had my eyes open this whole time.
Just like some kind of SpongeBob meme where you're brushing your eyes with a toothbrush.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. It was. He smiles against your hair, his breath tickling your ear, just like I imagined. He's been up all night just being like, I've gotta meet Marcy. It's my one wish. I've been around the world and I can't live without meeting her.
The one kid tweeted me and it went viral and I just had to be here.
You pull back slightly. That must have been some video you saw, huh? His arms are wrapped around your waist and you didn't even notice them get there. I watched it on replay for a week before we found you. Is that creepy?
Oh my gosh, no. Oh
Just
my
like Elle
god.
from Death Note, just like in a dark room with just the laptop, just watching it over and over.
I'm just imagining dark laptop, we're soaring, and Elle's just like, mm-hmm. Or he usually eats cake and
With the two fingers.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I find it's
Hi, Chris.
I find I'm able to think more clearly when I eat like this.
What did Star say?
Then like all energy leaves your body for the next 3 days. Oh, for performing.
Oh yeah, that's accurate. Just like I'm exhausted. I like that Zac Efron is just like delirious. Like we have to find them.
It's like, no, you're the celebrity, Marcy.
They're obsessed with each other. They're gonna be the most annoying couple.
Oh gosh, remember that time you did this? Oh my gosh, remember that time you did that? Yeah, I remember that.
Videos of each other online on repeat. It's like, babe, I'm right here.
Oh gosh, she's watching all his movies and he's just watching one 3-minute clip over and over. And he's like, I memorized the way you move your face during the scene. I can replicate you perfectly.
She like starts a YouTube channel doing covers just so that he has something else to watch.
Yes. It's like, hey guys, I'm sorry, but Zach ran out of things to watch again. So I had to, Zach, you can't watch this. I see you in the background. Okay, sorry about that, guys. But we gotta just sing another song. We've run out of High School Musical 1, 2, and 3. I don't think High School Musical the musical has songs that are
I think it does.
or that aren't
so.
from the movies.
Oh, are they? I'm too old. I haven't seen it.
Oh, so now I'm pretending to be this high school student singing these songs. So I'm double acting.
Does Olivia Rodrigo songs count because she was in High School Musical, the series? Like, is it a branch off project?
Oh gosh, Zach. Hey guys, sorry to hear the crying in the background. Zach's been crying till driver's license for the last 10 minutes. I was saying
we covered driver's license, and he's like, "No, don't leave me." And you're like, "No, Zach."
And technically he left her. Yeah. I won't leave you. I swear.
Like,
no,
Zach.
Zach. Zach, calm down. I get, or just like.
Too funny.
I can't remember the lyrics. I got my driver's license last week.
Laser, it's High School Musical, the series. That's the name.
Oh gosh. High School Musical, the series.
Where was I? I've seen each of your movies more than 25 times. Is that creepy? She's definitely more than 25 if she watches them on repeat. Like, step up your game, Marcy.
Well, maybe he has a lot of movies out there.
Maybe. She just goes through everyone in order. She can't break the order.
I mean, I feel like I haven't seen Jurassic Park or Legally Blonde more than 30 times. And, well, I've probably seen them more. Never mind. Ignore me.
He laughs. His laugh rumbles through his toned chest, and he lowers his forehead to yours. You must think I'm really forward, but I don't usually do this. I don't stalk people, and I definitely don't have my hands all over a girl the first time I meet her. But with you, it's like, oh, don't say it. You've known me my entire life, you suggest. He bites his lip and nods.
He puts his thumb in her mouth.
I have, in a way, you tell him. I did grow up with you, and I've had people tell me that it was insane having these feelings for someone famous, but you were it was real to me.
Oh, sorry, Natty. They're like, no, Gabe. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Every time someone mentions a finger or a mouth, I'm just going to be like, thumb in their mouth. So scarred. So we have thumb trauma, whipped cream trauma, creamy trauma. Oh gosh, symbol monster trauma.
Oh, God,
never gonna look at
that out for a second.
Oh no.
Oh, it's back.
I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Wait, hold on. Nars, get here quickly. Come now. There's an intruder on my ooh. There.
Someone find that clip and clip it for me, please.
I've said, or just find several clips. I want to put it on my page too, just to be like, just to add a context. Thank you. Just add a context. There's an intruder in my ooh. And I'm sure a lot of people will be watching and be like, What? People are like, oh, yay, more Digimon stuff. What is this?
Okay. Where was I? It was real to me. I know you're a Libra. We're totally compatible, by the way. Well, what's your sign? Because you can't both be Libras. If that, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I learned recently that Cancer men are sociopaths.
I love when people put so much stock into, like, nothing against astrology. I'm down for a good astrology sesh, but it is funny when it's like only the Cancer men are all sociopaths. Every one of them, every man born from this state to this state, all sociopaths. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was on Summer House, but I was worried because the person was like, Cancers are like sociopaths, and I was just like,
oh,
is she about
Cancer?
to? No, my mom is, and I'm just like, and she's like, oh, Cancer women are fine. I'm like, oh
my god.
Yeah, but I was just like,
the gender binary is apparently real for astrology.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, I just looked at myself doing that on camera, and I'm just like, oh.
Yeah. Sorry, we're on the delay. We can go to the
Oh no, it's fine. I like being able to see myself.
Okay, well, we can go to here so you can see yourself in real time if that helps. Sometimes it like stresses me out to be like, that was me 5 seconds ago. It's like being speech jammed.
Cringe. I cringe at myself.
No, don't cringe. Where was it? I know you're super protective of your signed baseball collection. I'm learning all kinds of stuff about Zach today. I bet if I called up my cousin, she would know all of this. She'd be like, oh yeah, the signed baseball collection. I remember that. I believed and trusted that you'd come back after everything that happened in 2013. 2013?
Oh, side note, the Derp Rex is...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna, sorry, the Derp Rex. This is not my opinion. This is the opinion expressed by someone on a TV show that I watched. We here support all astrology signs. We just judge you as a person.
Yeah.
But sorry, what should I look up? What happened to Zac Efron in 2013? I think they're
just implying that I think he probably just took a break from acting, but she made it sound like it was some horrible thing.
What happened to...
You break off when you see the look in his eyes. Too much? No, wow. Thank you for caring about me so much and for so long and through everything. Maybe now you can give me the opportunity to get to know the real you and for you to get to know me as I am now. He lets go, and I don't actually like Cheerios anymore. And you take a few steps away just to feel a little less disoriented. You mean you're not going back to Salt Lake City where you're still single and having a relaxed summer from all your tough NBA training? He looks at you, and for the first time you see a slight hint of panic in his eyes, like you might actually be crazy. I'm kidding, you tell him, deadpan. He pretends to wipe sweat off his forehead. Thank God, or this situation would have been freakily like the last time I ever met a fan. Oh God, Zach, okay? You're the one breaking into a cold sweat this time around, but you see the humor in his eyes and grin instead. He closes the distance between the two of you again. Hi, I'm Zac Efron, and you're watching this. It doesn't.
I'm Tookie. It's like in the Model Land trailer where it's like, I'm Allison, I'm Tookie, or whatever.
Oh yeah, we have to watch that back now that we've survived the whole thing.
Yes.
We have to watch the Model Land episode.
Oh gosh. Oh, and side note, apparently Zac Efron he nearly passed in a 2013 accident that shattered his jaw.
I had no idea that happened. I'm so sorry, Zac Efron. I don't know how many. I think that might be 8 apologies to a celebrity.
Sorry, Zac Efron.
I genuinely didn't know. I was like, what happened in 2013? Is he okay?
Luckily, Google's like, I got you.
I got you. Everybody reading this book, Google's like, yes, you're at that point in the book. You quirk an eyebrow at him, but let him continue. I'm from San Luis Obispo, California. Sorry, I said that wrong, I'm sure. I know. My favorite color is blue. I know. I'm scared of and absolutely believe in the existence of zombies. There's going to be a zombie apocalypse soon, and I have a contingency plan. Oh, by the way, I can't wait to show you what this next chapter is. Speaking of which...
Oh, gosh.
I'm well aware of that. I suck at team sports. Yes, I wondered how you managed all that coordination in the movies. Movie magic, I would assume. But if nothing about me surprises you, then you stop him there. I'd love to know you. You the person, not the actor, and certainly not Troy Bolton, you whisper, feeling that if you speak too loudly, it'll shatter the dream that this certainly is. And I'd love to know you, the girl in the video, the girl in real life. Maybe we could help each other. I'll stay here and help with your show because I want to. Desperately so. Maybe this could be the start of something new. He winks, and I groan at the pun. And you can remind me, he pauses, of why it is that I love doing what I do, that I love doing what I do so much before. Oh, Zach, I'm sorry. Are you burned out? I'm so sorry. You need my help getting back in the game. The music is still playing in the background, and as a teenage Troy sings about how hard it is for him to balance his love for the game with his love for the song, you realize that if someone were to come up with a playlist for your life, you would pick the same soundtrack. Yes, Zach tells you. Yes. That was brilliant. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So this next chapter is called Being Mrs. Rita.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh, being Mrs. Rita's. Side note, everyone's talking about how much they love being, or they're like Cancer Gang and all that fun stuff.
Hey, shout out to the Cancers.
You go, Cancers. Oh, and this is a relatively short chapter. It's only...
Okay, you got a short chapter. I feel bad because I was like, you read so much.
It's all good.
That was such an improvement from Anna Todd's chapter.
Oh.
I mean, it was. It was very... all of these chapters are silly, but at least that was interesting. I know, right? But I'm still bored. I'm so sorry.
No.
I want to know why, Adriel, what happened. I can't tell you how much I wish you said you... What? I'm sorry. I missed something in chat. So yes, I thought you'd appreciate that since you and I have both seen Norman Reedus in person. Sorry, Norman Reedus.
Sorry, Norman Reedus.
We didn't choose this. It chose us.
But I'm going to fawn over you. Maybe it's going to talk about the time fans sent him a breast implant.
Did that happen?
Yeah, it apparently happened, and he apparently had it in his trailer during the interview.
Of course he did.
And he literally had, or Andrew Lincoln shaved his Rick beard at one point, and Norman Reedus kept them in a plastic bag in his refrigerator. That is a true story. I think I saw a picture on his Instagram.
Interesting.
Looking into my soul is a fish.
Oh, I'm caught up.
I misspelled.
There's 600 and something pages. This is going to be several Saturdays.
Yes. we convinced Natasha over here, and we're just like, oh, here, can you just read this part? And we just like run out, and she's like stuck reading the book, and we're like, phew, we don't have to read it. Just kidding. We wouldn't do that to you, Natasha.
I love you, Natasha.
We love you, Natasha. Oh gosh. Oh, I was just imagining Natasha's like, oh yeah, I woke up this morning and I scraped my foot, or she'd probably be, or a typical day in the life of Natasha is, oh, I woke up this morning and I fell when I was getting out of bed because something happened and there was a cat there, and then I scraped my foot, and then when I was brushing my teeth I realized I was out of toothpaste, and I had to like run and go get some or something, and then the tire in my car popped, so that I had to get that changed, and then I had to make just that. And
Natasha just has so much stuff like that's always like working, like it's like, who is conspiring against Natasha?
And she's the nicest person. The nicest person.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
Sorry, Derprex, to burst that bubble if you thought this was gonna be a one-off. It's not.
600, yeah.
I've just been looking at this brick of a book for weeks now, being like, oh god. So far, not as bad as Model Land, though. Even with the Anna Todd chapter being terrible, I still would rate this so far better than Model Land.
Yep. Oh, and we have an about the authors.
There's so many of them.
So many. Oh, and they have their Twitter and Instagrams, or just Twitters and ats and whatnot.
No one stalk these people.
Okay, so this person... I'm just kidding.
No one give these people crap. They're doing their thing.
Compliment them if you support them, but you're not true fans if you say mean things.
I don't think anybody in this particular chat would do that, but the internet's gonna internet, so...
Yeah, people on the internet are so mean.
Yeah, just to be safe, don't do that.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's not cool.
Okay. Being Mrs. Reedus by Bella Higgin. Imagine You knew the house would be empty when you got back, but you still can't help a pang of disappointment as you walk through the front door and know for sure that you're alone. It's been 16 months since an impromptu wander around New York and a chance visit to Cafe Roma led you to bump into a man you'd previously only admired on the TV screen. 14 months since you realized you were hopelessly, helplessly in love with this man. And exactly 1 year ago today that a fairy tale wedding turned a dream into reality. But Norman, in making you Miss Norman Reedus, never had made any secret of the fact that he wouldn't be home for your first anniversary. It's not by choice. Filming one of TV's most successful and popular shows requires a lot of dedication. The Walking Dead can't stop just because a crew member's new wife is feeling lonely, and Daryl is important to the show.
Did the producer of the show write this one?
Daryl is the most, or this is how we knew Daryl would survive the whole thing. It's like Daryl's too important, or they're like, oh, we have
Norman Reedus from The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Daryl Dixon.
Yep. And he was also in Death Stranding.
Yes.
And
yes,
it was a confusing movie. And apparently the last 2 hours is basically a movie of that game. Critiques Rex being constructive isn't being mean. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, just in general critiques. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something called, well, there's constructive criticism and there's also good faith and bad faith criticism, but that's a whole other story.
If you want to see how not to give advice, watch literally every single episode of America's Next Top Model.
Yup.
Eye in the Dark, the round ball of black fur that Norman rescued as a kid. The cat's name is literally Eye in the Dark.
That's such a Norman Reedus name to give a cat.
I know. The round ball of black fur that Norman rescued as a kitten scampers across the wooden floor and whines between your legs. Norman's once told you that if he didn't like a person, his cat wouldn't either. But Eye has been nothing but a big softie with you from the get-go, giving the kitty seal of approval to your relationship. Stooping, you stroke Eye and are rewarded by a satisfied purr. At least you have a furry friend to keep you company. Just you and me, cat, you murmur. It's only been a few weeks since you and Norman moved from his apartment in New York to a wooden lodge out in the backwoods of Sonoya, Georgia.
Oh no! Sorry, Sonoy. I've been there. I've spent a lot of time working out there.
Oh gosh.
There's nothing out there except for Walking Dead stuff.
Exactly. But it's a bustling city because it's just everything Walking Dead. It's like, this is where the Walking Dead shot. This is where the Walking Dead shot. And it's just like, are they filming the spin-offs there? Or
I think so.
Okay. Can you imagine like once Walking Dead has completely left Sonoya?
I mean, they bought like all of that property out there and they like pay people not to cut their grass. So like, I imagine they're gonna be there for a while. Like that, at least that studio will be there, like long after Walking Dead. Oh, kitty. I know. Now I want to see this kitty because there's no way this is not a real thing. Because it's so specific.
Eye in the storm, or Eye in the Dark.
Eye in the Dark.
And sometimes you still can't believe you're actually living here. New York is wonderful, but you both agreed that a quiet country life was more your sort of thing.
I was stranded on the side of the road for 2 hours in Sonoy one time. That's a different
no.
story. I still have trauma.
Oh no.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
It's all good. The 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom log cabin is situated practically in the middle of nowhere. Is this when zombies attack and she has to fight them off and then
Oh my god.
Norman Reedus comes in?
Oh, wait. Eye in the Dark. Cat. Wait, but there's no Norman Reedus. Yeah, I'm like, there's no way he doesn't.
Oh, so cute.
Stop it.
Oh my gosh. Everybody wants to be that cat in that photo.
Oh my god. For chat's reference, this is Norman and his cat.
Little cat.
I googled it. Kitty.
Kitty.
I know. I immediately was like, I need to see a picture of this cat right now.
Right now.
Right now. Oh, that's cute. Ah, chat. Chat, we've gone code level kitten without meaning to.
Oh no, we're all in good moods now when we weren't in bad ones.
Oh no, we only get to look at cats when we're sad.
Oh no. Oh, that's a terrible Pavlov's dog test, isn't it? Where it's just like, or where you look at a cat when you're not sad and you just feel sad and then you like feel better. Like, how would that work though?
I saw a thing online that said, do you think Pavlov thought about feeding his dogs when he heard a bell? This keeps me up at night.
Or I remember hearing a story about how there was or someone was talking about how they saw a woman in public and she would randomly like click a clicker, and then she later learned that the woman clicks the clicker every time she feels happy so she can Pavlov dog herself to feel happy when she clicks it. And it's just like, that's really cute, but also very sad.
Very sad, but if whatever works for her, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I need to bring around a clicker and just be like, How
dare we serotonin without angst first?
Do you want me to talk about the thumb in the mouth again?
No,
No.
God.
Okay, kitty. The kitty's fine. Everything's fine. It looks rustic from the outside, but inside it's furnished with all the appliances and amenities a newly married couple could ask for. Still, it feels empty without Norman, quiet and sort of sad, as if the whole building knows he's not here. That's how it always is when he goes away. He has he has so much life and spirit and energy that everything feels duller and grayer without him. But you knew exactly what you were getting into when you married him. You didn't say I do to the world's most famous zombie hunter and not expect that he won't be away from home a lot, immersed in his gory fictional life.
Oh, what's his name? Who plays the main guy, the main Walking Dead guy, the other Walking Dead guy.
Oh, Rick?
Yeah.
Andrew Lincoln?
Yeah, him. He's just reading this being like, hey, I'm also I thought I was the most popular zombie hunter on TV.
Oh gosh, read the comics. See how that goes for you, Rick.
Eesh.
I really want to say it, but I don't want to spoil it, even though it's been out for a while. And I was kind of like, it was a rushed ending because Robert Kirkman knew that once stuff was going down, he needed to like rush the ending. So I'm just not going to say what happened. Even now, though the sun is setting on the horizon, he's probably running around in the Georgia woods with his crossbow, pursued by hungry walkers, cannibalistic humans, or whatever else the show writers have conjured up this seasons.
Oh, God.
Whisperers.
Not the whisperers. Ah!
Norman can tell you what's happening in each episode, but you prefer not to know. It means you can still watch the show like a regular fan rather than the one Daryl Dixon comes home to after he's done in the woods. You walk through the living room and slump onto the couch. Eye promptly jumps in your lap, paws kneading your jeans. Absently, you pet the cat, your eyes fixed on the framed picture that hangs over the fireplace. Your wedding to Norman wasn't one of those celebrity affairs that filled pages of gossip magazines. The world might finally know his name thanks to his success on The Walking Dead. But he's no glory hound. He's one of the humblest people you've ever met, and your wedding to him was just that, yours, not the property of paparazzi and nosy fans. The photo was simple, just the two of you standing beneath a tree with your arms around each other, you in a modest gown with white lace sleeves. While Norman rocks a basic black tuxedo, neither of you felt the need for fuss and frills. You still don't, which is why it wasn't a big decision to move from that bustling streets of New York City to the quiet seclusion of Standing Rock Road, Sonoya. You sigh. I'm sure someone's like, I need to go to Standing Rock Road, Sonoya. And people are like, get off my lawn.
Look, we had lunch delayed one day because somebody was flying a drone overhead. Please don't do that.
Oh gosh, I remember I was on Den of Thieves and someone was flying a drone and a PA like looks at the person because we were filming on a bridge and the person was below and the PA just looks at the guy and is like, what are you doing? And the guy just like flew his drone back to him, grabbed it and just drove away.
I've been on more than one set where paparazzi were they weren't trying, they were getting pictures, and I learned for the first time when people are like, how do you not see the paparazzi? It's clearly that they're right there. No, they have a telescoping lens and they're way the hell over there. It was a weird feeling because I was not the thing that he was photographing, obviously, but I was in the way. And I'm like, oh, has he been there the whole time?
I remember one time I was on, I'm not going to say which movie, but I remember I was on a movie and there's an Instagram account called Atlanta_filming where he's like a paparazzi guy. And there was a point where the background was walking back to Holding and he was walking by everybody. And I really wanted to be like, oh my gosh, Atlanta filming. But then I was like, no, don't say anything. You can get in a lot of trouble for this.
Oh God.
Because and like later that day, I saw him posting pictures of the movie that they were filming. And it was just like, oh no.
I told on a paparazzi, me and a group of people when we were on Black Panther, because we were looking and across the street, there was this paparazzi who was not being very subtle. And we're like, there's no way they're cool with this. which they were not. All the people that are like, they paid for those pictures. There's no way it would have gotten out. No, they really were not happy. They were very upset. We went over to the PA and we're like, is that guy supposed to be? And he was like, shit. And so they're just like, get security. And the guy's like running out of there. And then those pictures showed up eventually.
Oh no.
I wasn't in them, I don't think.
Oh.
Because I'm not important, but I saw it happen, and I was like, I was there when he got that picture that got pulled on and ran away.
Oh, well, you're important to us, Avery.
Thank you. No, we have not, Derprex. We have not heard of one topic at a time.
What is this one topic? I'm sorry, my brain just is like, oh, that light reminds me of the time in Jurassic Park and then that reminds me of the time in Legally Blonde when she's like talking about hair, or I don't know, and it's just like,
I have ADHD, as many people in chat do. It's just gonna happen, Rex.
I haven't been diagnosed with anything, so I can neither say whether I probably don't. But I still jump from topic to topic, and I don't know why, but it's fun.
You can be an honorary ADHD.
I'll let you say that, but I can't say that because there's going to be someone who's like, he's never been diagnosed. He doesn't have ADHD. He's a liar. This is a very serious problem.
No, to be clear, Gabe is not pretending to have ADHD. We're just saying he can sit with us.
Yay! It's the opposite of Mean Girls.
Yeah, starts as me neither, but still, yeah.
Paparazzi have high stealth. They're basically rogues.
Yeah, no, like the thing with people being like, you know, how could they have not gotten it if they didn't know it was there? They had to have paid for these pictures. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm sure that happens. But in most cases, and definitely not with the big celebrities that anybody cares about, does it happen. Because I have seen it. It is not, security, and everybody gets very angry. And it's a big deal. And then those pictures end up online anyway. And you're just like, oh, God. After you finish this, I'll tell you a story about The Walking Dead.
Oh, okay.
Or about Stranger Things. And something similar.
Oh, gosh. Was it about the leaked pictures on Facebook of the entire... Okay.
Nope.
You sigh and it echoes through the empty house, causing eye in the dark's ears to perk up. The only downside with living rurally is that it can get lonely when it's just you in the house. You reach for your phone. Earlier in the day, Norman sent a picture of himself blowing you a kiss from his trailer, but there are no new texts or pictures. Not that you're surprised. It's not as if he can carry his phone around on set. It might ruin the post-apocalyptic image if an eagle-eyed fan spotted the latest smartphone in Daryl's pocket. For something to do, you idly browse Facebook and then Twitter. A smile breaks on your face. Shortly after sending you the picture in his trailer, Norman tweeted a wedding photo captioned as the anniversary of the happiest day of his life. It's not the professional picture that hangs on the wall, but one Norman had taken himself on his phone.
Oh, Sylvie!
Kim Kardashian has entered the chat. On the ground, release the phone. Your face takes up almost the whole shot, with only a hint of lace at your shoulder peeking out from under Norman's arm as he hugs you. Both of you are beaming, grins of true happiness, and it makes you smile the same way now. The Twitter feed is jammed with messages of congratulations from people all over the world. It's a little unnerving to know that people you'll never meet seem to care so much about your wedding, but that's another thing that any celebrity spouse has to get used to.
Says the person writing fanfiction about Norman for a book.
No, I'm his wife. No, I'm his wife. No, I'm his husband. No, I'm his partner. No, I'm this. It's not always easy knowing that so many other women see your husband as a sex symbol, but those are also sorry for laughing. It's nervous laughter. And are also the fans who supported him from the beginning, and you suppose you can't necessarily blame them for undressing Norman with their eyes. You did the exact same thing when you met him. I mean, sorry for freaking out.
They're adults and they're married. It's
fine. It's adult and they're married, and you can have these thoughts.
This is normal. We're not shaming anybody. We're just still scarred from Model Land.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the chapter where it's just like, and then it's time for dessert, and we're like, no, we know it's coming.
Oh God.
The spray can, and we're like, sorry. Of course, some people will always take it too far. You were outraged to learn that an overeager fan actually bit your husband at a convention, but fortunately, such occurrences are few and far between. I feel like that's true.
Oh no!
Dropping your phone onto the couch beside you, you start scratching Eye in the Darkness's ears. You're not one of those girls who spent years dreaming of the perfect wedding, but this isn't how you imagine you'd spend your first anniversary. But it can't be helped. Norman warned you about his hectic work schedule, and with a teenage son still living with his mother back in New York, Norman's free time can't always be spent with you. You're happy for every second you're with him. The demands of being Mrs. Reedus can be challenging. Or Ms. Reedus can be. I always get Ms. and Miss confused, where it's like MISS versus MRS in that pronunciation. So I apologize.
Mrs. Because it used to be mistress, and then that took on a negative connotation. That's why there's an R in there.
Oh.
Now it's Mrs. But then if you see like the just MS, that's just Ms. Because apparently, and I only knew this recently. I think somebody in chat told me this actually. It's because Ms. is for, like, Miss is for unmarried, Mrs. is for married, and Ms. is for when you don't want to disclose whether or not you're married.
Why can't it just be Ms? where like we just
Everybody
have Mr.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, why do people have to make language so difficult? Anyway, Man's of being Mr. I don't suppose you have anything romantic planned, you say, scratching Eye under the chin. The cat just looks solemnly back at you. I didn't think so. You sigh. As hard it is for you to be away from Norman today, it's got to be hard for him too. After a long day's filming, he'll go back to a trailer where there's nothing waiting for him but a fridge filled with out-of-date noodles and possibly Andrew Lincoln's beard in a bag.
It does not say that.
It does.
It does?
And possibly Andrew Lincoln's beard in a bag.
God.
It literally says that.
I thought you were making that up.
No, and possibly Andrew Lincoln's beard in a bag, which is true. If only you could be there to surprise him, but it's not really appropriate to hang out around set when they're already worried about their tight shooting schedule. This is true.
It is true, but like Norman Reedus could have his wife on set. No one would care. Everybody would be like, "Oh, hi, Mrs. Reedus," and then like she'd just chill. Like that wouldn't bother anybody.
Yeah, but she'd have to maybe chill in the trailer unless. Oh, I remember reading how they had Chandler Riggs be background during one of the later seasons of The Walking Dead because he was just visiting the set and they're like, be a background, and he was a background in the scene. So I'm just like, wouldn't it be crazy if like your wife was a random background person and maybe like you steal a glance on camera and they keep it in and you're just like, why did they make that look? And it's like, that was his wife. In the dark meows, demanding attention, and you resume ear scratching. Maybe you should cheer yourself up by pouring a glass of wine and watching a mushy rom-com. Or maybe you should just stay where you are, warm and weighted down by a bundle of cat. Yes, bundle of cat, every time. Resting your head on the back of the couch, you close your eyes and drift away. A loud rumble outside jerks you awake. Eye in the dark flies off your lap, wide eyes, ears pricked. You didn't even realize you'd fallen asleep. But it was light when you sat down, and now the world outside the windows is pitch dark, a black sky scattered with silver stars. The rumbling continues outside, a growl that's suddenly all too familiar. It's the sound of a Triumph Scrambler headed up the wooded driveway. But it can't be! You leap to your feet, your heart thudding in your chest. This must be a dream. You must still be asleep. The front door is only a few feet away, but you're rooted into the spot, waiting to wake up to the silence in the company of a single cat. The growl of the engine cuts out and footfalls crunch on the ground outside. The front door opens. It's not a dream. There he is, standing in the doorway, your wonderful Norman, still dressed in his Walking Dead clothes, the tattered trousers and leather vest emblazoned with a grubby pair of angel wings. He stands there like a vision, his bare arm streaked with dirt and fake blood, and a bruised, darkened eye thanks to the makeup team.
They would have taken all that off of him before he got home.
Yeah, usually... but I feel like Norman Reedus would be the person who's just like, I'm going home. And they're like, okay.
That's also plausible.
Oh, I remember hearing a story about a haunted house, or learning about how haunted house, they have to remove the makeup from the actors before they leave. And apparently there were actors who were like pretty much covered head to toe in fake red body juices. And they had to be completely scrubbed off after like working an entire night. Oof. And it's just like, and I'm just like, oh, I feel bad for the makeup people, but I would also love to be a makeup person, but I would just be like so tired.
Yikes.
Your lips twitch, and he often doesn't clean up before leaving work and riding home on his motorcycle, which can lead to some strange looks from people who see him. So, like, Reddit, we don't plan this.
We just didn't trust that they would get there. We're sorry, Model Land has rewired our brain.
I must explain everything now. But I had to re-explain everything. Your lips twitch. In one hand, he holds a bunch of red roses. He must have bought them before heading home, as they're looking a little worse for wear. Oh my, can you imagine Norman Reedus as Daryl holding up a bouquet of roses for you?
This person is. That's
Yeah.
the imagine.
Imagine. It's me. Just kidding, it's Marcy. The satin soft petals
Bye, Salt.
bashed and wind bashed and wind battered after zipping along on the Triumph. Norman looks ruefully at them. Maybe I didn't think that through. You run to him, flinging your arms around him and burying your face in his neck. They're perfect, you whisper. Like Norman himself, the roses are disheveled but beautiful, perfect in their imperfection. I don't understand. What are you doing here, you say. His arms tighten around you, crushing you against his broad chest. He's probably smearing fake red body juices all over your t-shirt, but you don't care. Clothes can be replaced. Moments like this are one of a kind. I couldn't leave you alone today. I had to be here. Releasing him. I'm just imagining, working on so many sets, I'm just imagining the producers being like, what do we do? He's in every scene this episode. Our schedule. And they're like,
Schedule.
it's like, quick, pick out the scenes where we could just edit around him. We can't. This episode is about him.
Just leave.
I remember I was on a show and one of the actresses was told some wrong information and she left early, and they're like, we have to cut the day short because the actress just left.
I've been on set where I heard my friend who was a PA go, second team so-and-so, but they went home half an hour ago. And I was like, oh. I was like getting ready to leave. I was like, ooh, this is hilarious when I'm not part of it. I'm so sorry.
Bye guys, time for you to deal with that.
Sorry, I'm gonna leave really quickly before the screaming starts.
Yeah, on the show I regularly worked on, which I'm not gonna say because NDA, but whatever. But there was a time, the season 5, where there was a scene and the PA or /AD sent pretty much all the background home, and then someone was like, so where's all the background? We need all of them for this scene. And so since then, throughout the rest of the season and all of the season after, we had to stay pretty much till the last minute all the time. And I'm sure it's just like, well, your job is easy. And it's just like, well, we're sitting there doing nothing, and it's fine that we get to go home early, so we're not in everyone's way, because it's just like, why are you asking people to get here 3 hours before they need to and causing work for everybody else?
Natty says, hilarious for a bystander, not funny for the crew. Absolutely that. Absolutely that.
Spot on. I couldn't leave you alone today. I had to be here. I wish I could talk like Daryl, but I'm not gonna try. He has like a gruff Southern-ish accent. Releasing him, you stand back to look at him. Despite modeling for Prada in his younger years, your husband has come to be considered a sex symbol only since appearing on The Walking Dead. He's not handsome in that pretty polished way that Hollywood leading men tend to be. He has something rougher and more rugged about him, an intriguing quality to his face, an intensity in his blue eyes that makes him stand out from the crowd and landed him those modeling gigs long before he took up the crossbow. He looks like the kind of man who really could survive the zombie apocalypse. Something about him captivated you more than the first moment he appeared on screen as Wesley Snipes' sidekick in Blade 2, but you never expected to actually fall in love with him. You never even expected to meet him. And now with him standing in front of you, filthy as he is from the set, his hair a windswept tangle, as strangely and inexplicably beautiful as only Norman Reedus could be. You honestly can't imagine how you lived your life before him. He wipes a smear of dirt off your shoulder and pulls a face. Sorry, I guess I should have cleaned up first. That's my Norman voice. I won't do that anymore. You smile and shake your head. It's probably a good thing you don't have neighbors. They might not be Walking Dead fans and therefore wouldn't understand what your husband's turning up covering
they
him.
would know. Everybody in Sonoy knows.
Yeah.
They would know. They would definitely know.
Yeah, or just that you don't have neighbors because we don't want him swarmed every time he comes home. Covered in red body juices and bruises is actually pretty understandable. They did a good job with that black eye, you say, reaching up to touch it. The makeup on that show is always exceptional, hence the award it takes home. I'm sure the makeup artists are reading this and are like, thank you. Final. It's just like the makeup artists who apply the and Sexy Beast, the prosthetics, like those individuals need to be like
The video hasn't been
praised.
released yet, but I'm excited for it.
Oh gosh,
I made Gabe watch an episode of Sexy Beast.
it was so good.
We were like the prosthetics.
Yeah.
Like, this show made the rounds on YouTube like a couple years ago because everybody was like, "This is the weirdest thing," and it is weird. But we're just sitting there being like, "The prosthetics are so cool."
It's why is it so good? But the concept is so weird.
It apparently was a '90s thing in the UK, and it's been brought back.
Oh. I just want to see photos of the 90s version because I'm just like I feel like too much dating stuff. I'm just gonna be like, I'm inferior to all.
Oh no.
But then I should be like, but if these pretty people can't find love, then it's fine that I don't have to right now.
You're a pretty people, Gabe.
What?
You're a pretty people,
Oh,
Gabe.
thank you, but I'm not like Sexy Beast pretty people. Like, remember if you look, watch the episode that we did and look at the meerkat after she got her makeup off. I'm just like,
Meerkat was gorgeous.
yes, and the dragon guy was just like, yes, probably in his mind because she was stunning. They're all British, and it's like she was at. Oh, but we loved Hammerhead the best.
Hammerhead Shark. I hope Hammerhead Shark is doing all right.
Oh gosh,
She was so cute.
Hammerhead, if you see this, DM Avery on Instagram. She's the more popular of the two of us.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm into.
Oh,
sorry, I'm taking you away from Norman.
Oh no, it's all good. It's just like my two favorite things: talking and Norman Reedus. But the makeup on the show is always exceptional, hence the awards it takes home. But sometimes it makes you nervous. You see how lifelike it is on the man you love. It feels a little too real for comfort. Norman gives you a sheepish little smile. They didn't. It's real.
Oh no.
Oh baby, did you hit yourself with a crossbow
No.
again?
Just he hit himself in the face.
I am, or he's like trying to load it and just boom. Oh.
Oh no.
I'm sure that's also something that happened where he accidentally got a black eye. He just gives you a little shrug. It's hardly surprising that on a show packed with gore and violence, the cast sometimes gets a little banged up. But that doesn't stop the flicker of concern in your chest as you see the look as you look at his eye. It's only a bruise, a far cry from the time an onset injury led a number of stitches to his head, but he's still hurt, and when he's hurt, you hurt. You have to remind it's all good. You have to remind yourself. I like this chapter. This is my favorite chapter because it's like shorter and it's fun.
This is a great chapter.
Yes.
No, this is great.
Oh gosh, if we have to rank them, it's like Mrs. Reedus, Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian one is an S tier fic.
Oh gosh, should we make like a like the S A B C D E F or?
Oh god, we have to.
Oh gosh, we have to. Well, right now, Miss Reedus and Kim Kardashian are S rank for us. I don't know. I'm just looking at my hand. Everyone's like, "What is he doing?" I'm like, "I'm a velociraptor."
I put the Zac Efron one at a solid B. I think that one was fun.
Yeah, Daniel is the
Sorry, Daniel. Nothing against you. That one was an F tier.
yeah.
That one just dragged, and then there was one other one.
Or it's Being Mrs. Reedus, the 10-year special, medium, and Stand By.
Oh, the one with Chris
Evans. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was
good.
wholesome.
Yeah.
I'll
make a formal list.
Oh gosh, we should make a separate video for that because that's what the YouTubers do nowadays. So it's just like,
right.
it's like, no, we can't do it on stream. That's crazy.
We need to make more content.
Exactly. Imagine he's just holding the crossbow backwards. Oh, just, oh, ow. I feel like that's something he would joke about, and then it's like, oh, I was watching Tacoma FD, and there was a point where, well, this guy was like, oh no, my testosterone levels are down. What do I do? And another guy's like, if you do more manly things, you get natural testosterone. And so there's a point where he's like waving around a crossbow, and like the entire scene, I'm like, I know it's a comedy, but put the crossbow down. Put it down.
Put it down, please.
Because he's just like,
oh god.
There was like literally a point where you look at it, and I'm just like
in Star Wars where Luke Skywalker gets the lightsaber for the first time, and he literally like holds it up to his eye.
oh yeah.
Like, this man literally has been handed the most powerful weapon in the universe, in the galaxy, and the first thing he does is put it up to his eye.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in his defense, he was he was a young child who didn't know hardship at the time, so he was just like, let me observe this, and he's like, oh no, Ben, who I've known for 5 minutes, and Leia's like, it's fine, my whole planet blew up and so did my parents, but let's comfort you.
Yeah.
Anyway, you have to remind the stitch on his head. You have to remind yourself that this is not the first time Norman's managed to hit himself in the face with a crossbow that has made him such an iconic character, and it probably won't be the last, so you can't fuss too much over it. Norman runs his fingers through his hair, dislodging a small leaf that flutters to the floor. Although it's Norman himself you fell in love with, you can't help a little tingle of excitement when he's dressed as his alter ego. There's something primal, almost wild about him like this. Plus, you love the show, and having him here in costume makes you feel like you're part of it. I'll just put these in water, Norman says, waving the roses. A couple of battered petals flaked off and joined the leaf on the floor. There aren't any vases in the house, so he jams the roses in the neck of a wine bottle you finished the weekend before. That's so Norman. That's so Norman. It's so Norman.
Star, if you've ever seen The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, him.
Yeah. Come with me, you say, taking his hand. You love the house you and Norman have together, but you love the outside more. Maybe you're a hippie at heart, but something about the smell of the wild and the touch of the wind makes you feel alive in ways you can hardly explain. And there's no one you want to share that more than your husband. You leave the lodge and step off the wrap-around porch, heading past the small pool behind the house to where the trees of the Georgia countryside crowd in. The night is still and hot, humid air clinging to your skin and alive with the rustle of animals and the click of insects. I can feel this. Since living in Georgia, I can feel this air right now, and I'm like, it's comfortable, but I'm just like, don't be in it too long. It gets hot and sticky.
I can hear the cicadas.
Oh gosh, the cicadas. And in anime, it's worse because there are cicadas everywhere a lot of the time. Or just like the noise, and it's like too real.
Yep.
The night is still and hot. It's never truly quiet out here, but you refer the sounds of nature to the hustle and bustle of city life. The sky overhead is silver speckled velvet, glittering and endless. You've lived here for weeks now, but every time you see that sky, it's like you're seeing it for the first time. And when Norman pulls you to him and kisses you, it's like you're kissing him for the first time. Out in the woods with only unseen animals for company, it almost feels like you two are alone in the world. This is all you've ever wanted. You don't need huge bouquets, expensive gifts, or fancy dinners. You don't need extravagant gestures that you can boast about to your friends. All you need, all you want, is this wonderful man by your side. The shadows cut strange shapes on his face, making the bruise and the fake red body juice seem darker. In this environment, he looks more like a bow-wielding alter ego than ever. Though you know it's silly, you can't keep a little frisson of fear from shivering up your spine. You've always been a sucker for good zombie flicks, but The Walking Dead blows everything else away. The walkers are so realistic that you always feel as if they're about to lurch out of the screen and shuffle across the living room floor on rotted feet. Out here, the lights of the house just a faint twinkle through the trees. It's not hard to believe that walkers are real, and it's them shambling around out here instead of squirrels and raccoons.
Oh God.
Oh gosh, and apparently zombies do technically exist.
Technically, it's been like a zombie virus has been found in ants, and scientists are like, we don't think it can jump to humans, but like we don't think we're pretty sure it can't jump to humans.
Yeah, there's a book called The Zombie Survival Guide, and it talks, I believe it's real, but it's called the Solanum virus, which it creates an organ at the front of your brain, and it doesn't need oxygen to survive.
Oh,
and it basically like does what the zombies do. And it's very rare out there, but apparently there are like stories that have happened. I don't know if it's all fiction, but I'm just like, the Solanum virus, it's real. It creates an organ at the front of your lobe, and it shuts down your brain functions except for your basic of instincts.
Texas says the anime peoples. My husband took the 11-year-old to see the new Demon Slayer movie.
Oh, the 11? Demon Slayer? That is a very violent movie. Oh gosh.
I watched a lot of things. I watched like The Exorcist at 11.
Oh my gosh, why?
I don't know. My parents were like, it's fine. It'll be fine. It builds character.
They're here.
Oh, that's Poltergeist. Which
yeah. Oh,
I only
never
saw
mind.
parts of it. I only saw parts of it. The Exorcist is the one with the girl who spins all
I don't know
around.
why my brain switched that. Oh yeah, and the pea soup. Apparently both Linda Blair and the actress who played the mother had like permanent back issues because when they were shaking them, they shook them so violently that it caused problems. And I remember just seeing a brief clip of Linda Blair like crying after being shaken around by the rig.
11-year-old is one who loves horror movies. That was me, yeah.
Well, then they'll love the Demon Slayer movie. Is it the Mugen Train one? Yeah, that's the only movie there is because they've done the Entertainment District arc, and then season 3 is coming out soon, so that's fun. Oh gosh, the train was creepy though at times, and I'm like, that's cool.
I'll let you finish that, and then I'll tell you something from chat that made me laugh.
Okay, and then you have to tell the Stranger Things story. There's only like 3.5 more pages.
Okay.
Shuffle out there, the lights of the house to paint twinkle, shambling around outside of squirrels and raccoons, and Norman doesn't have his crossbow. Hey, you okay? You realize you're clutching the edges of his leather vest, casting nervous glances at the woods around you. You manage to laugh. Ha, fine. I've just been watching too much of your show. The corners of his eyes crinkle as he smiles. You afraid the walker's gonna come get you? Maybe. You plan another kiss on his lips. But if they do, I guess it's a good thing. I've got the best zombie hunter in the world to protect me. Andrew Lincoln's off to the side. Come on!
Come on!
Come on! And then Denai Guerrero. I think that's how you pronounce her. Denai, or how do you pronounce her name? She plays...
No, I'm bad at pronouncing names, and I'm afraid to say it wrong.
Oh, well, I just pronounced her name wrong probably. But Michonne's just like, come on, I have a katana.
I feel like they get this book, they send it to Norman, but it's annotated, and it's just like the best hunter. No, and it's just like crossed out. And it's just like that's what I'm picturing.
Maybe you plan another kiss on his lips, but if they do, I guess it's a good thing I've got the best zombie hunter in the world to protect me. You both snort with laughter. Norman's famous for playing a BA, but you don't know the man behind the crossbow isn't nearly as much of a survivalist. The excess gore on the show has been enough to drive him to vegetarianism. A zombie prank played by his co-star just about made him jump out of his skin. If The Walking Dead were real, he'd probably pass before you did. Oh, I think it's the clip where it's the gentleman and he's hiding under a table and he like lunge and like crawls at Norman Reedus.
That's funny.
Tilting your head back, you gaze up at the stars and pull Norman's arm around your waist. Maybe he isn't as tough or hot-tempered as his TV counterpart, but he makes you feel safe and loved, and that's all that matters. And he's pretty. That doesn't say that. There was a skyline like this when we got married, you say. I remember looking up at it and thinking how very small we both were. Norman prods your ribs. Is that a short joke? You smile, but don't take your eyes off the stars. It made me feel small, but not insignificant. Like the whole sky was reminding me that I was just one more heartbeat in the universe. But at the same time, every star had turned out to watch us get married. Norman kisses your ear. Have you been drinking? Playfully, you swat at his arm. It's like smacking concrete. Nope, just getting sentimental. Give me a break. It's our wedding anniversary. He just rests his head on your shoulder and gives you a cheeky, boyish smile. I bet you'd understand what I was talking about if we were looking at roadkill and not the stars, you say. His grin gets wider. Before you even married him, you knew that Norman was passionate about his artwork, particularly the photos he takes of roadkill. He used to explain to you how it was all about finding beauty in the Maccabee. And though... The macabre, sorry. I'm thinking of like the Maccabees from like the story of Hanukkah. And so I read that as the Maccabee and it's like, no, macabre. And though you never really understood it, you love that he could find beauty in it. But as you were heading to the store one day, a couple of months after you and Norman met, your eye was caught by a bird lying in the road. It shouldn't have stood out to you. It's not like you'd never seen such a thing, but one wing was still raised, the tip pointing to a sky it can never fly through again. Oh, something about it was almost defiant, as if the bird was made a final gesture before it passed. And as you stood there transfixed, a car rushed past and set the wing fluttering. Even then, you still couldn't fully vocalize what was beautiful about it. You just knew that something was. That was the day you went home to Norris and told him, I think I've fallen in love with you. Now he pulls his phone from his pocket and holds it in front of you both. Don't move. Cupping your face with one red-bodied streaked hand, he presses his lips against your cheek. Usually he'd lick you like an overexcited puppy, but this is softer, gentler. The camera flash briefly illuminates the darkness around you as he takes the picture. It'll probably come out vague and grainy thanks to the poor light, but he still captured the moment forever. Indistinct or not, it'll be a photo you treasure. I love you, he whispers, the scruff of his beard on his chin tickling your ear. I love you too. You melt back into his arms. He takes your hand and leads you deeper into the woods, deeper into the shadowed privacy of your own little world. But something about his expression is distracting now, a frown pulling his eyebrows down. What's wrong? You ask. Maybe he hit himself with the crossbow harder than he admitted, and he needs to be resting, not traipsing through the woods because you think it's romantic. I almost didn't make it home tonight. There's going to be a lot of things I might not make it home, or I almost didn't make it home tonight. There's going to be a lot of things I might not make it home for. I know that. He stops suddenly, holding your hand and facing you. His face is uncharacteristically serious. Do you?
Uncharacteristically serious.
Oh, are you worried that I can't handle your lifestyle? He doesn't say anything, just looks at the ground. Although he's dressed in his Gerald Dixon clothes, he's undeniably your Norman, the man who isn't afraid to say that his cat is his best friend, the man who finds beauty in roadkill, the man who welcomes each and every fan like an old friend, even the crazy ones, the man who loves Ray-Ban and fluffy bunny slippers, who doesn't quite know how to deal with being a sex symbol. He's funny and humble and down to earth and honest. He is who he is, and he makes no excuses for that, and you love him, every single part of him. Norman, you put a finger under his chin and lift his head until his eyes meet yours. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I married you. I know things wouldn't be easy, but it's worth it. Yes, you spend a lot of time away from home when you're working, and yeah, sometimes I get lonely, but at the end of the day, you still come home to me. He raised his hand to your cheek again, pressing his palm flat against your face. You're here now, aren't you? Walking in the moonlight with me? We both thought you wouldn't be, but you managed to find time. I know you won't be able to do that every time, but I'll take what I can get. He pulls you into his arms, his beautiful blue eyes shining in the darkness. The road ahead of you isn't always going to be straight and narrow, but you can't wait to spend the journey with him. It might be hard sometimes, but you'll always come home to me, you whisper against his lips, tangling your fingers in his hair. And that's all I've ever wanted. A crazy roadkill photography bunny slipper wearing, animal loving man who maintains a childlike sense of playfulness and wonder, even though he's in his 40s, and who makes a living chasing zombies through the woods. You couldn't ask for more.
Oh my god. What a specific thing.
Yeah.
Norman Reedus is.
Oh my
Good
God.
for Norman Reedus.
Good for Norman Reedus.
And then he says, this is a conversation to have before you get married.
Maybe.
Not apparently it doesn't matter to Norman and Marcy.
Marcy.
Oh, the thing that I found funny was I think it was Rex who put in chat, "That's so Norman. It's the future I can see."
Yes.
It's
That's so Norman. Yeah. Oh, and you have to tell this. And you have to tell the story about Stranger Things.
Oh yeah. So during the Gabe suffered. I shouldn't say suffered. There were just a lot of extras in season 3 of
Oh
Stranger
my
Things.
gosh, that mall scene, you guys! It was
Gabe was there
huge.
for the mall scene. The first day of the mall scene, we were in the mall and nobody knew because they were like under code names and stuff because they didn't want anybody to know we were there. But what happened was, because the whole of the mall was like most of the stores were old and like had just been shut down, but like a few were still open, so they couldn't shut down the whole thing because that would mean like taking business away from those businesses. So they had to keep it open. They just kind of roped off, and they're just like, there's no need for you to go down there. You know, that's roped off set. Well, what happened was someone took a picture. We later found out that it was, I think, a crew member, but they thought it was an extra. And anyway, someone took a picture and posted it online of the food court, the Star Court, and was like, this is what we're doing. And by lunchtime, people were sitting in extras holding, being like, can you see this? And it's like being picked up by like US Weekly. It's over here. CNN has an article. And we're like, what? Oh no. And so like they come in, they sit us down, they're like, everybody sit down. And so we're like threatened with an inch of our lives. They're like, if we find out it was any one of you, you will never work again. And we're like, okay, we swear it wasn't us. We didn't know. And then we get out there, and there's of course like all kinds of people out there. And we're just like, well, that was fun while it lasted for 4 hours.
That one scene we got through went just so smoothly.
Right. Can't take care of myself, let alone a child. Yeah. Spencer says the same thing about kids. He's like, I don't hate. We're like, oh, Spencer, you act like you hate kids. Like, I don't hate kids. I just don't know that I would be good at raising one. Doesn't mean that I don't want one. Just means I don't know.
I'm not a real big fan of kids either.
I like kids, but it is
You know.
they are quite a it is quite a life-changing responsibility.
And I apologize to all those who take umbrage with my statement. I'm sorry, I do not like children. It doesn't mean I'm like children, I throw them across the room. It's more just like I don't interact with a lot of people to
Oh.
begin with. So if there's like if I have to deal with a child, I'm just like, because if something bad happens, it's all your fault, and the parent has the right to like emotionally slap you across the face.
I don't know how to act with kids. I just feel so
Same. Oh, there was a kid on a show I was on who I basically couldn't leave their side for any reason. I wasn't like a parent or anything, but I couldn't leave their side, and he was like an actor in the scene, and so I was just like, please, just don't say anything stupid. And he's just asking questions about filming and whatnot, and I'm like answering the best of my abilities, and he's like, just emotionless the whole time. So I'm like, is this an okay answer? And I'm like, oh well, we need to do it like this. We need to get it from different angles. We need just for the show, for editing purposes. Da 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 da. And I'm looking over at the other person who also couldn't leave, and I'm just like, help me. And they're like, sorry. And then later they're like, yo, you did great. And I'm like, children.
See, I'm fairly good with kids. I think when I used to do nonprofit work, we used to joke, but not really joke. Our coordinator would be like, "So Avery, I'm gonna say this. You're small and literally on their level. So I think they feel like they can approach you. So I would like I did like the reading club with my mom, and like we had all the I did a lot of the kid oriented things. But it's just like, yeah, kids are fine just because I don't know. I'm small. I think that I don't think they look at me like an adult. I think they legitimately look at me like depending on their age. I feel like 12-year-olds look at me and go, "You're my age," and then realize that I'm not their age.
I'm twice your age.
Oh god, I'm more than twice a 12-year. Oh god.
Oh gosh, I'm less than 2 months away from being almost 30.
Less than 2 months away from being almost 30.
29.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
sorry, yep.
Are you 3 months away from being 30? I couldn't remember.
Oh gosh.
I do not have the energy to have kids myself.
Oh, you poor baby. I
Um,
want to see Avery in person so bad, so I can't make short jokes in real life.
oh my gosh. You can make short jokes. I don't care. I know that I'm short. I'm very small. There's only 2 people in the world that I know that are shorter than me. One is my mother, who's 4'10", and one is my friend Iridian, who's like 4'9". She's also a kid stand-in.
Or I feel like I know there's another stand-in who's like a little over 4 foot who stands in for kids. It might be the same person, but I don't know.
I think if it's not Iridian, I think I know their name.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't. I've stood in 3 times, but there's like 2 actors that I could stand in for multiple times, but I don't think. Well, I know one lives in Georgia, but I think he's directing stuff, but I remember the person I stood in for on. Whoops. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I just was like, what does that sound?
Or someone I stood in for the show I've been on for several seasons. I contacted him on Instagram. He's like, oh, just message me on Instagram, and I did, and he answered back, and I'm like, oh my god, why can't you come back to the show?
Can I just say I'm very excited for this particular story?
Oh gosh.
I believe this is the Benedict Cumberbatch in Escape Room one.
Oh gosh. Benedict Cumberbun.
Benadryl cucumber sex.
The only people I know who are taller than me are people I'm related to. Otherwise, even my cis male friends are shorter than me. How tall are you, Ellery? Ellery? Sorry. I feel like I'm going to pronounce everyone's names wrong.
I pronounce everybody's names wrong, and then I second guess.
Yeah, oh gosh, I do that all the time. So even if I meet someone and they tell me their name, I'm like, hello, you.
Hi.
How tall is everybody? Everyone state your height.
10. Ooh,
I'm 6'2".
that's like Spencer's. Spencer's about 6. 6'10". He's 5'10".
Oh,
Where did he get this
6'10"?
height from?
Oh, he has the superpower where you can grow and shrink. 5'6", 5'2", 5'8". You could all be stand-ins. Except for, oh gosh, every time they need like a stand-in that's 6'2", it's always someone less than 200 pounds. And I'm like, how? How are people less than 200 pounds at over 6 feet? I say as I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, Spencer. Well, Spencer always jokes. He's like, it's a conspiracy theory. They have to be rounding way up at the doctor because every time you measure yourself, you're never as close to like what they tell. Because they tell Spencer like, oh, you're 5'11". He's like, I am not. I'm like maybe 5'10" if you like fudge it a little. He's more like 5'9".
Oh.
You know, so he's like, which he doesn't mind, but he's like, why lie to me?
Don't lie to me. Oh, Natty C is a Cumberby word. Oh, my sister's a Cumberby word. She likes Benedict Cumberbatch. I don't know about recent. I know she likes Tom Hiddleston because
I was gonna say I'm more of a Hiddleston girl, but nothing against Cumberbatch.
Yeah.
I like Cumberbatch. I just, you know.
I remember seeing Cumberbatch in real life, and I was just like, wow, Benedict Cumberbatch. He's so cool.
What's it? 5'10". Nice. He's taller than me, just barely, just a little.
Oh gosh, stepbrother is 6'5", and everyone says that. Oh gosh, I have 3 cousins who are all taller than me and all significantly thinner than me, and I'm just like, why do I have to? Because it used to be me and my 3 cousins, and now my 3 cousins are all taller than me, and I'm just like, why? They're all younger than me. Why am I the short one now? This is not fair. I had one thing.
That was the thing.
I was supposed to be tall because they're smart, and 2 of them are really into computers and stuff, and one of them works for one of them makes like $150,000 a year in Seattle, Washington, and has a $3,000 apartment, and I'm just sitting here just like
Oh god, you know what I realized?
What?
Later tonight or tomorrow I'm gonna have to go back and timestamp so people can find the specific stories.
No.
Not an attraction. Yeah, I never had a crush on Cumberbatch, but I was like very into Sherlock for a while. I still love Cabin Pressure to this day. If you've ever listened to the radio.
Oh, Natasha
Was the one who got me into it. Yeah.
I heard the first episode, or part of the first episode, and it was funny because Martin Freeman was like, or I think it was Martin Freeman's character, and they're like, oh, how does an airplane stay up? And the person's like, oh, you have lift, thrust, this and that. And he's like, well, if you don't know, then don't tell me. And she's like, no, I know, I'm telling you. And he's like, well, if you don't know. And I'm just like, eh.
I love when he's like, but why doesn't the air just break up? For the sake of the kids. Not anymore, but I found one of my favorite comedy writers through him.
Oh. I'm Australian. I'm about 180 centimeters tall. I know about 190 centimeters is a little over 6 foot, so I'm gonna guess 5'10", 5'11".
Avery, no. Why Avery, no? What did I say? Was it being into Sherlock? Yeah, I had a Sherlock phase.
Wait, are we not supposed to like Sherlock?
I liked Sherlock. Sherlock definitely went off the rails a little bit there, but it was very fun. Cabin Pressure, it's one of my bedtime loops. It's so nice, isn't it? It's just so comforting.
Oh, 5'10", 180 centimeters is 5 foot 10 inches. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, heat pineapple. Why is there mentions of pineapple?
Oh, because I'm gonna timestamp the video. Well, what's gonna happen is if I don't, people are gonna be like, I didn't want to hear all of this book. I just wanted to hear the part with Norman Reedus. And I'm like, okay, I'll take whatever hits I can get, you know?
What, you mean you wanted to, people are skipping over all the Kardashian. It's like half this video is dedicated to Kim Kardashian.
It is a little queerbaity. It gets, yeah. From what I remember, it gets worse towards the end. I don't remember if that's just my awareness of the queerbaiting getting more aware, or if it just got more queerbaity, but...
Between Watson and Sherlock, or between Sherlock and Moriarty?
I mean, mostly Sherlock and Watson as far as, like, I'd say direct queerbaitiness. Not that I'm an expert, but yeah.
And they're like, Watson's married, you guys. And we're like, no. Oh, I remember the queer baiting was bad with Voltron because they because they're like hinting at it so hard that the red guy and the blue guy like each other, but then the red guy's like, I like the I like this one girl, and it's just like shoehorned in. It's just like, what?
Yeah.
And apparently like the creators were like, oh yeah, we ship them, but
No, it got very creepy. Okay, I remember it getting worse as it went on, but I was like, I can't remember if that's just my flawed memory, but don't mention
sorry, Keith and Lance. Clans.
Natty has trauma.
I'm sorry.
Trauma.
Oh my gosh, I remember watching that, and it just started going downhill, and I'm like, but I want to watch, but then Shiro wasn't like part of the main group anymore for the longest time, and I'm like, when is he gonna be a part of the main group? And it's just like, why is this ending happening? And I'm so confused. When I'm referring to ABC, I mean the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, not American. Sorry. It went so downhill. I remember reading something about how they were supposed to unalive Shiro and how Lance was supposed to take Shiro's place, but then they brought Shiro back. So there was like some things in his like behavior or demeanor because they had to like replace the like Keith with Shiro, and then that's the reason why Keith had to be gone for several seasons, was because they didn't plan on that. I was so confused. I watched a video about it a long time ago, but yeah, with the actor from Iron Man. Oh, with Robert Downey Jr. Oh yeah, I remember that.
If you're talking Derprex, if you're asking about the story that I'm about to read, yes, this is The Escape from Ashwood Manor by Marcella Uva.
Ooh. Not by Marcella Ua?
No. The first thing that I thought was uvo is the word for grape in Portuguese, and I was like, oh, that's almost the word for grape.
Oh gosh, I wish I knew Portuguese.
I don't know it fluently. I know some of it just from listening to family members and being like, that's a word.
I just know obrigado.
Obrigado. Bem-vindos.
Bem-vindos.
But don't hint at it so hard that it's basically canon. Yeah, like my understanding of queerbait, again, not an expert, but my understanding is it's like it's not just like when it's like, oh, I could ship those characters, but they don't end up together. It's like the show is literally like, no, they're gay guy, like they're definitely into each other, and then they just don't, because they just don't want to offend the people that would be homophobic about it. And it's just like Supernatural definitely has some of that going on too.
Oh, with Dean and Castiel, or with Sam and Dean? I don't know.
Oh God,
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no.
Sam and Dean.
Well, I'm sure people ship them too, though.
I mean, people do. They literally have to call it out at one episode, in like one of the meta episodes. But with Castiel, Cass and Dean.
Oh, Cass and Dean, and then they get them together, and they're like, just kidding.
Castiel is their ship name.
And they're like, just kidding, bye. And it's like, I'm kind of glad I kind of stepped away from Supernatural, because I'm just like, this feels like it's just getting more and more frustrating.
I went to Brazilian Portuguese Catholic Mass. I know too much but way too little. So like my grandmother grew up in Brazil. She's not Brazilian, but she grew up in Brazil. And then my grandfather his family was from Portugal. His mom is his family's Azorean. So like Azorean Portuguese is a little bit different than mainland Portuguese, which is definitely different from Brazilian Portuguese, but it's technically all the same language, but it's like the slang and like the way that it's spoken is very different. So, but because of all of that, they both speak Portuguese, but it's two different kinds, and then there's like Azorean Portuguese is also just kind of thrown in there. So it's like when I speak Portuguese, it's like bits and pieces of all of them, and I'm wrong in everybody's book. I always say.
No. They're like, I got one word of that each. Can we put it together?
Like wife of Castiel made AO3. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I can't prove it, but Misha Collins definitely has scrolled AO3. He knows way too much to not have read the fanfics. I'm like, leave it to him to be like on some burner account just like writing fanfiction as some random person, and it's like, surprise, this is me.
Oh, and I saw something about Wincest. Wincest is literally the reason the Omegaverse exists.
Yes. Oh, that's a whole. We can scar Gabe with the Omegaverse in a second. Let me read this one first. Imagine this is Escape from Ashwood Manor. Sounds very cozy crime already. I love it. Imagine A thrum of falling raindrops pattered against Ashwood Manor's parlor window, making yet another dreary evening in the heart of Amsterdam. You peered through the glass as the misty rain cast its veil on the canal beyond and below. When you placed your hand on the window pane, you thought back to another rainy day not so long ago when the invitation to attend the exclusive reopening of the legendary escape house had arrived at your flat. A shiver went through you as the memory of breaking the seal with slightly trembling fingers and unfolding the ancient-looking parcel with care. As you did so, something had fallen out of it and landed between your feet with a thump. It was a curious little key with a note attached. What could this open, you quietly speculated. Then you read the note once, twice, 3 times, but even at the 3rd reading, the meaning wasn't quite clear in your mind. To open me, you need a key, not the key that rests in your hand, but a key that only I will understand. Oh, like a map. Okay. I think that's what I would guess. Since then, you had kept the key parcel neatly tucked away in the inner lining of your old camel-colored coat. Even through the wool, you could feel the weight of it, the thrill of it. For weeks, your mind had been racing, pondering the message of every possible solution. Sorry, you can turn this.
Oh, sorry.
I feel bad that you're reaching around.
It's all good. Chihiro the Goblin is here.
Hi, welcome. We're reading a collection of self-insert fan fiction that I found at the dollar store. Where was I? Perhaps if you could stop thinking about it for just a moment, the pieces would fall into place by themselves. Despite this, you smiled with anticipation. It was as if, with a sweep of its arm, curiosity had found you and drawn your mind towards the strange key. You couldn't help but follow. As the rainy gloom deepened into darkness outside, you turned away from the window, feeling confident that you could face the enigma that is Ashwood Manor. The parlor was dark, save for the glow of the fireplace. Still, a chill was creeping through the cracks in the window frame that made the flames shudder and dance. You drew your coat more closely about you, sighing wearily as you sat beside the 3 other anxious invitees on a well-worn settee covered in crimson upholstery. One girl excitedly whispered to another in a heavy French accent that there was going to be a special guest appearance during the game, but neither of them knew the identity of the stranger or what the stranger's role would be. As you eagerly eavesdropped on the conversation, a boy with a cheeky grin laughed loud and stated that he knew who it would be. He fluffed the top of his short hair and gave the girls a big smile. Why, it's the detective, of course. Cheeky boy said. Cheeky and boy are capitalized. Knowingly, his accent was thick and strange. I heard he's still kicking around the old place. You nearly chuckled when the girls gasped on cue. Typical. By the sound of it, they weren't really as concerned about the puzzles or riddles as you were. Rather, their worries seemed to be a bit more outlandish. You yourself had never believed in ghost stories, especially the one about the manor's previous owners and their involvement with a madman named Damien Walker, known as the Detective. I'm intrigued. This is just a full-fledged ghost story. I love it. I heard he went cuckoo. Cheeky boy's voice rose to a chirp over the mystery surrounding the Ashwoods case in the 1950s. That's what makes this escape house so legendary. It's all real. You couldn't help but help clamping a hand to your mouth to keep from giggling. Cheeky boy was fun to listen to, and watching the gullible French twins squirm brought a much-needed moment of levity. It was exactly midnight when you heard an old PA system crackle alive with a rusty screech. Looking around for the sound, you realized that the speakers were tucked up the corners of the ceiling. Testing, testing. It was a man's voice. I can't do Cumberbatch's voice. It's like Alan Rickman's, but not. You know?
Or I was watching a YouTube video by Luxeria talking about America's Next Top Model, and she always clips in when one of the, or from What If, and it's the main, or it's one of the Cumberbatch's character, and he says deranged.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's the only thing. Deranged.
It was a man's voice, deep and rich like a cello. Like a cello, okay. I see it. Its low strings plucked to produce the most endearing sound. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the infamous Ashwood Manor. Let me deduce that a glorious evening awaits you, don't you agree? A slow chant started to build, gathering the voices as it trickled from one twin to the other to Cheeky Boy. Ashwood, Ashwood, Ashwood. Then rapid thumps in the hall. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're good. Above sent your heart into a frenzy. The others laughed, but you knew better. The whole room quivered with mysterious significance. The air was laden with a strange energy that filled your core with a mix of excitement and dread. You couldn't stand the wait any longer. Everyone stood from their seats like children, aglow in joy. You smiled. The game was finally about to begin. Urgent footsteps came down the stairs, and a moment later, the parlor doors flew open. A tall man stood facing your group. His sudden halt after his intense momentum blew back his dark overcoat, revealing a smart plaid suit with pencil lines of crimson and a matching tie. Beside him, lumbering along on a leash, was a big chocolate-colored bloodhound. Oh, what a sad face. The dog cocked its head, jingling its old collar. You noticed his tag bore the name Clue. Of course it does. How cute. The man looked up, straightened his jacket, and fixed his tie. After collecting himself, his eyes found you. Immediately struck by his appearance, your eyes widened. His features were so distinct and so strikingly unforgettable. Strong jaw, prominent chin, high defined cheekbones. You can't forget the Cumberbatch cheekbones.
Yeah, the Cumberbatch cheekbones.
Like knife blades. Skin as pale as a full moon on a clear night. Beneath his hat, thickly lashed blue-green eyes peered from deep-set lids. Having watched Sherlock, you recognized him. Benedict Cumberbatch. Benedict Cumberbatch. I can't say it in a French accent.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
The French prince exclaimed in an annoyingly synchronized squeal. No, you said, almost whispering the objection at first, overcome by your usual rosy-cheeked reserve. You had never dreamed of meeting in the flesh a celebrity, so you greatly admired. You so greatly admired. Never mind spending an entire evening with them. He's the detective. Someone has to be, Benedict replied playfully, though you were too stunned to take it as such. Who's ready to play a game? Oh God, Jigsaw has entered the chat.
Oh gosh, no. Billy is on a tricycle. Do you want to play a game? Oh my God. Or the doll just has higher cheekbones with Benedict Cumberbatch. Like, do you want to play a game?
That's funny.
It's like, yes.
Where was I? Flushed from the excitement of the game and your host, you joined the others in a resounding cheer that was, under normal circumstances, quite against your nature. Benedict held a boxy and corded microphone in his hand, a relic of a long-forgotten era. The parlor was small, so no microphone was needed at all, but his mouth slid into a grin. It was all a part of the thrill. That's what I like to hear, his voice rang in your ears and echoed down the hall outside the parlor doors. The sound not only filled the room, but nearly overwhelmed you. Removing his hat and overcoat, Benedict took a black comb from his pocket and slicked his hair back to his liking. I imagine there's no need for introductions. He tucked his comb back into his pocket when the room fell silent. Benedict, taking a soft, calming breath, effortlessly slipped into character. They say I'm mad. He sounded as if the words were too bitter for his liking. I'm mad. Do you agree? I can totally picture Benedict Cumberbatch doing this.
Too real.
He bellowed into the microphone, nearly scaring you out of your skin. Clue whined. He either sensed your fear or had some kind of dog magic that told him something was about to happen. Dog magic would be a great name for it. They say I'm mad and that people like you shouldn't hear me speak, that I shouldn't be heard. Well, I suppose I am mad, and I've got good cause to be. Benedict crept towards you slowly. I'm picturing like the Tyrannosaurus Rex creeping, like the sneaky walk. His eyes held a profound sorrow that you had never before seen in anyone. For years I've barely slept. The nightmares chase me, you see. That's why I brought you here today. You must set me free. Looking down, you realize bars, Benedict. Looking down, you realize that your hands were trembling, finding yourself moved by Benedict's words and the tears welling in his eyes. Everyone's crying all the time. What a compelling performance, you thought. Shelving the praise as you glanced around the room. At the mahogany side tables, the ominous ticking of an old grandfather clock and butterflies trapped behind clear glass frames. Are we being filmed? Absent-mindedly, you reached up and fixed your hair. Benedict returned his glance to the floor. Composure reclaimed. Remember, the rules are simple, but the game is not easy. Each of you were sent a clue to my case by post. You grew silent, feeling as if your heart was pulled to a sudden stop. Slowly, you slipped a hand in your coat pocket and felt the curious little key. You have 45 minutes to solve the mystery or be forever locked away with me in the halls of Ashwood Manor. And then she's just like, okay, and then the story ends. Suddenly, the fire in the fireplace went out, and the parlor was pitch black. The silence was so intense that you could hear yourself breathing. You could hear your heart beating, and now you knew you were being watched. The lights flickered on, the stark yellow of the bulbs this time, but Benedict and Clue were gone. Then the lights went off again. Where'd he go? Cheeky Boy whispered, uttering an oath. We were so close to him, one of the French twins said, nearly swooning with teenage admiration. Then the bloody lights went out. What you ninnies fancy, an autograph? Cheeky Boy asked. You could almost hear his eyes rolling in the darkness. I'm sure you'd love to get locked away forever with him. Quiet, he's here, you replied. We just can't see him. Like, guys, don't hurt his feelings. He's like standing in the corner just like,
oh. Don't hurt Benedict Cumberbatch feelings. Don't do it.
The sound of a door opening in the distance, followed by a shuffling sound, quelled the group. You held your breath and willed yourself to stand as still as possible. The lights went back on, revealing a message written in chalk beside the old grandfather clock. Until I'm measured, I am unknown, but oh, how you'll miss me once I have flown. Time. It's time. Don't let Gabe fool you. When we did the Alice in Wonderland experience, which is like the puzzles, Gabe was the riddle guy.
Oh.
And he solved all of them, or most of them.
I think there was one where I was like, this one, and then another one I was just like, oh.
I was better. I was the slider puzzle person.
Oh gosh.
And Natasha brought the notepad, so she was the person.
Yeah, luckily she's like, yes, I've written down all these letters, and it's this one, and we're like,
Time, you said almost too quickly. While you'd always loved riddles and puzzles, this one seemed a bit too obvious. Benedict had made it clear that you had only 45 minutes to solve the case. The others had successfully wasted 2 of those precious minutes already. We all have a piece of the puzzle. Come on. You dashed into the main hallway just outside the parlor. Cheeky Boy followed quickly. I love that we're just not giving Cheeky Boy a name.
Just Cheeky Boy.
And the French twins, who also don't have names, just French twins, continued along behind him, stopping at a red buffet table. You flicked on a small lamp, pushed aside a rather large jar of dog treats, and took a deep breath. Laying the clues down, you began the task of making sense of this mess. Cheeky Boy's clue seemed to be the first in the sequence. You read it out loud to the others. The first clue can be found. Oh yeah, it's the first clue. It seems to be the first clue because it says it's the first clue.
Oh my gosh.
Where the forest has no sound. Mountains without rocks. Rivers without docks. Towns without homes. Words without tomes. Give me a second.
Wait, can you please read that again?
The first clue can be found where the forest has no sound. Mountains without rocks, rivers without docks, towns without homes, words without tomes.
For some reason, I'm thinking the middle.
A movie? A movie's that? Is it that? I mean, I don't know.
Without trio. Words without tomes. What is it? A tome is like
Like a book. Like a,
words without.
This is to give it too much credit. A tome.
Okay.
With the lack of side character names, are you supposed to insert people you know? Maybe, but it's also just, I think it's also just they don't care because it's just about you and the celebrity, right? Nobody wants to like read about side characters that mean nothing to them.
Where's that?
Play things like D&D. Come in. We tend to tear the rooms apart. I feel bad tearing everything apart, but I definitely would be like, what if it's this? And they'd just be like, no, it's definitely not that. Okay. The group stood there for a few moments contemplating the clue. This was one of those rare occasions where you were completely puzzled. Mountains without rocks. You repeated, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, mountains can be made out of all sorts of things. I mean, if it's not like a literal mountain, like,
painting?
Painting? It could be paint words without tomes. Towns without homes, words without. Okay. That doesn't make sense to me. Great. We're following someone who doesn't know anything, one of the friends. We're following someone who doesn't know anything about anything, one of the French twins said, crossing her arms tightly.
Rude.
In the light, you could see that she was a pale, hazel-eyed redhead with an attitude. I don't know about you, but I want to find Benedict. The second, more timid French twin laughed as she removed her pink raincoat before starting up the stairs. You heard the wood creaking with each booted step she took. She paused and turned back for a moment. I say we go check out the rest of the place out. What do you think? She winked at Cheeky Boy. How could he possibly resist? I know this is hard, but we need to work together on this in order to get out in time, you explained, tilting your head. The riddles are no joke. The twins scoffed at this and rolled their eyes in unison. You were starting to find it hard to believe that these two were human. That's a little much.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure we can handle it, Cheeky Boy said, following the girls up the steps. You knew he was trying to reassure you, but it felt more like a ploy so that all three of them could get out of doing the work. We'll be right back down. It'll give us some time to, think. Sure, you thought, grumbling. What if this was a trick? A prickle traveled down the back of your neck, accompanied by a strong feeling of foreboding. You were clearly starting to lose your focus and almost considered dashing up the stairs to take your chances with the terrible threesome. But after that moment of doubt, you thought better of it. You had to take advantage of your glorious night away from your cookie-cutter life. Alone in the main hallway, you stood still, deep in thought. You're thinking too hard, came a voice through the PA system. You turned at once to look for the speaker, but saw Benedict and Clue coming down the hallway. The detective's cheeks were flushed with the energetic look of being in a hurry. Benedict winked at you as he approached. Detectives are calm, unemotional, he whispered. Trust your intuition. Your breath stuck in your throat, leaving you wide-eyed and blushing. You were waiting for him to comment on the whereabouts of the others, but he and Clue walked by without another word. With purposeful strides, they both disappeared through the tall door across the hallway from the parlor. Thank you, you said, feeling both confused and thankful for the intrusion. Crumpling up the first letter, you gathered the remaining clues together, along with a handful of dog treats from the jar you'd spotted, and stuffed them into your pocket. It was time to make a new friend. Dogs are good friends.
Yay, doggy friends.
Your intuition compelled you forward, following the pair through the door and into a room that appeared to be a library, equipped, as it was, with a handful of comfortable leather chairs, situated for reading. Like the parlor, it was painted a rich crimson, but also contained a splash of other colors. Thanks to a massive Victorian floral rug underfoot, the soft light of the library chandelier revealed Clue sitting on one of the chairs as if he didn't have a care in the world. Who would, if they were co-starring alongside Benedict Cumberbatch? The dog doesn't know he's famous. He's just a dog. Your eyes glanced around the library, expecting to see Benedict appear any moment. Where had he gone off to so quickly? You dug into your pocket and pulled out a bone-shaped biscuit. You held it out, risking fingers, and Clue snapped it up. Clue would never.
Oh.
Licked his lips and waited for more. Oh, not yet, handsome. You chided. You skirted around Clue's chair and lifted your eyes to the far end of the library. Your eyes lifted to the map on the wall. After a careful study, you turned away, mind racing. Mountains without rocks. It's all a map. Mountains without rocks.
Yeah, I was like,
and then the other one was like, I have a key that only I understand. They all mean map. I thought they all meant different things. They can all mean map. It just hit me. Watch me be wrong.
I was close with the painting. Darn
we
it.
were close. Technically, a map can be a painting.
Yeah.
Mountains without rocks, rivers without docks, you recounted excitedly. It makes sense to me now. But before you could say anything else, you were interrupted by the loud crackle of a PA speaker buried within the shelves. But Benedict's announcement came after a lengthy pause filled with static. No doubt to increase your anxiety. Or he's just like, fuck, I can't get it on.
Is it on? Check if it's on.
Is it on? There's technical difficulties. The tech ghost is in there.
No, not the tech ghost. Where's Spencer?
Finally, his voice came cold and haunting. Maps are funny things, don't you agree? They pay no mind to the twists and turns one's life might take. They're all-knowing, routing your course with the remnants of where you've been. Lady Margaret Ashwood's course was a whirlwind. She took a lover almost as soon as she arrived from London in the spring of 1951. A love she would write to in her own way, of course. As she spoke, you instinctively slipped a hand into the inner lining of your coat and pulled out the jumbled pile of clues, scanning the French twins' parcel silently before placing it on a nearby table. The second clue can be found between the pages of a book leather-bound. Be wary of the prince, so lost is he. Perchance in a dream he'll find his place to be. It's in what is that, Hamlet? Perchance to dream. No, that's yeah, it's Hamlet. I'm second guessing myself. The Lost Prince. Here in the library, and it had to mean a leather-bound book. With your mind now wide awake, you darted to the shelves across from the map, where you saw a handsome set of books set in leather. But there were so many. Now you knew exactly which book. But wait, now you knew exactly which book you had to find, and you left the library nearly ransacked in your wake. Had anyone else seen you tossing books in such a manner, they would have thought you mad. The time is now 12:15, the PA speaker sounded. It has to be one of these, you muttered. Only 30 minutes left. With each passing moment, your face grew darker. You were starting to look like a fool, and you knew it. Why can't I find it? Time halted when you turned away from the shelves and noticed an old leather-bound copy of Hamlet.
Pause.
Sorry.
For being here for a long time, but I thought I must break the news that Clover passed yesterday. It's been hard to watch any of your content because I would watch you with her.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That makes me so sad. Clover was Sadlum's great-grandmother, who also used to watch the channel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Sadlum. That makes me so sad.
Sorry, Sadlum.
Clover was wonderful.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're okay. Oh, it's so sad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sad lump. No, it's okay. You were very, very sorry for your loss.
Sorry for your loss, Sadlum.
Oh. I totally understand. Yeah, we're sorry, Sad Lump. Oh. All of chat is just like, we're so sorry.
Oh.
Clover was great. Oh. Yeah, Clover especially liked. Clover was. I think the first one she watched was a Nancy Drew Reed stream, and anybody who loves Nancy Drew is somebody that I can very much appreciate. So I was like, Clover is great, and then Clover was very great. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to get back to this, but now I'm sad.
Oh,
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no, you
sorry.
didn't do anything wrong. No, it's just very sad.
Yeah, that's sad.
Where was I?
Oh, Texas says kittens.
Yeah, let's put on kittens. Let's see. Emergency kittens.
Emergency kittens.
I still have Norman Reedus' cat up.
And Norman Reedus, who wouldn't want that?
I think he'd mind having his picture up. I think he would have some questions about the fanfic about him. But we appreciated it.
Just why am I in a fanfic? Oh. Oh, that is so cute. Oh my gosh.
Just make sure. Get this so that I know that they're seeing the right thing. Release the kittens.
Kitties.
Yeah.
Great idea, Texas.
Perry and her. This is not Perry and her 7 kittens. This is, I believe, the Explorer Rescue. We toggle between a few.
Oh.
These kitties are so cute. All right, let me try to find where it was. Let's see. Noticed an old leather-bound copy of Hamlet on the reading table beside Clue. Just how long you stood there. After seeing the text you couldn't guess, Clue's whine broke the spell. You handsome thing, you're a gem, you squealed, hugging the noble bloodhound, who laid slobbery kisses on your neck. Oh. Your fingers trembled as you began flipping through acts 1 through 5, feeling your adrenaline spike. At last you felt as if you were making headway with the case, and that was when reality came crashing down on you. No letter was in the book. In fact, nothing was terribly out of the ordinary, save for a handful of small markings in the margins. Looking closely, you realized that they were sketches, branches penned with long, daring strokes paired with meticulous swoops, gave the scribbles the appearance of plants, herbs namely. Clues are never what they seem. You looked up to find Benedict leaning against the frame of a rear doorway. He stepped in and straightened an apron over his sleek, white button-down shirt, then hooked his thumb through his suspenders. His dark hair was tasseled, and his skin slightly flushed, giving him a wildly romantic look. You had, not just romantic, wildly romantic.
Oh.
You had often marveled at the man who seemed to rise above the nightmarish fray of modern Hollywood, skimming above the waves of life, never crashing down into the deep. Benedict wasn't just the characters he played, and maybe you suddenly realized that is why you were so drawn to him, in spite of your determination to avoid the celebrity craze. Benedict whistled. You don't have to apologize to us for writing fanfic. It's okay. It's like, I promise I didn't want to write this. I hear somebody talking to the kitty. Yeah.
I just heard there are flowers.
Oh, somebody's coming in to feed them, I think.
Oh.
Benedict whistled to Clue, and the behemoth obediently trotted towards him and over the threshold. Benedict motioned for you to join them. Shall we? You stepped cautiously into the darkened room, following Benedict through a cobweb-lined dining room and into the kitchen. His legs were longer than yours, and although he didn't seem to be moving any more quickly than you, you were gasping with the effort of keeping up with his strides. By the time you had reached the kitchen, The air felt cooler, damper, the cupboards were empty, and half the furniture was covered in sheets, and the counter, the only thing that had not been covered, stood bleak and cold save for a solitary box. Clue sprawled across the floor, his belly pressed against the tile. You stepped over the lazy dog with a smile and joined Benedict at the counter. This is all that's left. He opened the box and retrieved something from behind a seat of index cards. Behind a set of index cards. Sorry, my brain inserted a letter that wasn't supposed to be there. See this photograph?
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, makes me laugh.
It's Lord and Lady Ashwood, 65 years ago, just before things went bad. He handed you the photograph, though damaged along the edges. The center, where the couple stood side by side, remained intact. They looked very happy, you said, staring at the image, but you felt his eyes on you the entire time. You turned the photograph over and noticed the year, written in ink, 1951. I just don't know how, you paused. It's our business to know what others don't. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. That's a Sherlock Holmes quote.
Oh.
Like, not just from the show. I mean, they probably said it in the show, but that's actually, like, from the original.
Oh, gosh. I do not know literature that well. Oh, no.
I'm a bit of a nerd. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize for being a nerd. That's one of the last things to apologize for.
Benedict said, reciting one of the most famous Sherlockian quotes from memory. They were happy for a time. It's not unusual for people from two different worlds to grow apart. And they have no one to blame but each other. Are you implying that Margaret had something to do with her husband's death? I'm not implying anything. In fact, I'm saying it plainly. And perhaps, with a little help, he gestured to the copy of Hamlet in your hands. From her lover. You took a leap. What evidence do you have? None. They never left any behind. Benedict closed his eyes and his voice was hoarse. 2 months later, Margaret went missing. I'd imagined she couldn't bear the pain of it all and decided to take matters into her own hands. Oh dear. Kittens. We have kittens.
Kitties.
Last time he mentioned her name, it was cool and distant, but this time he seemed far more invested. After 65 years, Margaret was still in control of her husband, of the relationship she'd been in, for the most part. So what was Benedict trying to tell you? Why would such a woman leave her lover behind? Margaret would have needed someone on the inside, someone who understood the system to commit such a crime, you said, stepping back. You felt your heart race as adrenaline began to override your usual sensibilities. Something clicked in your mind, like a detective, like Damien Walker. There was a silence for a moment, a silence that you felt was suddenly asking, could this be true? Very, very perceptive. It wouldn't take long to get rid of the evidence. All the evidence. Benedict snickered wryly. No one thought to check the garden for poison hemlock.
Oh, that was the drawings in the book.
Oh, yeah. Your eyes snapped up to his, but his attention was elsewhere. Leafing through the index cards, Benedict pulled out a note filed under D and slid it across the counter to you. Oh, God, I'm having Model Land flashbacks.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going. This changes things, you understand. The third clue can be found deep below the manor's ground. Here is where you'll resume your quest. Perhaps once and for all, my soul will find rest. I like this story. It has a Haunted Mansion vibe to it.
Yeah. Keeps me intrigued.
Yeah. Benedict leered. I'll give you a head start. He looked at his pocket watch. The smile ceased. You have 10 minutes left. I think you should start running. Now. Without thinking clearly, you backed away from Benedict and ran through the kitchen door into the main hallway looking for any signs of Cheeky Boy and the French twins. You yelled out to them, so terrified that you couldn't even remember your way around the house. Pushing aside exhaustion, you ran and ran around the first floor, calling out in all directions. You didn't know what you were doing. You didn't know what was happening. What if you could find your way out? What would be the consequences? Benedict's low, rich voice came through the PA system again. 7 minutes remaining. You found a door to the basement in the hall, opened it, and darted down 14 old steps into the stench of decay that hit you like a wall, causing you to cover your nose and breathe deeply through your sleeve to catch your breath. Oof. The word basement didn't quite do the underground space justice, though it was dark and dusty, lit by a single uncovered bulb hanging from the ceiling. It looked as if a grand expansion had been made to the original room, an expansion so massive that it was nearly as large as the manor above. Turning your eyes away from the staircase, you noticed two separate doors, one located at each end of the room. With your heart in your throat, you gathered your courage and ran toward the nearest door as quickly as your legs could carry you. You tried the handle, locked. It was locked. You gripped the knob tightly and pulled once more. Frantic, you let go of the knob long enough to pull the curious key you'd received out of your pocket and slid it into the lock, but the key wouldn't turn. To open me, you need a key. Not the key that rests in your hand, but a key that only I will understand. You recited the last clue to yourself. Hey, Brainiac, where have you been? Cheeky Boy called out, rushing down the staircase, jumping the last 2 steps. What are you doing down here? You could see by the way he was awkwardly tucking his shirt into his pants and adjusting his glasses that he was equally as nervous as you. Ah, I see.
Oh.
Relieved, you fought the urge to hug him and punch him in the face. The French twins followed right behind him, looking somewhat spooked but mostly disgusted. I got a key in the post, you blurted out, pointing to the door. You heard your head was racing, your mind was void of everything else. It's all a sham. The detective, he's the one. He's behind this whole thing. That's brilliant, Cheeky Boy said, looking sincerely impressed with you. You sensed a smile, but you couldn't see it in his face. Bloody hell, that's brilliant. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes, you know that? So, what are you waiting for then? You stopped him and showed him your clue. This, you said nearly breathless. It just doesn't make sense, and the key doesn't work on the door. Are you sure? Cheeky Boy asked calmly. Have you found another way out? This is getting boring, one of the girls mumbled. She grabbed her sister's arm and headed towards the door. Let's get out of here. Yeah, said the other. This place stinks. Shrugging them off, you looked back at Cheeky Boy. Listen, you go with those two. They need all the help they can get. Before he could utter a protest, you ran for the other door, leaving behind a stunned Cheeky Boy still standing where you left him. The PA system cut on with a rattle. 3 minutes remaining. The door slowly grew closer. You pushed your speed, sliding around shelves and jumping over boxes and all other junk that littered the basement floor. Even after the halfway point, you couldn't stop running. Movement was the only thing that made sense to your body, the only thing that mattered, and escaping Ashwood Manor. At last you came to the door. Now within reach, you skidded to a halt, stopping just short of slamming into it. Okay, you thought, your breath coming into gasps. Stay calm. It was a combination lock, and you had a fairly good idea what number would open it. Your fingers fumbled with the dial on the lock. Spinning the wheels, you stopped the dials at the numbers. 1951. 1 minute remaining. A key that only I will understand, you yelled to the speakers, opening the lock. 1951. The year Margaret Ashwood met Damien Walker. The year their lives would change forever. You opened the door. The moment you stepped inside, Clue greeted you warmly and exuberantly after not seeing you for 10 whole minutes. The room looked like a green room underneath a stage. It wasn't as luxurious as you'd imagined one to be, but you were greeted by cheerful smiles, camera flashes, and congratulations. You met Cheeky Boy, who immediately calmed you down and explained that your group won the game thanks to your intuition. Even the French twins gave you a reluctant eye roll of approval. With all the excitement, you hadn't noticed Benedict standing in the back of the room at first. You looked at him, unsure whether to approach him. This wasn't the detective version of Benedict Cumberbatch. This was the real Benedict Cumberbatch. Big difference.
Mm-hmm.
You excused yourself from the others and moved towards them. He tousled his hair, straightened his white button-down shirt, which was half tucked into his trousers and half out. Though you were feeling a little insecure, the tension dissolved when your eyes met his. Hello, detective, you said with a wink. I'm here to arrest you. Hello, Brainiac. A playful smile lifted the corners of Benedict's lips. Catch me if you can.
Oh,
like
that was a nice one.
I like that.
Should we put that in S tier?
That's an S tier.
That is S tier. They're mainly talking or giving condolences to Sadlub, and Sadlub was saying that Clover left her library to them.
Oh, yeah, Clover had her own library.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's nice.
No, she was such a sweet lady. That is so true. It's when my mother and her granddaughter passed. Oh, she was the first person to check how I was. Oh, she was such a sweetie. We're gonna all miss her. The kittens have not moved since I left.
Yep, they're just having a nice little cat nap.
They're just chilling.
Oh gosh, how far did we get through?
We got through more than I thought we would.
Oh my gosh, it's like over
151 pages is
Oh
where
my
we are.
gosh.
I think you wanna call it there, or
How long is this next chapter?
it's not that long. Hang on. 1, 2. Oh, it's 10 pages.
Okay, I can do that.
I believe this is about. I just saw Jennifer Lawrence's name. That's all I know.
Jennifer Lawrence. I love her. I don't get why people hate her.
I think because she got so popular that people were just like, oh, she's mid now.
Oh, and I
From
know.
what I can, unless there's some horrible thing that she did that I don't know about. From what I can tell, it's just people just, I don't know, liked her and then didn't.
I remember recently she was giving an interview about how she plays Katniss Everdeen, and she's like one of the first female action stars, and people are like literally Sigourney Weaver. So I know people are mad about that, but I'm just like, well, if there's like probably less than 20 female action stars from Aliens until now,
Yeah,
maybe that
like-
people can like name off the top of their head.
Well, it was like pretty much arguably the biggest one for like a certain generation of people. Like, I know what she meant, you know?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Milo doesn't like Jennifer Lawrence.
Mm.
Tell us why. Ain't nothing but yeah.
I have no horse in this game. I'm just curious because I've never really seen anything like egregious that she's done, but everybody's just like, we hate her now.
Yeah, I'm ambivalent, but I liked her in the Hunger Games, and I think she's really funny. But I'm gonna.
Laser's comment was just cute. Laser said she'll live on in all of the memories.
Oh. Oh, and she scratched herself using sacred rocks in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh, they didn't like her because, well, that's not her fault. I'm sure people would be more upset about the rocks.
The rocks are much more understandable than the other thing. Although, I mean, yeah.
I remember when Vanessa Hudgens had hers leak, and it was during the High School Musical craze, and
everybody acted like it was her problem, and it was just like, that's a child. Like at the time, she was underage, and everybody. I'm like, are we not looking back? It's like, are we not talking about that part? That's the worst part.
Gosh.
Um.
Honestly, I don't like her, but I don't hate her.
Yeah, I'm not like a Jennifer Lawrence stan, but I don't hate her.
And we're gonna talk about her for 10 pages, everybody, so I apologize.
And then it'll be over.
For tonight. That reminds me of the song by Jennifer Lopez where it's like, waiting for tonight when you would be here in my arms. And that was the lip sync song to the infamous 6-way lip sync in season 11 of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Oh yeah, we were gonna watch that documentary.
Oh yeah,
I still want to.
The America's Next Top Model one. Yeah. We will maybe next week. Best period night period ever period by Jen Wild. Imagine the doorman tips his hat as he holds the door open for you, offering a warm smile before greeting you. Welcome back. How was your day? It was absolutely amazing. This is such a beautiful city. Your first day exploring New York City was everything you had hoped for and more. But now you're exhausted. You can't wait to get up to your room and order dinner. You thank the doorman, walk through the hotel's gorgeous lobby, and step into an empty elevator, pressing the button to your floor. Hey, wait, a voice calls from the lobby. Hold the door! Without thinking, you get in between the doors, and they close on you, hurting your arm before springing back open. You step back, rubbing your shoulder and muttering profanities at the pain. A woman steps in, trying to catch her breath after running through the foyer. Oh my gosh, are you okay? That looked like it hurt. You nod and lift your head to see a familiar looking girl with short blonde hair smiling apologetically. Her wide smile brightens her whole face, reaching her sparkling blue eyes. Freckles scatter across her nose and glowing cheeks. You know you've seen that gorgeous face before. It takes you a second to realize who she is, but the moment you do, your heart leaps into your throat. Jennifer Lawrence, the Jennifer Lawrence, movie star, Oscar winner, everyone's dream BFF, and she's standing right in front of you, smiling, concerned. She looks like she stepped straight off the big screen and into the elevator, which suddenly seems much smaller. That is my stomach. I'm sorry.
How dare your stomach make normal
I'm
stomach
sorry.
noises?
Oh gosh, there was one time on set where my stomach was almost literally like, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's my stomach, it's nothing else. I'm sorry, because it was just that loud.
Aw.
And I'm just like,
It always happens like at the worst possible moment too, where you're just like, oh, everyone can hear my stomach.
And they weren't even rolling too, so I'm just like, And she's standing right in front of you, smiling, concerned. She looks like she stepped straight off the big screen and into the elevator, which suddenly seems much smaller. You offer a nervous smile. I'm fine. You almost say, you're Jennifer Lawrence, but decide against it. She knows who she is. You telling her that what her own name is would just embarrass you both. So you choose to play it cool as you can for now. I'm so sorry. I didn't think you'd literally throw your whole body into mortal danger. Jennifer's kind laughter fills the elevator as she talks to you. Usually I'm the one running into walls and injuring myself, but thank you. I've had such a crazy day. You laugh shyly. Anytime. You look like you were in a hurry to get somewhere, so I'm happy to help. Actually, it's more like I'm in a hurry to get away from somewhere. This isn't even my hotel. You tilt your head, giving her a confused look. She grins. My hotel is a few blocks away, but I was mobbed by paparazzi in the park, so I just bolted across the street and into the first place I saw. Oh, so what are you going to do now? You ask. She grimaces. I didn't think that far ahead. I guess I can't ride up and down here all night. My hotel is probably surrounded, so I can't go back there just yet. You think for a moment, wanting to help her out of her predicament. Well, there's a gym and pool on the 7th floor. She doesn't seem enthusiastic about either of those options, so you offer her one more. Oh, there's a rooftop restaurant. You should hang out. Wait it out. I think there are some private spots up there. Maybe. She grins. That's more like it. She presses the button for the top floor, then reaches a hand out to you. I'm Jen, by the way. Hi, you say, and introduce yourself. I'm Marcy. You want to join me for a drink? She asks, and you must look surprised because she laughs. Come on, I can't sit up there and drink all by myself. Think of what the rumor that'll start. You say yes because all you had planned for the evening was ordering room service and watching the Hunger Games for the 100th time. Besides, when Jennifer Lawrence asks you to have a drink with her, you say yes. You always say yes, unless you're Milo, and then you don't. Sorry, Milo. I thought that would be funny. Sorry. The doors open to the top floor, and a waitress leads you to a table in the corner. By the way the girl stares at Jen, you know she's recognized her, but she doesn't say anything. A view from your table is unlike anything you've ever before seen. The New York skyline glitters as the setting sun shines on the endless array of buildings. Jen looks at the dinner menu and beams. Holy crap, this is a Mexican place. Score. You both order margaritas and tacos, and then it hits you. You're sitting across from the biggest movie star in the world. Your personal hero is so close you can see the freckles on her nose. You've always wondered what it would feel like to be starstruck, and now you know. I can't believe I'm sitting here drinking margaritas with an Oscar winner. She narrows her eyes at you and a smile spreads across her face. So you do know who I am. I didn't think you recognized me since you didn't say anything. You feel your cheeks warm. Of course I know who you are. Everyone does. She laughs. Tell me about it. It's then you notice everyone at the restaurant is staring in your direction. Most are trying to be subtle, pretending to read their menus and admire the sunset. Others are staring wide-eyed and blatantly snapping photos with their phones. You suddenly become self-conscious of how you look. Straighten yourself in your chair and hoping you don't have anything in your teeth. You turn to Jen, wondering if this happens everywhere she goes. I thought about saying something, but I didn't want to fangirl all over you and embarrass myself. She smiles. Oh, please, never be afraid to fangirl. You should, well, be a little afraid to fangirl because
depending on how hard we're fangirling.
Yeah, don't overwhelm the person. Since we've been in the industry so long, we could probably walk up to any celebrity and just be like, "Oh, hi. Do you need something? No? Okay, bye." Or I don't know.
Andrew Lincoln. Walking Dead. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I by the way that I barely remember his name now because I never watched The Walking Dead. When I first was on set and I saw him for the first time, I did not know who he was. And I was just like, hey. And he was like, hey. And then I just like held the door open for him because he was like right there and I wasn't going to let it close in his face. And I did not know that it was him until later. And every time he saw me after that, he like gave me a smile. Like he appreciated me.
Aww,
And
that's
I was
so
like,
sweet.
that's my Andrew Lincoln story. I think he liked that I wasn't like, here, Andrew, of course, Andrew, let me get you everything, Andrew.
How are you doing, Andrew? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. The only story I really have where I'm interacting with a celebrity is with Sam Huntington.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Sams out there, but Sam Huntington, not Sam Worthington from Avatar, but he was on the American version of Being Human. And I had seen him at Dragon Con in like 2014, 2015. And then a few years later, he was on a show that I worked on. And I don't want to give too much away, but it's the show that I've been where you stood in for the daughter that I was talking about earlier. I never want to say the name because I never want to get in trouble, but I was doing something important in this scene, and so I had to be next to him, and he started talking to me in the other background, and I was just like, oh yeah, I saw you at Dragon Con. He's like, oh hey, how are you? And we chatted for a little bit. I'm like, oh, this is the best day of my life. Anyway, you turn to Jen, wondering if this happens everywhere she goes. Oh, please never be afraid to fangirl. You should see me when I meet a celebrity. I become a puddle of socially awkward goop. I either build up the courage to introduce myself and end up humiliating myself in a horrifying way, or I just chicken out and run a mile in the opposite direction. A Spice Girl song plays through the speakers and you both freak out. I love 90s music, she says. Do you remember the Macarena? Oh my god, I love that song. Me too.
This is actually from what I've heard about Jennifer Lawrence, this is very J-Law.
Me too. Jen stands up and shows off her Macarena skills, humming the tune as she pulls you up to join her. You feel a little awkward dancing in front of all the other patrons, but you do it anyway, laughing all the way through. The waitress arrives with your drinks and you sit down, trying to process everything that's happening. You hold up your glass and Jen does the same. Cheers, you say before taking a sip. By the time you finish dinner, the moon is high above the skyscrapers and the city lights twinkle from every direction. With Jen's down-to-earth attitude and wicked sense of humor, it's easy to forget you're talking to a megastar. You feel like you've been chatting with an old friend. You tell her about your first impression of New York, and she gives you tips on places to go and things to see. A group of women sitting nearby giggle excitedly as the waitress places a giant cocktail glass in the middle of their table with enough straws for all of them to share. One of them wears a pink tiara and a white sash with the word bride to be sewn into it. Every now and then they glance over, watching curiously. Eventually, they build up the courage to approach your table. Excuse me, the bride to be says. Jen turns and gives her the widest smile. Hi. The bride to be bites her bottom lip nervously. Do you think I could take a photo with you? Of course. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's going to be Lisa Barlow from Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, because there's a podcast I listen to and they do an impression of her and it's funny. Of course, a bride should always get what she wants. Jen stands and puts her arms around the excited fan, taking multiple photos and striking different poses for each one. Soon the whole party is getting in on the fun and you offer to take the photos so everyone can be in the shot. Okay, one more, Jen says, but let's be real D words in it. She immediately bares her gritted teeth and raises her middle fingers to the camera. The bachelorette partygoers laugh and strike their own poses, some sticking their tongue out while others offer their most BA glare. You snap a few more photos before handing the phone back to the bride-to-be. Thank you so much. Her eyes are wide with glee. She turns to Jen. And thank you, Jennifer. This means so much to me. I love that. Silver Linings Playbook is my favorite movie. Can I touch? Oh,
Hello. I think we're back.
Oh, I was pretending to scream and I'm like, oh no, is sound back?
They'll figure it out. Is it not? It should be back on. I'm hearing it Sound go away.
Sound.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Oh,
Hi. I'm like,
hi.
I'm seeing levels now. It
Oh,
should be
no.
on.
Oh
What
god.
happened was this fell into my lap. This is the stream deck, and it hit a bunch of buttons when it went down, so it like turned off the sound.
Oh
And
no.
it looks like turned the kittens off. I'll put kittens back
Oh
on.
no. The audio passed. It was that bad. You guys are good. I can hear you.
Nice.
That's good.
But I'm glad I saw that as somebody said it, and not like after you'd finished the story.
Oh no. Well, Milo's like, no, I don't want to hear about Jennifer Lawrence.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to be blamed for this one. It wasn't your fault, Natty.
Natty's immediate need to be like, I don't.
I don't matter.
That's element. Oh, was Natty like, I don't like this?
Natty was flirting with Spencer, and we were saying like, "Oh no, if something breaks, Spencer will have to come in and fix it."
Oh.
And so if something broke, and Spencer had to come in and fix it, and Natty was like, "I didn't do it, I swear."
Natty's only saying that because Spencer never came in. I'm just kidding, but flirt away, Natty. Do all the flirting. Flirting is great. I don't know how. Anyway, a woman wearing a pink maid of honor sash steps forward. We're taking the bachelorette party to a rock and roll karaoke bar. Do you want to come? Jen seems hesitant at first, but something changes in her eyes and she throws her arm up in the air. What? Hey, yeah, what the heck? She turns to you and asks, you in? Sure, you say, excited at the thought of partying with your idol. You and Jen pay for your dinners and drinks, then join the bachelorette party downstairs where they wait in a Hummer limousine. Whoa, you say as you climb in. I feel like I'm in Real Housewives. Jen gives you a playful punch in the arm. I freaking love Real Housewives. The maid of honor. I love Real Housewives. Since Jen can't punch me in my arm. Sorry, I don't know why. The maid of honor hands you both a glass of champagne while you all talk about your favorite housewives and attempt your best New Jersey accent. Jen wins, of course. Or I'm just thinking of Real Housewives and like the table. It's not a flip, but it's like a table push. You've been married 17 times.
Milo says this is so unrealistic. Oh, you have no idea, Milo. The first story was about taking selfies and overthrowing the patriarchy with Kim Kardashian.
Yeah. Oh gosh, New Jersey. I'm a fan.
Oh yeah, no, there would be people with all of these people. You would never just like, celebrities aren't able to just like go out in public and just like be like, I'm gonna go to the taco bar, because they'll get mobbed and it could be like dangerous for their safety. So they have to have like security, and you know, it's a lot.
Oh.
That's what Milo was pointing out. There should be some kind of people. He's like, yes, there should be. This is imaginary world where celebrities get to have somewhat normal lives, I guess.
I'm sure a lot. I'm just imagining celebrities reading this and be like, wow, I remember what it's like to not be mobbed by people when I walk down the street.
Now he says, okay, as someone from New Jersey, I'm offended.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
I don't think she meant you. I think she just meant the housewives being the representation of New Jersey.
Ooh, I know it's airing right now, and just seeing the way some of them act, I'm like, ooh. But seeing the way all the housewives act, it's like, ooh. And
It's a housewives thing, not a Jersey thing.
yeah, New Jersey.
LMAO Avery, yeah, I figured.
Okay.
She said I don't flirt with Spencer, I don't know how, and I said, bless my brother, he's clueless with flirting, so he wouldn't know.
Oh, oh. No, I just imagine being like, no, they're flirting with you, and then it's like, are they flirting? I think so. They told me that earlier. Or it's just a bunch of people not knowing how to flirt, telling them other people are flirting with them. Audio's gone for sad lump. Never mind. It's just it's just their internet.
Okay. I'm pretty good at it, but my girlfriend is
Oh.
Well, one of you had to be good at it, or you wouldn't be in a relationship. Somebody had to be like, you want to go out sometime?
Or that reminds me in Hairspray, it's like, honey, or it took me 5 years to figure out you were flirting. How would I ever?
Yeah.
The limo pulls up to a curb and everyone climbs out one by one. Jen almost trips stepping out onto the sidewalk, but you grab hold of her arm and steady her just in time. The two of you follow the party inside, which head straight to the bar for shots. This is awesome. Jen shouts over the music. How did I not know this place existed? The bar is dark and loud with blue spotlights lighting up the stage and cheers roaring from the crowd. A guy with a long beard and wearing a Metallica t-shirt is on stage, clutching a microphone with both hands and singing it into it with dramatic enthusiasm. A three-piece band plays behind him, slamming on their guitars and headbanging to the beat. It's like a rock star karaoke. No pre-recorded stuff for you guys tonight. Jen points to a girl sitting by the stage with a clipboard and takes your hand. Let's put our names down for a song. You make your way through the crowd. I feel like that's a song. You make your way, or it's you make your way through the crowd and say hello. Little did I know.
Oh, it's a
Taylor Swift song.
I hate that song.
Oh, I'm I'm sorry.
I'm joking. I don't actually.
Oh.
It's always gonna be in your head forever.
You make your way through the crowd, feeling a mix of nausea and excitement at what you're about to do. You're not usually the type of person to sing in front of a crowd of strangers, but being around Jen gives you a confidence boost you didn't know you can muster. Your names are added to the list, and you head back to the bar for a while. The moment the bartender sees Jen's name, his eyes pop out of his head. Are you J-Law? Yes. Leaning over the bar as she can hear him. That's what they tell me, she jokes. He tells her he's a huge fan and asks her what she wants to drink. She looks around the bar, eyeing the many options. Make me and my friend here the most colorful cocktails you have. Challenge accepted. He smiles and immediately starts collecting bottles from behind the bar. You watch with curiosity as different ingredients mix together to make a bright blue concoction, which looks absolutely delicious. He slides the 2 glasses over. You taste it. Whoa! The sweetness overpowers you. This is great. Jen thanks him and offers to pay, but he waves a hand at her. On the house. You sit at the bar and sip your drinks until your names are called. Your hands shake from nerves as you climb the steps onto the stage and look out over the crowd. People are already cheering, and you realize it must be because Jen is right behind you. The whole bar knows who she is. Yeah, don't you know? And it's bizarre to witness the reactions, to somehow be a part of it. Oh, that went Irish for a second.
I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Sorry, my Northern and Irish like blend together. Sorry. Almost immediately, hundreds of smartphones are pointed in your direction, no doubt filming every second. You see the bachelorette party huddled together in the middle of the crowd, waving and shouting encouragement. Oh crap, you say to Jen. This is going to be all over in the internet, isn't it? She gives you a wicked grin and shrugs. Yep. Why? Are you scared? She elbows you in the side and winks, terrified. You consider bailing on the whole thing, but you know this is a once-in-a-lifetime moment and decide to give it your best, but let's do it anyway. She laughs and puts an arm around you. Welcome to my life. The band comes to life behind you, playing a song by the Black Keys that Jen requested. You both sing into the microphone when it's your cue, and the crowd goes wild. At first, your voice is quiet, tentative, but the energy in the room fills you with boldness, and soon you're rocking out as hard as you can. You don't care that you don't have the greatest singing voice. You're having a blast, and that's all that matters. The song ends, and you don't want to stop, so you're glad when Jen calls into the mic, can we do one more? The crowd starts chanting, one more, one more.
I just say, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
All good.
Can I just say, karaoke does not sound like, wow, this would be a fun fantasy to me personally. It sounds like I would rather crawl into a hole and die.
Oh gosh, I did karaoke one time and it was to single ladies and I was so flat the entire time. I don't know why I couldn't get into it, but I was trying to keep up with the words and it was all the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the singing. Now put your hands up in the club, just broke up, doing my own little, and I was trying to like keep up and I was just like,
I always joke that I'm like that little frog from Looney Tunes where like when he's alone, he's like singing and he's like really like, hello, my baby, hello, my and he's like really like loud and like all into it. And then like when somebody's around, he's just like this. That's kind of me. I'm like, I default into this like, I'm gonna like fake sing badly because I'd rather that than have somebody be like, you suck. And I'm like, I know, but still it hurts.
Oh gosh. I joke with my mother sometimes because she was in theater a lot, and she one time pointed out that my singing wasn't that great. She wasn't like, oh, your singing's terrible, but she's like, with it, and I'm like, oh, I want to sing a little bit around you, Mom, but then you would tell me it's horrible.
Oh, Milo points out you're not supposed to sing good at karaoke. You're supposed to sing bad. That's why everybody's drunk.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, I don't think anyone was really drunk when I was doing it, so I'm just like, oh, single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies.
Now put your hands
up. Yeah, I wasn't able to be like, up in the club, just woke up, do my own. Yeah, I wasn't able to do that. I was just, do my own little thing. And everyone's just looking at me, and I'm like,
Were you there for Love, Simon with the karaoke scenes?
No.
Oh. Damn, that was a funny night.
Oh, gosh. It's great when you're working really long nights and at least something fun is happening.
Yeah, because it was two actors just on a coffee table, just loudly singing karaoke to get the shot, and I was just like, "What? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What's happening right now?"
Oh, that's why I don't do overnights anymore if I can help it. The band nods in agreement. Yeah, Jen shouts, fist pumping in the air and turning to the band. Do you guys do Adele? They shake their heads and she pouts before turning to you. What do you think? You say the first band that comes to your mind. Nirvana. Her face lights up. Oh, F yeah. The band starts playing and the crowd roars even louder than before when they hear the first bars of the unmistakable tune. Sweat is beating on your forehead and you can feel your cheeks flushing from the adrenaline, but you're having the time of your life. Mid-song, Jen attempts an ambitious leg kick in time to the drums, but slips on the landing and falls. You cover your mouth with your hand as gasps echo through the crowd, but Jen just bursts into a fit of laughter. She shakes her head and rubs her behind as she stands back up, cackling hysterically. She points to someone in the crowd holding a phone and feigns anger. Don't you put that on YouTube. She says,
it's going on. Jen, it's going on YouTube, especially if you tell them not to put it on YouTube.
Oh, but she's feigning anger.
Oh.
So she's joking. She knows it's going to be on YouTube. She steps back up to the microphone, laughing at, I can see the headliners now. Jennifer Lawrence falls on bum. No one's surprised. They're laughing so much. You're laughing so much your cheeks hurt. 2 songs later, you decide to call it quits and let someone else take the spotlight. The moment you leave the stage, the crowd converge on you. You feel a hand clutching the back of your shirt and turn to see Jen pulling a face and mouthing, time to leave. You try to push through the mess of people, but there are so many it's hard to move. Shoulders crush together and cameras slash around you, disorienting you. After a few suffocating minutes, everyone starts to flow away from you and you realize Jen is no longer behind you. Jen? You search the sea of bodies, but don't see her anywhere. Your heart sinks. She must have found a way out and left you behind. You know it couldn't last forever, but a chance to say goodbye would have been so much better. Just when you're about to give up hope, you feel a hand take yours and you spin around to see Jen smiling at you. Come on, she says, you're not getting away that easily. A bouncer leads you through the bar and ushers you out a back door. The crisp early morning air refreshes you and you breathe it in. What a crazy night. Jen gives you a wicked smile. It ain't over yet. 10 minutes later, you're sitting on the grass watching the sun slowly rise over the East River. The glowing colors sparkle on the water, making it the most beautiful sunrise you've ever seen. Thanks, Jen says softly before letting out a long yawn. I needed a fun night out. You raise an eyebrow. Seriously? Isn't your whole life one fun night after another? She dips her head back and lets out a throaty laugh. Oh, totally, she says sarcastically. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my life, but it's nowhere near as glamorous as everyone thinks, which is fine with me. I don't want glamorous crap. Most nights I'm happy just to sit on the couch with a glass of wine and eat pizza while I binge watch Vanderpump Rules.
God.
Oh gosh, I mentioned the drama of Vanderpump Rules earlier, so I'm like, yes, Jen is the Bravo celebrity. She's just like us.
Oh my god.
But tonight was awesome and totally unplanned, unscheduled, uncontrolled. I think that's what I needed most. Well, you're welcome, you say, but I should be the one thanking you. I just had the best night of my life. I did things tonight that I would never have had the courage to do if it weren't for you. I think I'm going to be a whole lot bolder from now on. F yeah! She raises her hand for a high five and you oblige, grinning from ear to ear. So we're agreed, she says with a crooked smile. Best night ever? You nod enthusiastically. Best night ever. I would give that a solid A. Would we give that an A?
I'd give that a B.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
so B plus.
we're tier ranking as we go. We're gonna do this after. Milo, this is the most realistic. I was just sending it through, but I might as well say it because you're done with the. Milo, this is the most realistic story in the book, if you can believe it so far.
Yeah.
Let's recap for Milo what Milo needs to go back and watch.
Oh gosh, starting from the very beginning.
The book starts with a 50-page short story about overthrowing the patriarchy with Kim Kardashian in a dystopian future where selfies are outlawed.
And it is 50 pages.
It is 50 pages, yes. And then,
Standby superhero.
oh yeah, that's about meeting Chris Evans in the airport. That one's cute. That one's just fluffy and silly and stupid. And we liked it.
And then there's Medium.
Oh, we didn't like that one. That was the
yeah.
Anna Todd one about, what's his?
Daniel something.
I'm sorry, I've already forgotten his name. The guy from Teen Wolf and Vampire Diaries. Meeting an art student and her being very
gosh.
angsty about it. It was horrible.
And then the 10-year special. We're all in this together.
The one where the reader is putting on a 10-year anniversary play of High School Musical for the kids that she's counseling at camp, and fucking Zac Efron shows up and is like, I've been watching a video of you sing We're Breaking Free for a week, and I just told everybody we had to find you.
Yep, and they're just basically goo-goo and gagaing over each other. Just, oh my gosh, you're amazing. No, you're amazing. Next is
Anna Todd does suck. Anna Todd is, I'm sorry. Drew Seeley, LMAO. Drew Seeley. Wait. Drew, the one who did the one, is that who actually did the ceiling? No, we know. We fully know. We were talking about it. We're like, but he didn't even sing in the first movie.
Yeah.
What else? I hate that.
The next one is one of my favorites, Being Mrs. Reedus.
Oh yeah, being Norman Reedus' wife, which we found funny because we both worked at Walking Dead, and it's like, and we moved to a quiet home in Sonoy, Georgia, and we're like, oh no.
It's not quiet anymore.
No, it wasn't quiet in 2016 either, although I wasn't working there yet, but I know it wasn't quiet over there.
And then there's Escape from Ashwood Manor.
I like that one. That was that was being stuck in a escape house with Benedict Cumberbatch. That one was fun.
And then Best Night Ever about Jennifer Lawrence.
Although, can I just say, we've had a romantic connection with every other person, but not Jen. And I feel like that's somehow biphobic. Because I know that this book is obviously being pitched at teenage girls, right? That's the market. But it's like, some girls have crushes on Jennifer Lawrence, I'm sure.
Exactly.
We have kissed almost everybody else. Why not Jennifer Lawrence?
Exactly. What? Yeah.
Although we also didn't kiss Kim K.
Exactly.
Like, why is there no lesbian relationships happening here? And
Rude.
what if a guy is reading this? Maybe a guy who's into guys is reading this. You don't know.
Someone's
like, think of the gays. And then the entire venue bursts into applause and cheers. Drew Seeley, singing voice for High School Musical. One of my favorite video clips from him was rest of the cast, and a girl asks him to display his singing voice, and all he gets out is Soren, and then they all break out into cheers. Avery, thank you. I'm just saying. It feels a little unequal. It feels like if I'm gonna have a romantic connection with Norman Reedus, I should also have a romantic connection with Jennifer Lawrence. I'm just saying.
Yes, agreed. How dare they? Let's see. We don't have a connection with Kim K. No, she just tells us we're pretty.
Yeah, no, we're like homophobic book.
Oh no, Tookie is just like, or I'm just imagining Tookie being like, you're homophobic, I'm heterophobic, let's be friends. I don't know.
All right, I decree that in the end of both of these stories, we kiss Kim Kardashian and then also J-Law because I said so. Wait, no.
In the last...
Wait, now I'm becoming what I protest. I'm sorry.
Thou doth protest too much, methinks. Hamlet reference.
No, Gabe.
What?
I don't know. Someone just said, no, Gabe.
Oh, probably Tookie and the person who wrote this book being
God.
friends. I'm sorry, I have to bring up Model Land because I just have to, because no one will understand if I'm like, heterophobia. Tookie, there's an intruder in my ooh-ah.
Someone cosplay Tookie and just wear one green contact. And if you have brown eyes, you only have to wear the one contact. But then if you don't, you can just wear the other one. I would stop and take a picture with anybody.
Yeah,
I'd be like, oh my god,
Tookie. Model Land will live on.
I do it too.
Oh gosh.
Just put one green contact. Wait, which one is her green one? Is it this one's her green one? So I just put a contact in the eye that I don't need a contact in.
I'm Avery, I'm Tookie, because in the trailer it's like, I'm Allison, I'm Tookie, I'm Laura, I'm Tookie.
I'm Avery, I'm Tookie.
I'm Gabe, I'm not Tookie.
She really wanted Tookie to be the voice of all girls, and it just wasn't that.
Yeah, I feel like it's like there are a lot of good ideas. They were just never fleshed out and were just like, surface level, and it was just like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm still mad that there was never any closure with her and her friends. She's not like, oh yeah, I gave them all big hugs before I came to see you. It's just, she's gone.
He's got a different kind of heterochromia. It would never work. He's got, like, this eye just looks like my eye. It's just like a darker brown, and then this one, it's half darker brown and then half like a lighter brown. I'm sorry, salted caramel brown, as Tyra Banks likes
Oh
to
my
say.
gosh, her and her, but the snot covered green eye and the dirt colored brown eye.
As if anybody has ever looked at somebody with green eyes and been like, ugh, that's the color of snot.
Yeah, I have green eyes and I don't have.
I was gonna say, you have green eyes.
Yeah.
No one said,
No.
Gabe doesn't have snot colored eyes.
Yeah.
Just let Modeland die. It'll never die, I'm sorry.
Unless they pay us money, then no. Or
pay us talking.
Yeah, pay us money to stop talking about it. Pay us enough money to stop talking about it. Then we will stop talking about it.
We have to sign a Modeland NDA.
Oh my gosh. Tyra will be like, how dare you? And it's like, well, you can't dispute the fact that we didn't read it. We literally have evidence that we read it.
See, Ellery did it. Because Natty had said something about Spencer and said, he won't do it on live, but it changed to love. And she's like, wait, no, I didn't mean that. And then we were all making fun of her. We were all teasing her. And then Ellery did the same thing. I made the same typo. I made a severe and prolonged lapse in my judgment.
Okay, Jake Paul.
It was Logan Paul.
Logan Paul.
That's my favorite stupid apology of any YouTuber ever.
Oh, God.
Just the way he says, I have made a severe and prolonged lapse in judgment.
Oh gosh. And then I remember someone talking about the rest of his vlog from Japan and him just being incredibly like, they're all about respect over there. You respect your elders, you respect the kids, you respect everyone, you bow at all times.
Japanese culture is so inclusive, and like they don't, like, they're very welcoming to foreigners. They just are like, hey, you know, we're all about respect here, which shouldn't be a hard thing, you know?
Yeah.
But not for Logan Paul.
Oh gosh. I just remember him, or
I still look. Both the Paul brothers.
Both. They saw their Vine fame and were like, I'm gonna do this times 11.
Well, and the sad thing is it worked. Like, they were really big on YouTube for a long time, and it was just like, kids, parents don't let your kids watch the Paul brothers.
Yeah, it's like, this is how you don't act, or have them watch them, but be like, these people are incredibly stupid. The Paul brothers in general, I really don't care about. He's awful. Yeah, I remember there was one time where they were in a temple and Jake Paul was filming himself, and there were people there's a place where you like put coins in and it's like a turn, or like there are parts of the table that turn and the coins go in, and he like chucks them behind him and he like hits some of the people behind them and he's like, oh, we just got kicked out of the temple, but whatever, we're just gonna go back in later. And like their poor guy, or their poor translator, is just like, I'm really sorry, sumimasen, 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 sumimasen. And I'm just like, I'm just like, I hope that translator got paid extra.
Oh god. Oh yeah, they described Tookie about 100 times and they never really say what exactly her skin color or hair color is. Not really.
Yeah, it's just
they
wild.
Say that her hair is frizzy and wild and all the textures of hair together at once somehow.
Oh, maybe she's like, I want the reader to see themselves in this just with crazy hair and mismatched eyes because everyone else is just in so much detail.
Yeah, I think that was the plan, but it did not work.
It did not work.
Puerto Ricans hate that Jake Paul is not. He's there? Oh.
Like living there?
Like
or?
living there? Oh no. I hate that too.
Oh, I'm very.
Like, get out of here.
We don't want you here.
Leave.
Oh gosh. Oh my, why is he living in Puerto Rico? Did the continental US say like get out?
Caramel brown was the word to use to describe Tookie's skin color. Oh. I just forgot because my brain shut off at some point.
Oh yeah, food. Just everything that's described in food.
Demon Slayer movie gets 5 stars from an 11-year-old.
Oh yay! I enjoyed the Demon Slayer.
Apparently it's the new one that just came out.
I swear Mugen Train was the last movie. I didn't realize there was another one.
Tax breaks. Yeah, that explains it.
Oh gosh. Yeah, hearing about how, rich people have offshore accounts and that's how they defeat taxes, but everyone is just like, let's focus on this. And it's like, but what about the taxes of the rich people? You pay more in taxes than a lot of rich people. Congrats. Now I have to see Demon Slayer. I highly recommend Demon Slayer. And it's interesting because in season 2, you pretty much get like 3.5 episodes of like build up, and then pretty much for the rest of the episodes, it's pretty much almost nonstop fighting. And it's great
boy.
because there are like lulls in the fighting to where it's not like action, 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 but it's just like yeah.
I just want to see an Ashwood Manor video game or movie, right?
That
Me too.
Yeah, that was like the most interesting
That was
one.
so fun because it was like an actual little ghost story that just happened to have Benedict Cumberbatch and stuff as their character.
Oh gosh, who wouldn't love to be told a
and that
ghost story?
adorable dog. We love
Oh yeah,
that dog.
Clue. Clue's so cute.
Yeah, this is not as bad as Model Land. It's a lot, but it's not as bad as Model Land.
Yeah, luckily the different writing styles, it's like it could be like if it's bad, then it usually just
It ends really quickly.
Yeah.
That is what I like about anthology books is having ADHD. I tend to get very I never get bored when it's like every few pages we're getting a different story. Like I'm engaged all the way through, and we made way more progress in this book than I thought.
We're at page 160 out of
Jeez.
600 and something.
Oh my god, we've been on for 8 hours.
Oh
dude.
my gosh. Everyone saw us eat.
Yeah, they all see me eat all the time. They're used to it.
And I just remember looking at myself and I'm just like,
I'm sorry, I felt
All right,
bad.
okay.
Bro. Like, I didn't want you to feel bad, but
It's all good. Sorry to everyone in chat. By the way, later I'm planning on.
He's gonna be like, Avery, why would you do this? Either that, or it'll just be like, yup, she's right. It could go either way with Spencer. Spencer has one of two default reactions, and one is just why, and the other one is yeah, okay.
I'm flirting with you. Yeah, sometimes I'm the type of person where I'm like, is this person flirting with you? And I'm like, no, they're being nice. That's not flirting. And then I'm just like, or I remember I was talking to someone at con and my sister's like, oh, and I'm like, no, no.
No.
It was just a friendly conversation, sister. Me, Gabe. About the flirting. Oh yeah, I'm just like, I don't know how you see so many TV shows and it's like so awkward. Well, it's usually the awkward guy gets, or it's like in Pitch Perfect 2, where they introduce Haley Steinfeld and and Benji's like awkwardly flirting with her and she's like, oh my gosh. And it's like, how does that work?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. How does that work? Ciel and Tookie are the same character basically, so I mean, must have mixed them up. Pitch Perfect 11.
Oh, we're saying we never did get a skin color for Tookie. It's just we got that was the caramel skin was Ciel's, and they're the same. They're both Tyra Banks inserts, so it's like
yeah.
Pitch Perfect 11.
Is Tyra Banks okay? Is the question we
I
have.
hope so.
Because just hearing about in the acknowledgements her just writing everything, and it's just like, oh.
Yeah.
I've traveled like 3 times in my. I really want to travel somewhere too because I usually mainly go on like family vacations or like bar mitzvahs.
I don't think I've been on a vacation in like 5 years. I don't go, and I've never left America. I don't have a passport. I need to get one.
Oh gosh, I remember I was renewing my passport and I like go through this process and I'm just like, oh, I think I need to mail it. And my parents are like, no, you need to go to the office. And so I go to the office and the person there is like, yeah, you just need to mail it. And I'm just like, oh my God.
My mom's the opposite way. She's like, do you have to go in for that? Can't you just like call them or like mail it or something?
Yeah, but I went to San Salvador for my senior what was it? Or it was for my I can't remember what it was called, but I went to San Salvador for 2 weeks and got some credit for it, and it was really fun. And you know, I'm not gonna say what, but we were living off the land. The water was always hot because it collected in rain barrels. How do people survive in nature? It's weird.
Wait, what is it? Oh, go to Salem, Natty says. I would love to go to Salem. Salem looks lovely.
Oh, Salem, New York?
Salem.
Or Massachusetts. Oh, with the witches?
Yes.
Or with the witches?
The witch.
Oh gosh.
But now it's like, you know, I always say like autumn, New England autumns are like the best ever, which it is. Autumn in New England is just very, very pretty. Salem, Mass, yeah.
People are like, Salem, New York. What the heck is wrong with you?
Yeah, man, it's all up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom tells the story about like one time I was going home for a family reunion. I took a wrong turn and ended up in Maryland. Or where did she end up? Oh, Plymouth. She ended up in Plymouth when she was going to like the Boston or Rhode Island somewhere, like Newport. And I'm like, how do you take a wrong turn and end up in a different state? She's like, look, all the states are small. It's very compact. You can take a wrong turn and end up in completely the wrong place.
Oh gosh, I feel like that's how driving in the UK is. You're just like, oh, I'm going to Northern Ireland. Oh wait, how am I in Scotland?
We took a wrong turn. Ended up in
I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. Replicate the Predator costume, and it was amazing.
I'll go into state for Odyssey of the Mind. Cool. Ooh, the Predator costume. That would be amazing. Look at the kittens!
Kitties!
Look at the little football!
Oh, they're so fluffy. I want to hold
the
them.
mama looks kind of like Perry a little bit, but she's got more stripes. Perry just has stripes on her knees. I don't know why.
she has little knee pads.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you pronounce Melbourne?
Melbourne? I think it's Melbourne.
Melbourne?
I've been told, because I said Melbourne the way that Americans would say Melbourne, and everybody, all the Aussies in chat were like, "That's wrong," and I'm like, "I'm so sorry, I did not know."
Melbourne. I remember I had a teacher who in college from Iran, not Iran, it's Iran, and she made that very clear, and it was just like, "Yes, ma'am, it's Iran, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am."
Oh, I'm terrible at pronouncing, especially if it's a name or the name of a place, and I'm just like, does anybody remember when we played the Nancy Drew game where she's in Japan, and so I'm just like, I'm sorry. Like, the amount of, you could probably make a supercut of how many times I'm like, I'm sorry, that's not how you, I don't know how to say it, I'm sorry, I did my best, I'm so sorry.
all the individuals who know Japanese in chat are like, how dare you?
I refuse to call it Melbourne because that's like copying the accent Melbourne. It's a Canadian accent. It sounds stupid as fuck. I say Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Because I always thought it was Melbourne specifically in the accent too. I was like, in America, we say Melbourne. Not that we're right. That's just how we say it. Sure, we sound weird. Americans just sound like that.
I remember learning when I was in elementary school that saying bacon in a Australian accent sounds like you're saying beer can with a Jamaican accent, where you're like, beer can.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Or was it beer can sounds like bacon? I don't know. Bacon.
There's a snow cone business in Oklahoma. Oh no, we don't say that word.
Oh no.
But they do in Oklahoma.
Oh, we don't say the E word anymore?
No.
Understood. So what do you say, Inuit?
Inuit, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
as far as I'm aware.
So you say, instead of saying selling ice to an E word, you say selling ice to an Inuit.
Oh God.
As a Japanese person, that's standard for people who don't know the language. I just assume that I'll just insult everybody and make people upset, so I just constantly apologize for mispronunciations.
I just apologize for everything in my life.
Same. It's great when it's just, no, I'm sorry.
You still probably wouldn't want to say that phrase. Milo points out the whole phrase, so you could just throw out the whole phrase.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that one particular word is like, there's a band that was called something E-word, and they're a pretty good band and people like them, but they did not know that was a bad word thing.
Oh.
And they were like, oh shit, oh fuck, and they changed it, and they're like, is this why we never got invited to any of the awards? It's like,
oh no. Well, oh geez, someone said my last name so wrong during the induction ceremony. Oh no.
Well, my last name's Vandenhouten, so nobody says it right. So I've just gotten to this place where no matter how anybody says it, I'm just like, they're like, did I say that right? I'm like, yeah, that's close enough. And they also like to write like VAN capital DENHOUTEN, and I'm like, well, that makes us sound like vampires. I can get behind that one.
Vandenhouten. My last name is Kustick, but people usually pronounce it Kustick, and I'm just like, it's Kustick.
I know how to say Dutch names. That's nice. I mean, it's fair, there's dissent in my dad's family about whether it's Vandenhouten or Vandenhouten. So technically, even we don't really know how to say it, but
Oh gosh, it's like Hanukkah. You can spell it literally any way, and people are fine with it.
I'm so bad at spelling, and anytime I have ever written Hanukkah, I'm like, I don't know if this is right, and there's so many different ways.
Yeah.
I don't know who to believe.
It's fine. You can literally spell it if it sounds like, or if it's spelled like it sounds, or sounds like it's spelled. It's fine. We accept any spelling of it. The amp of people who mispronounce my name. I just got called
Mrs. Fu, what? Oh no.
Hanukkah. Hanukkah. Yep. Usually people pronounce it Hanukkah because, you know, the Jewish people with the sound. Like, hello, Hanukkah. Darling, eat your gefilte fish. Eat your gefilte fish while it's hot.
For those coming in, Gabe is Jewish, and he's always ready with the anecdotes.
I was raised Jewish. I was bar mitzvahed. I was doing Fiddler on the Roof, my bar mitzvah, and got all A's in 7th grade. And, you know, my life went downhill from there.
Yeah, like Gabe's Jewish, right? Yes.
Yes, I am Jewish. I can say it. I'm Jewish. Or I'm just... I can
if
break.
Not, then your username is real.
It's a lie because my username is the Ginger Jew or Ginger Jew Fro, and I'm just like, well, I mean, luckily I can say that because I am. That's the only thing I take away from Jewish culture is just the Jew part.
I spell it Haunaka. I don't know if that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Gabe's gonna tell you yes no matter how you spell.
Yeah.
I got so scared for 2
Yeah, yeah, I get.
Yeah, I'm like, for those just joining.
Or pretty much
Here's some backstory.
Or it's just I'm so unconfident about everything. I'm like, I'm really sorry, but then I'm like, darling, eat up, you're so thin, eat the gefilte fish.
Out of nowhere,
It's just like, why is he so confident saying that? And it's just like because I can, because I'm Jewish, or at least I was raised Jewish. And I'm like, look out, it's a witch. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife.
Oh, good times. I got so scared for a few minutes.
Yeah.
As he was saying it, I was like, probably just clarify this.
Yeah.
Let me just get in there real quick.
Hava, Nigila, Nigila, da, 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 da. Hey. You can change that with Nigila to tequila, and it works just the same. We are not to be messed with.
Not to be messed with.
Correct.
Yeah. 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 So just for the record, you are Jewish.
Yes. And wait, you pronounce Brisbane correct? Is that how you pronounce it? Brisbane. Laser says you pronounce Brisbane correct. Brisbane correctly. How do you pronounce Brisbane?
I don't know. I mean, following the logic, I'd say Brisbane.
Oh, okay.
But I always thought it was like Americans always say Brisbane because that's just how it is. You know. The Canadians are not to be messed with. One of my close friends is Jewish, and one time my mom invited him and his parents for dinner, and with us, and his dad kept making jokes at Jewish people, and my mom looks.
Oh no!
It's a big difference if you're actually Jewish and making the jokes and not.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That's funny.
Oh gosh, but I remember one time one of my friends in elementary school made like a really bad Jewish joke, and I was just like, like I was seriously about to, I was about to like drop them as a friend because I was just like, I know I'm Jewish, but you're not, and oh my god, it's only I can say that, and it wasn't funny.
The cardinal sin.
Yeah, it's just like if it's funny, then there may be a little bit of leeway depending on what it is, but if it's not funny, then it's like
ready to throw hands. I've never seen Gabe have to throw hands, but I would back him up. I wouldn't know the context. I'd just be like, oh, we're throwing hands, okay.
Avery, I need your help throwing hands. You got it.
The smallest person I know. Let me go to resolve this problem.
Well, no, it's like we go to throw hands, and I'm like, go get him, Avery, go get him. Or spelled E-M, not him, because you know I don't discriminate with people. It's like you mess with me, we throw hands.
Avery is the ride or die arson. Well, you know,
oh no.
You know how they say short people are like chihuahuas, where it's like we're all this concentrated, like, let me at them? It's true. Someone once said, you know, why are small girls so angry? And I looked at him and said, it's because we're closer to Satan. And I walked away. I didn't know what to do with that information.
Oh my gosh. It's like, oh my gosh. Or it's like, or violence is not the answer. Violence is the question. Or no, violence is not.
Violence is the question, and the answer is yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just like, words.
We saw it a couple times. We saw it come up a couple times during Monoland because everybody was just like, violence, yes, violence, good, violence, Monoland. Oh my gosh. Actually, that's an Australian actor. Oh, what are we talking about? Who's not Australian?
Keep. Change the.
In Australia. Oh, nobody can do. Yeah, they just get people. They can just get Americans to do bad Australian accents. That happens a lot.
Oh gosh, apparently there's an anime called Free, and apparently in the Japanese dub, the characters go to Australia and they have like legitimate or people from Australia doing the voices, but then in the American version, like, hey, how you going? Let's throw some shrimp on the barbie.
Oh God.
Well, in the regular, it's like, oh, hello, welcome to our home. It's like, oh my gosh.
The kids in my high school gym class were questioning whether I was faithful to God. I said, no, I'm faithful to Satan.
Oh my. Well, people need to stop worrying about each other. Oh, I remember in middle school gym class, the kids would comment that my shorts were always too high, and they're like, oh, you're wearing shorts. And I'm like, they just come above my knees. Leave me alone.
I can't help it. I'm tall.
Yeah.
Just jealous.
You're just jealous because I can like push you over.
Oh my God.
But I'm not violent.
Yes, it's a swimming anime.
Oh, have you seen 50% off? It's the abridged version. It's really funny. Why is Star saying Gabe? What? Because of my shorts?
I have the opposite thing. Like somebody said, what's your opinion on cuff jeans? And I was like, I love them because I'm a short person, and otherwise my jeans will all be too long.
Oh.
You have to cuff them.
Well, I always need to get really long. It's like...
Have Scandalous showing your thighs.
Oh, yeah. Alexa, play Scandalous by Mystique.
Oh my God. My Alexa's not plugged in.
Oh, phew. Because playing Scandalous by Mystique. No upper... Yeah, I remember in middle school and high school, they're like, no upper thighs showing at any point. And I'm just like, eh.
Oh my God. I am gonna make a short and then send it to you, your rant about Christmas trees.
Oh yeah. Darling, why are they putting the Christmas tree up in the middle of in the middle of the airport? There are other religions that walk through here. I'm just saying, there's the Jewish people.
You were so ready with it. I was like...
what about the Hanukkah? What about the Kwanzaa? What about the Yuletide? It's not my place to judge. It's like you're getting stuff everywhere. Margaret, you know it's a plastic tree. Well, I know, but why do you put a plastic tree in the middle of everything? It's just gonna get in people's way, and the lights are flashing in my eyes. It's gonna give me a headache. Margaret, you're the headache. Oh, well, oh, blah, or it's like, oh, woe is me. You're so put upon. I do the work for the living. I work too, Margaret.
I feel like every time you walk by a Christmas tree in your life, you're just like gaining a little bit more. You're just like, ah.
I'm not against Christmas trees. It's just a stereotypical Jewish couple.
I mean, Christmas trees, when you think about it, are very funny because it's literally, we have a fake tree, but it's literally just, let's put up an 8-foot tall tree in the house and also hang a bunch of breakable stuff on it.
Oh gosh. I remember seeing a picture and it's like, oh, my 3-year-old decorated the Christmas tree and it has like less than a foot of the tree covered, and people were like, don't you add anything else to it. It was like, oh, wholesome.
Cute.
Bro, someone hacked my volleyball team reach and now I have to
awkwardly explain the fact that almost everyone in there doesn't have
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
People are weird.
On the internet. I love the internet some days, and then some days I'm just like, the internet was a mistake.
Yeah, my sister
didn't need it.
Yeah, my sister's really into cosplay, and she made a costume that was so great that the Yaya Han, who's like the HBICs of the cosplay industry, the high cosplay, or HCIC, the high cosplayer in charge. Like, she's very well known in the cosplay community, and she complimented my sister's look.
Aww.
And it's like, yes, that's so amazing. You will ride that high forever. And she's like, oh, maybe I should get an Instagram to like get my stuff out there. And she's like, but I'm worried about people. And I'm like, yeah, people can be weird, especially with women. So it's just like,
If you've ever seen, I don't know if anybody watches Ludwig, but he's a big streamer, and he's dating another big streamer. She goes by Cutie Cinderella.
Oh.
I think her real name is Blair, but literally nobody calls her that. Anyway, she just goes by her streamer name. And they, I sent Spencer that chat message, now we wait. He's just gonna come and find me and be like, what the
Natty's flirting with you. Just accept it, Spencer. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, no, Natty said, we're not really flirting. I don't know how to do that. And I was like, if you think it's fine. But Spencer's, he's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine.
But, what was I gonna say? What was I saying? Oh, yeah, Ludwig is dating Cutie Cinderella. They did this thing where they swapped streams one day because they live with a few other streamers, and so they all have like their own setups because they're just streaming all the time. That's their jobs. And so they swapped, and they were basically like, they did this thing where it was like people who have been banned from their page back when he was on Twitch before he moved to YouTube. Like, you can look through like ban appeals, like you can appeal your ban, and it's like, this is why I think I should be unbanned. And he would like make a whole like thing. He'd like make content about deciding like, yes, you can be unbanned. No, you're just making excuses. You're still banned. And he was looking through like, his are all just like, I'm sorry that I told you your mic was off when it wasn't, and then I got banned.
Oh my god.
All of hers are just like, I'm sorry I was sexually harassing the streamer and got banned. And he comes back at the end and he sits down in his chair. He goes, I am so glad I'm not a woman.
Oh my gosh. Why are individuals so weird?
People are weird.
Not complaining, just saying. No. Speaking of computer programs, I remember one time I was working 3 days on a show, and there was a swim meet or I was working Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and there was a swim meet that Saturday. I know it's just like, how do you relate these things? But I had to put in things for the swim meet, and I was doing it Friday night because I had a long day on set, and I was entering things in to the computer system so I could like get everything situated. And the person who sent their stuff on the other team didn't label their events correctly. So I basically spent 3 hours individually adding people into every single event using like a notepad where it just had like random letters all over the place, where I had to figure out what they wanted to swim and put them in it and get the relays correct, because the relays were the hard part, and I accidentally like shifted the age group, but it was just like one more, and they didn't have to swim more or anything, but they were just put in a different event, and I'm like, so I had spent all night doing that, and then I get there at the pool at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the card I have to the gate doesn't work, so I literally have to hop the fence, and so I have my hand on the fence and my hand on a tree, and for some reason my leg just keeps going, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna slip and fall. So I just let go, and I'm just like, boom. And I had to get up and unlock the gate and start setting up for this meet, where I basically had to like move chairs out of the way, bring chairs in. I had to I had to like open up the room so everyone can access like the chair and the laptop and stuff. And I had to like start, and I was there for a good 45 minutes. 45 minutes getting everything set up, and the meet was starting at like 9 o'clock, and it wasn't until like 30 minutes before the meet was supposed to, or before practice was supposed to start, that the other coaches showed up. So I'm just like rushing around, and then one of the moms had the gall to be like, so where were you during the meet? And I was like, I was inside putting in all the times for the events after working hard to get everything together. I understand that you are watching your kids, but you nor your husband have volunteered for anything, and some of your kids are mean to the coaches and me, and you are mean to the coaches as well, so please don't tell me that I'm not doing anything.
At least watch your kid. Like if it's like you were supposed to be watching my kid, it's like, well, your kid.
Yeah, and she did fine watching her kids, but she's like, and she was so condescending, like, where were you during the meet? And I'm just like,
we're gonna get off in a second too, because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Do I know what a dunny is? Oh, did I say, or Dunny?
Yeah, dunny.
What is it? I don't know what that is.
It's like an outhouse.
Oh.
Like a toilet.
Oh, yes, I know what an outhouse is. Bye, Star. Sorry for ranting like that. I was just
good.
like, I found a relatable moment. I'm gonna speak, and I'm like,
No, you're good. How dare you speak on a live stream?
Well, no, I'm afraid that the parent's gonna find this and be like, I'm gonna sue you for slander. And I'm like, it's only slander if it's not true.
Well, it's also funny when you're like, if you're not like
Ah.
saying it was this person,
Yeah.
if they were mad at you, they'd just be outing themselves as being the Karen. They'd be like,
Yeah.
they can't say anything.
It was you. Toilet. Yeah. Or Dunny. There's an episode of Bluey that is called Dunny, and I think Avery knows what it means. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I still.
Well, because there's an episode that I covered a while ago of, we need to make Gabe watch Round the Twist.
Oh.
There's the first episode, which is the first episode that I covered, is called Skeleton on the Dunny. Yeah, this ghost is haunting the outside toilet, because he died there.
Oh no.
This is like a whimsical like children's show. How do you describe Round the Twist? It's sort of like Supernatural for kids, but they're not traveling cross country. They're just staying at their house, which is a big lighthouse, and all of the ghosts just find them.
Oh, okay. Oh gosh, that just reminds me of, I think it was The Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson and Steve Buscemi.
Mila says like Elvis. Yeah, like Elvis. Elvis died on the toilet.
Oh yeah, people don't like to talk about that.
No.
How dare you go off topic? I'm sorry, Texas. What do you expect? Things happen from time to time.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
It's my biggest fear.
Oh.
That doll. Oh god. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
Willem Dafoe, not Steve Buscemi. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I get them mixed up, even
Oh,
though
you
they're
said
completely
it.
different people.
You said it, and my brain was just like, yes, that is the same person.
I'm sorry. It was
I
Robert
know-
Pattinson.
I know
and-
where you're coming from. They
I-
have similar energy.
Yeah. I can imagine Willem Dafoe being like, how are you doing, fellow kids? With like a skateboard and a hoodie.
If you remade it with Willem Dafoe, I don't think I would immediately be like, that's a different person.
Oh gosh, that'd be hilarious if they just acting different clips of their movies. Like Steve Buscemi was in would be the Green Goblin, and Willem Dafoe was was the guy in Spy Kids who was like, do you think God is in heaven because he's afraid of his own creations? And people are like, this is a Spy Kids movie.
My kids with modern art.
Oh gosh, I remember seeing that movie and not thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, that's an interesting quote.
Oh, Texas says, no worries, I was joking, meaning a sarcasm font. Well, I think, like, isn't that with the, like, because I'm old in terms of the internet. I only recently learned about the, like, /J/ like, /J for joking, like, if you like, can denote tone, like, if you're writing on the internet.
Oh, I did not know that. I am older than Avery, and I don't know these things.
Spy Kids 2 was so good. Spy Kids? I loved Spy Kids. I haven't seen it in forever.
I love how they had like miniature version of the animals and then bigger versions of the animals, and that's all I remember. Avery's reaction of the scarecrow jump through the small window.
Oh, it was a scarecrow clown. One of the ghosts was a scarecrow clown. It was a scarecrow clown.
Oh,
It's just.
oh no.
I just.
Arnar.
I can't. I just have to. Let me just Google it. New tab.
Oh, guys, you're so glad you didn't see the tab she had open.
It was just a font tab. I don't know why I was like, wait, that's the wrong tab. I just needed a Google tab.
Oh gosh, that reminds me of in SpongeBob where he's watching the sea anemone and Gary comes up and he's like, Gary, what? And it changes the football and it's like, what?
So, where's a good picture of him? This is a pretty decent picture of him. But he looks less scary there. This is another decent one.
Oh my gosh.
Trying to find. There's one where he just like he looks like this, and then it zooms in really close to his face, and he just goes, ah! And it's just like, what's happening?
I like the way they utilize the straw for like his hair and his beard and stuff.
Oh yeah, because he starts out like this, but then he becomes like this.
Oh my goodness.
And then he ends up with this other little lady clown.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't think about it too hard.
Oh gosh. All the fun scarecrows.
Oh my gosh. Ew, the scarecrow tongue act. No.
The tongue.
I forgot about that.
Or /J equals joke. Hashtag it's serious. Hashtag genuine. Hashtag. Oh, okay.
negative.
Why you gotta be so negative? Oh gosh, I remember in RuPaul's Drag Race season 10, they kept calling the vixen negative, and she's just like, "Why are you calling me negative?" And then they start an argument with the vixen. They're like, "I don't know why she's so angry."
Oh.
I'm sorry for always relating it back to America's Next Top Model and RuPaul's Drag Race, but that's literally all I know.
I need to see more. Now that I've suffered through Model Land, I specifically want to see more trauma. Just because I feel like more than even Tyra knows, that book was based on America's Next Top Model, you know?
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know. We see your beauty. Do you, Tyra? Because it looks like you're not. But again, the no offense to Australians, but Australia's Next Top Model season 1 was they were vicious. Everyone was vicious to each other. The judges were vicious to them. They're like, "Oh, you're a size 1. You should be a size 0. But yeah, fat thighs, so you can't fit into anything."
Oh my god.
Well, or they're like, "Oh yeah, big thighs," and you see them and they're like.
Normal thighs.
They're like this, their thighs are this big, and they're like 18+ year olds, and it's just like, oh gosh.
Oh god. Wait, Avery, I didn't know that tone thing, and I'm 20, so I don't feel bad. Oh, thank you. That does make me feel not so bad.
Phew, okay. I'm not as old as I think I am. I feel like I'm the oldest person here.
Both of us being in our 20s, just being like, we feel so old. It's like, it's COVID. Ever since COVID, I'm just like, I feel like I've lived 1,000 lives.
Oh gosh. Oh, I remember in COVID watching Star versus the Forces of Evil until like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the episodes weren't even sequential, so I was just jumping all over the place, and I'm like, what is happening? And my parents are like, you need to get a job, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Texas says almost 41.
Oh, never mind.
Even Texas is like, that's not old. Like,
It's
we're all just
not.
like, we're so old. Like, none of us are old.
Yeah. Texan has like 3 kids. You can have 3 kids at 25, triplets.
Yeah. Anton, we're getting off. We finished. We made a lot of progress in our book, and then we were chatting with chat as we decompressed from the book because it was a lot.
Yeah, it's just a lot of. The first chapter was 50 pages. Where's the bookmark?
There's a few. I think there should be one. Is there one over here? Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Dragon Bean is sitting on it.
Dragon Bean. For a second, I thought you were about to say Dragon Ball, and I was just like, Goku, where?
No. The one that got away is the next one.
Ah.
Just want to know
Katy Perry?
If it's about Katy Perry,
it's not.
Oh, it's about Cameron Dallas.
Oh.
The person that I apparently don't really remember who they are because I thought they were somebody else.
Oh gosh. Cameron Dallas.
16, 11, and 10. Oh, cute.
Oh, it's gross and outrageous.
And 41 if you count husband. I just got back from watching Cocaine Bear exactly as advertised.
Oh my gosh.
Is it like the meme where it's like the Arrested Development thing where it's like dead bird don't open, and he opens it, he looks in, he goes, I don't know what I was expecting. Oh.
Who is Cameron? He is a Vine star and like a YouTube personality. They're apparently very well known, I guess. I don't know who they are. I've seen like a few Vines with them, but nothing stood out to me. Wrong video. I've been thinking of seeing that.
Don't forget my Pride of Kitties and the Beagle. We love the Pride of Kitties and the Beagle. I also have a Pride of Kitties. And not a Beagle, but two.
Oh.
A very small dog and a very big dog. And then 2
Ellis.
birds. All of our pets, and this is true, like, we work for, like, we foster pets and, like, we work with the shelter. In true, we work with the shelter form. All of our pets just show up. None of them, like, truly none of them are like, we were like, let's go buy a cat, you know? Let's go adopt. It's just like, this cat showed up. It lives here now.
All the other cats are like, oh, we haven't seen so-and-so for a while. Oh, I think they went to that house. Oh, let me go see. We haven't seen so-and-so for a while.
What's happening? I want to see that movie so bad. I don't know why.
So
till next Saturday? Yeah, we'll let you guys go since we've been on for like 8 minutes.
Sorry about that. The Willy Fish episode of Round the Twist is one I remember the most from childhood. Oh gosh, I can't wait to eventually see this obscure Round the Twist show.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. I've gotta work on getting published the batch of videos that we have already recorded, so that I have space to record more.
Yeah.
2 pies in our 20s. Accurate.
Yay for buys.
Yay. Okay, but we will let
Yeah.
you guys go till next Saturday. Thank you for hanging
Thank
out
you
with
for
us.
being here.
I'm glad that I bought this for $1.
Yes, I'm glad Avery bought this for $1 as well.
We will see you next week to continue. We got quite a few stories. At 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We read 7 stories.
Oh,
I did not
okay.
think we'd read 7 today.
Oh my gosh.
Here we are.
Here we are.
So bye guys. We'll see
Bye.
you.
Bye guys, BI guys.
Bye,
Bye. Bye 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 bye.
Oh my god. Okay, we'll see you guys next time.
Bye. Thank you
Goodbye.
for being here. Follow me on the YouTube.
Seriously, bye. Go follow Gabe.
Gabriel Kustick. It's a picture of me posing with a Tyra Banks poster.
Bye.
Bye. I'm just gonna wave. Bye.
The Queen's wave.